The story begins with Suzuki Tooru, a young man who planned to move into an oddly inexpensive apartment in Tokyo. Tooru stared at the lease in disbelief. A spacious 2 LDK apartment in central Tokyo for just 3,000 yen a month. The offer felt unreal, too cheap to trust, leaving him both amazed and uneasy, wondering what hidden flaw or eerie secret lurked behind such a deal. Tooru laughed nervously with the realtor as they joked about ghosts in the apartment. Though the man in the suit brushed it off with a smile, a faint tension betrayed him. Rumors surrounded the place, whispers that goblins or even slimes had been spotted before. Tooru tried to play along with the humor, yet the thought unsettled him. The realtor slid the contract forward, urging Tooru to sign. Moments ago, they had laughed off eerie rumors, yet now his hands froze. The sudden push to seal the deal felt wrong, and unease crept in as he wondered if this offer hid something a bit dangerous. Tooru's eyes locked on a strange article, ominous yet tempting. It wasn't normal business, but with nothing left to lose, especially with him being a high school dropout with a sad part-time job as a warrior, he felt drawn to its charms. Casting aside hesitation, he pressed his seal onto the paper, choosing the unknown over his empty days. Tooru finally understood the unusual clause in the contract. The apartment he purchased was connected to a dungeon. His heart pounded, yet a spark of excitement lit his eyes, realizing the potential that lay beyond. This wasn't just a cheap apartment. It was a gateway to the unknown. Looking back, Tooru recalled receiving the keys from the uneasy realtor, who bolted the moment their exchange ended. Standing by the door, he stared at the keys, unease tightening in his chest. Everything felt wrong, yet he tried to stay calm, questioning what he had gotten himself into. After the movers came to deliver his stuff, Tooru began unpacking in his new apartment. Boxes filled the empty space as he quietly arranged his belongings. Though the strange contract lingered in his mind, he focused on settling in, determined to make this eerie place feel like home. As night fell, Suzuki Tooru decided to step outside through the front door only to be met by a seemingly endless, dark stone room. The cold air carried an eerie stillness, and memories of the realtor's disturbing warning about goblins and slimes resurfaced. His mind raced as unease turned into shock. No matter how he tried to rationalize it, the truth became undeniable. This wasn't just some basement or hidden passage. His apartment was connected directly to a dungeon, and the weight of that realization sent a shiver through his entire body. Tooru hesitated at the doorway, holding his phone tightly as he stared into the stone passage beyond. The contract's accidental clause echoed in his mind, but the reality before him had surpassed anything accidental. This wasn't just an extension of his apartment. This part of the house led directly into the dungeon. The thought chilled him as he wondered if he could make it back alive should he step further inside. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself, realizing that this strange, dangerous connection was now part of his new home and his destiny. Suzuki Tooru locked the door behind him and stepped away from the dungeon entrance, his thoughts spiraling. Fear and uncertainty clouded his mind as he gripped his head tightly, trying to process everything. The strange clause, the endless stone passage, and the realtor's warnings, it was all too much. Doubt gnawed at him as he wondered if he would ever be able to return to his own world once he crossed that threshold. He froze as a strange light flooded the room. It was supposed to be night, yet light from the street lamps streamed unnaturally bright through the windows. Grabbing his shoes, he rushed to the balcony, his heart pounding in confusion. The familiar city skyline stretched before him, unchanged and silent. As he looked around, everything appeared normal. The streets of Tachikawa City in Tokyo stretched before him, filled with people going about their day. Somehow, his home was connected to a dungeon, yet the world outside remained untouched and ordinary. He slowly pieced the situation together as he stood in his new apartment. The strange clause in the contract revealed itself bit by bit. Whenever he exited through the front door, the world beyond shifted into an endless, dark dungeon, but stepping out any other way kept him in ordinary Japan. The city streets remained untouched, yet his home had become a gateway to something dangerous and unknown. Tooru began to see the unusual clause in a different light. He thought it might actually work to his advantage. The only drawback was clear. He would have to enter and exit through the window to avoid stepping into the dungeon through the front door. Yet for a 2 LDK apartment in the city at only 3,000 yen a month, it was a compromise he could live with. A faint, confident smile formed on his face as he realized this strange situation might hold unexpected opportunities. Suzuki Tooru's hesitation transformed into determination. The apartment's accidental clause had granted him access to a dungeon, and instead of fearing it, he saw potential. The thought of dungeon exploration stirred an unshakable excitement within him, awakening his sense of adventure. Facing dangerous monsters and hidden treasures wasn't just survival to him. Exploring a dungeon was a man's romance. With renewed resolve, he clenched his fist and set off to gather supplies and prepare himself. He visited a store and gathered everything he might need: food, tools, and a mountain climbing set. Among his purchases was a helmet fitted with a headlight, essential for navigating the dark stone passages. The store even stocked unexpected survival gear, impressing him with its variety. Armed with supplies and determination, he was finally ready to face the unknown challenges hidden beyond his apartment's mysterious doorway. Wearing his new helmet, Tooru cautiously approached the front door leading to the dungeon. He pressed his ear against it and listened closely. There was no sound beyond the heavy door. His grip tightened on the handle as he steadied his breathing. Despite the unsettling silence, he convinced himself that he wouldn't be attacked immediately upon opening it. Every instinct urged him to be careful, but his determination pushed him forward. Tooru carefully stepped through the door, entering the dungeon once more. The beam from his headlamp cut through the darkness, far brighter and clearer than his smartphone's flashlight. As the light spread across the stone floor, he realized the area beyond had transformed into a huge space, larger than before, almost like an entirely new room. He crept deeper into the dungeon, his steps cautious and quiet. The glow from his headlamp cast shifting shadows against the stone pillars, each movement making his heart pound faster. He reassured himself that he wouldn't suddenly meet a goblin lurking under the shadows, yet unease gnawed at him. The unknown stretched endlessly ahead, and though his resolve remained strong, he couldn't shake the thought that a single wrong move could change everything instantly. He froze as faint noises echoed from the direction of the pillars. His heart pounded, and his grip on the climbing axe tightened. His mind instantly imagined the worst, goblins lurking in the shadows, but he forced himself to breathe and think rationally. From the sound of it, there was probably only one, if any at all. Even so, he reassured himself that if danger did appear, he could run straight back to the entry hall. Steeling his nerves, Tooru stepped forward, realizing it was just his imagination playing tricks on him in the tense silence. Tooru steadied his breathing. With each cautious step, he moved sneakily across the stone floor, his headlamp casting sharp beams into the darkness. Every shifting shadow made his heart race, yet he forced himself to stay calm. He pressed himself against the wall, peeking cautiously from behind a pillar. His headlamp illuminated a strange sight on the ground. A massive, unmoving form sprawled across the stone floor. His breath caught, his senses sharpening. Something lay over there, and every instinct warned him to stay quiet. Tooru's breath caught as his headlamp illuminated a small figure near the pillars. There it was, a goblin. Instinctively, his grip on the climbing axe tightened, his body stiff with tension. Yet, as he observed it closely, he noticed something strange. The creature seemed weakened, barely able to stand. The sight eased his panic only slightly, but his guard remained high. Cautiously, he approached the fallen figure illuminated by his headlamp. At first, he thought it was a goblin, his heartbeat spiking with panic. But as his eyes adjusted, the details became clearer. This wasn't a monster at all. Lying on the cold stone floor was a girl, her delicate frame trembling faintly as she clutched herself tightly. The girl's outfit resembled something from a game, armor usually seen on a female knight, but her fragile state was undeniable. She wasn't moving, her small body trembling softly as faint sobs escaped her lips. Instead of attacking, she was crying, her fear and exhaustion written across her face. The discovery left Tooru stunned. Tooru hesitated, keeping his distance as he watched the unmoving girl lying on the cold stone floor. In a dungeon, nothing could be taken at face value. There was always the possibility that this was a trap, but if she was truly unable to move, then she needed help. His grip tightened on the climbing axe as he weighed his options carefully. Determination filled his chest. Seeing the girl lying helplessly on the cold stone floor stirred something deep within him. Even so, he knew that sometimes, even a simple villager from Japan had to step up when it truly mattered. Memories of his late grandmother's words, to always be kind to others, echoed in his mind. Tightening his grip on the climbing axe, he prepared to step forward. Tooru scanned the dimly lit dungeon carefully, his headlamp sweeping across the walls and floor. There were no enemy shadows lurking nearby, allowing him a moment to breathe. As he advanced cautiously, his eyes caught sight of a sturdy-looking metal door embedded in the stone wall further ahead. Its presence stood out sharply against the rugged surroundings, hinting at secrets hidden beyond. A troubling thought formed in his mind. The female knight lying helplessly nearby only added to his unease. She could very well be bait meant to lure him in. If he got too close, the door might swing open and a horde of goblins would come pouring out. His imagination painted vivid images of danger lurking just beyond the threshold. Tooru decided to test the situation carefully, determined to be prudent before getting any closer. Gripping a small stone, he gently flipped it toward the armored girl lying on the ground. The pebble clinked softly against her armor with a sharp clang, and in an instant, her body reacted. She stirred slightly, instinctively clutching her weapon despite appearing weak and exhausted. Tooru's eyes widened in surprise. She wasn't unconscious after all. Cautiously, he approached the armored girl, keeping his movements slow and deliberate. What startled Tooru was the language she spoke. It wasn't Japanese, yet somehow, he could understand the meaning clearly. He called out to check if she was okay, but her reaction was immediate and defensive. She cried out for him not to come closer, her voice filled with fear and urgency. Tooru hesitated, watching the armored girl struggling weakly on the ground. At the same time, a strange realization struck him. It wasn't just her words he understood, but somehow, his own thoughts seemed to be reaching her too. She shouted again for him not to come closer, but her trembling voice only revealed how powerless she truly was. Despite her protests, he noticed she couldn't move at all. Taking a cautious step forward, he decided to approach anyway, determined not to leave her alone. Crouched beside the girl, he struggled to steady his trembling fingers, forcing himself to move. Determined to help her in her weakened state, he reached out carefully, trying to offer reassurance. But the moment his hand neared, her frail body tensed in fear, and she cried out, pleading for him not to kill or hurt her. It was clear she was terrified and utterly weak. Tooru froze, startled by the girl's sudden outburst. Tears streamed down her trembling face as she pleaded desperately. Between sobs, she offered anything she could, cleaning, washing, whatever it took, as long as he spared her. Calling him Goblin-sama, she begged desperately for her life. Tooru blinked in shock, realizing she had mistaken him for one of the dungeon's monsters. He finally understood why. The beam from his headlamp was so bright that she couldn't properly see his face. To her, his silhouette must have resembled a dungeon monster. Adjusting the headlamp, Tooru tried to calm himself, realizing he would need to approach carefully if he wanted to earn her trust and avoid frightening her further. Lowering his headlamp, he let its glare soften as he leaned closer. He urged the girl to look carefully, hoping she would finally realize he wasn't a goblin. Her teary eyes blinked against the light, struggling to focus on his face. But the moment their eyes met, her expression twisted in shock and terror. A sharp scream escaped her lips, echoing through the dungeon. The armored girl let out a faint sigh before losing consciousness, her body relaxing as exhaustion finally took hold. Yet, just before she collapsed, she whispered softly that she was glad, a fragile glimpse of relief after all the fear she had endured. Tooru steadied himself, reassured to see that she was still alive and breathing steadily. Tooru's eyes caught something unusual as he looked at the unconscious girl lying on the dungeon floor. Her legs glistened faintly under the dim light, coated in what appeared to be wet liquid or slime. The sight made him pause, uncertainty creeping into his thoughts. Leaving her here in such a vulnerable state would undoubtedly be dangerous. Abandoning her didn't sit right with him. It would feel more shameful than anything. The young man steeled himself and decided to help the girl despite the circumstances. As he lifted her onto his back, her thighs were damp, which made him grimace slightly, but he pushed past his discomfort. Determined, he hoisted her up securely, focusing on getting her to safety. Her shield, however, was far too cumbersome to manage alongside her weight, so he decided to leave it behind, prioritizing her well-being over salvaging her equipment. He moved carefully through the dungeon passage, determined to find a safe place for her to rest. He realized that returning to his room in the mansion would be the best choice, where she would feel more at ease and be able to recover. Upon arriving, he decided to let her sleep in the Japanese-styled room since he hadn't assembled the bed in his own room yet. He let out a brief sigh as exhaustion dawned on him. He considered removing her wet armor and clothes for comfort, but hesitated, fearing she'd misunderstand. Even so, as he looked at her peaceful sleeping face, he noticed how beautiful and delicate she was, like a well-featured doll. The thought of them being safe made Tooru feel immediate exhaustion, and he finally collapsed into deep sleep. As Tooru drifted between sleep and waking, a voice echoed faintly, calling him the great sage. The sound jolted him from the edge of slumber. Disoriented, he opened one eye and found himself still in his apartment. It made him wonder if he had merely fallen asleep before unpacking his luggage, and whether everything, a dungeon, a wounded female knight, had only been a strange dream. He turned his head slightly and felt a soft warmth beneath him, a pillow, faintly smelly and oddly familiar. It took him a second to realize he was resting on the girl's thighs. He leapt up, apologizing profusely. She assured him it was fine. Seeing how peacefully he slept, she hadn't had the heart to wake him. She apologized again, explaining that in such a cozy space, sleep was inevitable. Then she addressed him with reverence, calling him Great Sage Sama. Tooru asked if she really meant him. She did. That, he figured, was a lot better than being mistaken for a goblin. She explained that his face had been obscured, and he had spoken what she thought was the monster language. Confused about the monster language, the knight confirmed that he was still speaking it even now. This led Tooru to suspect that the Japanese language might be perceived as the tongue of monsters in the girl's world. He tried to deny being a great sage, yet she remained unconvinced. In her eyes, he must have been a hermit magician, someone living in seclusion with a bed imbued with strange magic, one that did not shift or harden no matter how she moved, a bed so comfortable it felt as though she could sleep on it forever. She also mentioned his collection of elaborate dolls which to her seemed like magical tools. The dolls in question were, in truth, Tooru's anime figurines, the very first things he had unpacked. Tooru, embarrassed, decided it was best to go along with her assumption, allowing her to believe the figurines were magical tools. The girl confessed that she had felt uneasy upon seeing them, thinking he had a grudge and used black magic against humans. Her discomfort only deepened when she also noticed that several of the dolls were half-naked. The realization made Tooru falter, his words catching awkwardly in his throat. The girl then explained her condition. She had been paralyzed by a powerful anesthetic, though its effects were now beginning to fade. She expressed deep gratitude for Tooru's rescue, acknowledging that without him, she would have been killed or suffered a fate far worse. To her, the great sage was her savior. With tears of relief, she vowed to repay him in any way she could, anything that he asked. It was then that she revealed she looked like this because she is a knight, though a former one. Tooru's mind lingered on her offer. This girl said she will do anything, literally anything he says. For a brief moment, Tooru's mind played tricks on him, but the imagined voice of his grandmother's scolding snapped him back to his senses. Flustered, he urged the girl not to make such a big deal out of it. In return, she straightened indignantly, declaring that a knight never forgets a favor for as long as she lives. Tooru, maintaining his composure, gently pointed out that making such promises to someone she didn't even know might be unwise, especially since they hadn't even exchanged names. The realization struck her immediately. She gasped, her eyes widening before her expression brightened with pride. With a radiant smile, she introduced herself, Arya Eldarisu, though she added warmly that he could call her Ria. Ria was the name the heroine preferred to be called, though Tooru found it difficult to address someone so beautiful by her first name. There was an elegance to her that made him hesitant, almost unworthy of such casual familiarity. Still, the moment came when Ria politely asked the name of the honorable great sage who had saved her. Tooru hesitated. Using his real surname, Suzuki, felt too plain for the grand persona he had unintentionally constructed. After a brief pause, he introduced himself simply as Tooru. Ria, charmed, praised the name as lovely, and Tooru, inwardly ecstatic, could hardly contain his joy. A girl had called him by his name at last. Ria then offered him more praise, expressing admiration for discovering such a powerful artifact and becoming a great sage at such a young age. Tooru blinked in confusion. She gestured toward the room they were in, and Tooru began to realize that from her world's perspective, where even mid-level scientific knowledge was rare, this kind of space could only be seen as a magical artifact. The technology and structure were far beyond what she had known. Trying to shift the subject, Tooru focused on the misunderstanding about his age and status as a great sage. He wondered how to clarify things without unraveling the elaborate persona Ria had already accepted. In a moment of improvisation, he muttered, Kutidai, intending to describe being so old and refined, but Ria misheard it as court, as in a royal one. Seizing the opportunity, Tooru rolled with it, claiming he had once been a court magician at the age of 6, retiring early to master his magic in solitude. He then added that he was currently 21 years old. Ria's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected someone so young to be a great magician. She was amazed that there was only a 3-year difference between them. Tooru was bewildered. He had assumed she was older due to her composure and beauty. But to his surprise, she clarified, she was only 18. Tooru felt a rush of relief and gratitude. He had saved someone not only beautiful and noble in demeanor, but also younger, and more vulnerable than he'd realized. Leaving her alone in that dungeon would have been unthinkable. Their conversation circled back to the anesthetic. Tooru wanted to confirm if that had been the cause of her collapse. Ria affirmed it. Nights, she explained, were frequently targeted by monsters, and she had remained conscious during the ordeal, aware of her surroundings but completely paralyzed. The memory of the dark, helpless state made her tremble. Tooru, realizing how terrifying that experience must have been, understood now why she had wet herself, a mix of fear and helplessness. Wanting to offer her some comfort, he rushed to prepare a hot bath. Ria panicked, briefly thinking that a hot bath in a dungeon would be disrespectful, but Tooru gently reassures her. The thought amused him briefly. The first person to use his new bath would be a girl, thanks to the dungeon's strange blessing. When Tooru returned from preparing the bath, he found Ria bowing deeply, her body trembling. With tears in her eyes, she apologized for the disgraceful act of wetting herself before the great sage. She found it completely unacceptable, but Tooru saw it differently. She could barely move, much less find a bathroom. It was no fault of hers. Ria tried to leap up and hug him in gratitude, but stopped midway. She realized his clothes were also wet. Tooru calmly explained it happened while carrying her back unconscious. Ria broke into tears again, mortified that she had done such a horrible thing to the great sage. To her, it was beyond rude, a deep humiliation. No one normally pees on a great sage. Tearfully, she declared that no one would ever want to marry her after such an embarrassment. Tooru, acting on impulse, replied that if no one would, he would simply take her himself. The words hung in the air for a second too long. Ria stared in astonishment while Tooru panicked internally, regretting his outburst. Flustered, he backpedaled, insisting it was a joke. Ria, regaining her composure, teased him playfully, asking if it was a good or bad joke. For Tooru, it was a situation more terrifying than any encounter in the dungeon. Now able to walk again, Ria asked for the location of the bathroom. Tooru realized she would need his guidance for even the most basic tasks in this unfamiliar world. He led her down the hallway, explaining where to remove her shoes and guiding her through the unfamiliar customs. Noticing the tightly clasped breastplate still wrapped around her torso, he offered to help remove it. Ria admitted that her arms were still weak and despite her best efforts, she couldn't remove it herself. She then asked him to unclasp it from behind. His hands trembled as he approached. Removing a girl's armor, especially from behind, was something far more nerve-wracking than any battle. With the burden of armor removed, Ria stepped into the bathroom. Her eyes widened in astonishment when she saw the bathtub. Luxurious, she thought, and worthy of nobility. She turned to Tooru with wonder, asking how a dungeon like this could contain such splendor. Tooru corrected her gently that it wasn't a dungeon, but a mansion. Still, the concept of a mansion was unfamiliar to her, so he dismissed it casually. Ria commented that only nobles or royalty had access to baths like this, and now she was certain Tooru must be of noble birth. Tooru chuckled and decided to ask if she knew what a shower was. Her puzzled face answered the question. With pride, he explained its function, attributing it to the powers of the great sage. He turned the faucet to demonstrate, letting warm water pour out. The temperature, he explained, could be adjusted to her preference. At first, Tooru did not get the same amazement Ria displayed when he showed her the bathtub. But when he sprinkled water on her to show its warmth, Ria stared in disbelief. She cannot believe there could be heat without fire. Tooru casually explained it was due to his mastery of both fire and water magic. Ria was amazed. She had heard of many battle-related artifacts, but never one designed for comfort. Ria seemed to like baths, and this childlike side of her amused Tooru. He then introduced her to another marvel of the modern bathroom, shampoo. It was a slippery, soapy liquid she had never seen before. Tooru demonstrated its use by pressing down the pump, releasing a creamy foam into his hand. It was meant to keep the hair and skin soft and clean. Ria took it eagerly, her senses immediately filled with its floral scent. Her excitement grew. Everything around her was a wonder. After giving her time to bathe, Tooru advised her to leave her used clothes just outside the polished glass door. Meanwhile, he rummaged through his belongings, looking for something she could wear. He settled on a t-shirt and jersey set, hoping they would be comfortable enough for her in the meantime. But once again, intrusive thoughts began to rise in his mind. He imagined Ria without undergarments, questioning whether he should inform her he didn't have any for her to use. For a fleeting moment, he indulged in the fantasy until a mental image of his grandmother's tearful, scolding face brought him back to reality. A short while later, Tooru approached the bathroom to check on Ria. He brought the clothes and hesitated before entering. The idea of stepping into the changing room stirred a sense of nervous excitement, but he forced himself to remain respectful. He feared that staying a moment longer would awaken the dark magician within him. Just as he was about to step away, a sudden scream pierced the air. His heart raced as he feared the worst. In his alarm, he immediately thought about the goblins and if they are capable of invading from the dungeon. He rushed into the room, only to find Rhea flustered and soaked, the shower head whipping violently in the air. She had turned the water to full pressure and set the temperature to the lowest possible setting. The unpredictable spray of cold water startled her, causing her to lose grip. Tooru sighed with relief. There were no goblins, just a case of unfamiliar plumbing. He showed her how to adjust both the water pressure and temperature to avoid another mishap. What he didn't expect was the sight of Rhea, crouched in the corner, naked and drenched. His eyes immediately turned away as he apologized profusely. He began to retreat, only for Rhea to leap up and cling to him from behind. Her body shook as she cried. The experience had terrified her. Tooru, this time, felt no excitement, but only pity. She had narrowly escaped death in the dungeon and now found herself overwhelmed by a world she didn't understand. He gently asked if she was all right. Rhea clutched him tighter, apologizing again and again. It was the most frightening moment she'd ever experienced. That shared vulnerability opened something between them, and Tooru chose not to leave her alone. With the shower pouring, their bodies and hearts were refreshed. He stayed by the bathroom door, assuring her that she was safe now, and that he would remain close by. Tooru carefully checks his surroundings, relieved to find no monsters nearby, and takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. With determination flickering in his eyes, he confidently opens his status screen, mentally preparing himself to push forward into the unknown. Despite the tension, he gathers his courage, knowing he must keep moving. Tooru excitedly watches as his status screen materializes before him, feeling a rush of amazement at seeing his stats laid out so clearly. Yet, as he reads through the numbers, a bead of sweat forms a quiet realization settling in that his beginner-level stats might not be as reassuring as he had hoped. Tooru sits quietly, recalling the conversation he had with Rhea through the bathroom door, piecing together the critical details she shared. Just as Rhea said, the dungeon connected to his room wasn't just any labyrinth. It was an underworld dungeon which was the ruins of an ancient underground city. His heart tightens as he remembers that the monsters here aren't mere nuisances. They are extremely dangerous. He realizes with growing tension that the anesthetic which struck Rhea came from a special subgroup of goblins which specialized in using blow darts, a clear sign of the lethal threats lurking below. Gripping his resolve, Tooru steels himself, fully aware that each step forward brings him closer to facing creatures far deadlier than he'd imagined. While Rhea calmly bathes, she explains without hesitation that as a knight, her nimble status is remarkably high, making her both strong and agile. She continues describing how some slimes in the dungeon flee immediately and are nearly impossible to catch, though the experience they provide is said to be quite valuable. Meanwhile, Tooru stands outside her door, overwhelmed by the boldness of her words and the casualness of the situation. His flustered reaction spills out as he stammers in disbelief, his face burning with confusion. Rhea, noticing his reaction from the other room, tilts her head slightly, puzzled as if wondering whether she had said anything strange. Tooru, shifting his attention from the fast-moving slimes that intrigued him, turned to Rhea with curiosity, wanting to understand how normal people viewed their statuses, since as a great sage, he had a special method. Rhea, surprised by the question, widened her eyes and wondered aloud if there were other ways to know your status, while clutching at her towel with a flustered expression. Rhea calmly explained that when one meditates on it, numbers should naturally float to the mind, describing it as the divine providence that God gives to all his creations. Tooru, visibly excited, exclaimed that there really was another way and eagerly urged Rhea to tell him the method she used. Rhea, still under the shower, seemed a bit surprised by his intensity, responding with a murmur as she processed his enthusiasm. The young sage realized that his status wasn't appearing because the room had a spell that restricts status checks cast on it, and Rhea, sitting relaxed in the bath, expressed her relief as she understood why. He concluded that the room followed this world's logic and rules, and confidently thought that once back in the dungeon he'll be able to find out his status. This discovery lifted a weight off his shoulders, reassuring him that it wasn't a personal failure but a restriction of place. The young sage eagerly thought that discovering his skills or affinity would truly be the best outcome. He then asked Rhea about the metal door that stood behind where she had passed out, wondering if monsters would come out if it were opened. Sitting nervously in the bath, Rhea apologized softly, explaining that right before she collapsed due to the anesthesia, she had closed that door while running from the monsters. Her explanation revealed how narrowly she had escaped danger. Tooru realized why there had been no monsters. It was just as he suspected. He informed Ria that he had left her shield back in the dungeon when he was carrying her. Determined, he decided to go retrieve it right away. Ria, looking surprised, thought that while it would be a great help, she didn't want to burden the great sage with such a task. Tooru reassured her, telling her to enjoy the bath slowly and to her heart's content. Meanwhile, he ventured into the dungeon, his main objective being to check his status. Quietly, he reminded himself that it was unnecessary to shout while doing so, while moving forward with focused intent. Tooru Suzuki carefully examined his notebook. It displayed his details. As Tooru studied the numbers, he noted that he didn't appear very strong. Yet, he reassured himself, perhaps things were like this only at the start. What truly mattered was his growth going forward. Smiling determinedly, he focused on the potential that lay ahead. After checking his stats, Tooru's attention was immediately drawn to one particular detail, the skill labeled, No Max Level Restrictions. It stood out far more than the ordinary-looking numbers on his status sheet. The idea that his level denominator was set to infinite because of this special skill filled him with renewed hope that he might one day reach his dreams. Next, he examined his MP, realizing it likely meant he could use magic. The thought alone sent a surge of excitement through him. Finally, he tested his gear, noting the reflected stats after removing his equipment. The pickaxe had an attack power of 104, and the helmet offered a defense of 21. Taking a cautious approach, Tooru crept carefully through the dungeon. Although the chance of monsters being present was low, he remained alert. After all, something could always be hiding, even under a shield. Tooru carefully approached the fallen shield, only to discover a slime creature squished beneath it. His eyes widened in shock. It was really there. Without hesitation, he raised his pickaxe high and brought it down with a sharp cry, crushing the creature in a single blow. Finally gripping the shield, Tooru felt a rush of relief mingled with lingering tension. On his way back, he glanced at his status screen, and to his astonishment, the attack on the slime had boosted his stats significantly. Tooru, panting heavily, leaned against the doorframe, thinking he was sure he'd almost died. But despite the danger, he had done it. He had killed the slime, and his level had even gone up. A grin spread across Tooru's face as the realization hit him. He, a Japanese earthling, had killed a monster and leveled up, something no other person from his world had ever done. Tooru thought to himself that his strength should have gone up as well and wondered if he should test it out. As he returned to the room, he called out to check if Ria was still in the bath. From behind the door, Ria responded warmly, welcoming Tooru back and politely asking if she could use the bath a little longer. Tooru quickly reassured her, telling her she could use it as long as she liked. Seizing the opportunity, Tooru decided to make use of the time by rummaging through a box, thinking to himself that he might as well use this chance to check his strength. He looked at the grip strength machine and decided it was time to test it out. Tooru gripped the machine and measured 44 kilograms. He exclaimed in amazement. Up until now, no matter how many times he tried, it had only gone up to 40 kilograms at most. Tooru nervously questioned if this was really happening, each STR point giving him an additional 4 kilograms of grip strength. He wondered if reaching level 10 and adding 20 more street would make his grip strength even more powerful, enough to crush apples with his bare hands. Laughing darkly to himself, he felt excited at the thought. Ria stood nearby, remarking that the clothes she wore were the ones Tooru had lent her. She found them surprisingly comfortable and asked if she looked weird wearing them. Tooru blushed, realizing just how cute she looked in his clothes. Worried by his silence, Ria asked again. Flustered, Tooru waved his hands, denying it quickly and insisting that she looked perfectly fine and that the hairstyle suited her too, desperately trying to brush off his embarrassment. Ria blushed deeply, a soft smile spreading across her face as she murmured that she was really glad. Her fingers brushed through her hair as she explained that it had come undone when she fell in the dungeon, though she usually kept it tied to keep it out of the way. Thanks to the soap Tooru had given her, her hair now felt soft and silky, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. A fleeting thought crossed Tooru's mind, an urge to lean closer and breathe in that scent. But his wandering thoughts were cut short when Ria turned to him and asked gently if he would be using the bath next. Tooru smiled and confirmed. Ria politely mentioned that she would wait in the room where she had been sleeping. She asked if she might read the great Satsuma's grimoires while she waited. Tooru, a bit confused, wondered to himself if he even had such things in his Japanese-styled room. He thought that it probably only had manga and a few thin books. Tooru suddenly let out a loud, panicked scream, his face filled with shock. Ria, startled by the commotion, looked at him with concern, wondering what had happened. Without wasting a moment, Tooru sharply instructed Ria to stay where she was, his tone firm and urgent. Though puzzled, Ria quickly obeyed, freezing in place. Tooru hurried to the nearby door, swung it open, and began pulling out a box from the shelves. His movements were quick and deliberate as he packed items one after another, clearing everything in sight with focused determination. Breathing heavily, Tooru tried to collect himself. Determined, he faced Ria and let her know he had something serious to tell her, asking for her full attention. Ria, wide-eyed, gave a small nod, agreeing to listen carefully. Tooru and Ria sat across from each other at the table, the atmosphere tense and serious. Tooru tightly clasped his hands, his expression grave as he leaned forward. What he was about to explain clearly weighed heavily on his mind. He revealed to Ria that within those books on the shelf, there existed knowledge that carried immense danger, something that could bring serious harm if read by someone unprepared or inexperienced. Across from her, Tooru leaned forward with a tense, worried expression, his hands clasped tightly. He explained that the books were not just dangerous. They were restricted materials, grimoires that were forbidden for ordinary people to read. Ria's eyes widened in shock, her face pale and a bead of sweat sliding down her cheek as realization dawned on her. She struggled to process the revelation. A heavy sense of seriousness filled the air as the weight of this truth settled between them. Ria sat nervously, guilt washing over her as she realized the gravity of what she had done. She trembled slightly, thinking to herself what a terrible thing it had been. Tooru, sitting across from her, offered a gentle reassurance, acknowledging that Ria hadn't known about the grimoire's true nature. Tooru, however, firmly cautioned her she should never touch those books again, especially if she were to be transported somewhere beyond his sight. Ria quickly nodded in agreement, her voice rising in a surprised but earnest yes. Inside, Tooru felt relieved, grateful for Ria's honesty. He reminded himself that this warning was for both their sakes. Ria hesitated for a moment before politely asking if she could pose a question. Tooru, slightly flustered, encouraged her to go ahead, though a nervous thought crossed his mind. Surely, she wouldn't be asking about the naked girls on the covers. Ria gathered her courage and asked about the bath water, admitting it might be a little late to bring it up. She wondered if it was truly all right to use so much, given how precious a resource it must be. Tooru quickly reassured her, explaining that the water came from an underground source. Internally, he admitted it was only half true, but close enough. Still uneasy, Ria politely asked if she could have just one glass of that same water to drink. Tooru noticed she wasn't carrying anything with her and realized how thirsty she must be. Thoughtful, he reflected on how valuable drinking water would be in a dungeon. With an encouraging smile, he assured her it was perfectly fine to drink it. Tooru suddenly stood up with an idea, declaring that he knew what to do. Instead of offering Ria plain water, he moved quickly to the refrigerator, opening it, and searching inside, determined to find a better alternative. Ria sat at the table, eyes wide with curiosity as she stared at the unfamiliar drinks laid out before her. She wondered softly what they were. Tooru patiently explained, pointing to each one in turn. First was milk. Ria recognized it immediately, nodding with a small, confident smile. Next, he introduced the red tea, expecting she might not know it, but Ria quickly remarked that she did, calling it an incredibly luxurious item. Finally, Tooru presented the last beverage, cola. As he expected, Ria admitted she had no idea what it was. Ria carefully examined the glass, asking if it was truly something she could drink. She marveled at how generous Tooru was, offering her such precious drinks. Tooru reassured her, telling her it was fine and asking only that she share her thoughts about them later. With that, he excused himself and went on his way to take a bath. After finishing his bath, Tooru stretched, feeling the comforting warmth clinging to his skin. A wave of refreshment washed over him as he stepped out, drying his hair with a towel. His mind wandered briefly to the bath Ria had used earlier, a faint trace of her presence still lingering. He realized, with a small jolt, that so much had happened that evening he had completely forgotten to prepare dinner. Moving quietly toward the living area, Tooru spotted Ria seated at the table. She cradled a cup in both hands, bringing it carefully to her lips. A soft, flustered sound escaped her, and a pink flush colored her cheeks, betraying how unfamiliar yet curious she was about the drink. Observing her reaction, Tooru couldn't help but smile inwardly. She must be hungry too, he thought. The idea nudged at him. Maybe he should head to the kitchen and whip up something for both of them. As Ria lifted the glass to her lips, a puzzled expression crossed her face. Noticing her hesitation, Tooru offered a gentle smile, wordlessly assuring her that she didn't have to finish it if she disliked the taste. But Ria, resolute, refused to back down. She wasn't a child who couldn't handle her medicine. Determination flickered in her eyes as she resolved to drink every last drop, unwilling to waste the precious beverage offered to her. Tooru quietly agreed that cola did taste a bit like medicine, which only deepened Ria's confusion. She couldn't understand how it wasn't some sort of medicine. After all, the moment she drank it, the lingering numbness in her arms and legs began to fade almost instantly. Tooru waved his hands with a nervous smile, trying to brush off the moment. The last thing he wanted was for Ria to start doubting his identity again. Ria sipped the cola thoughtfully, nodding to herself in silent approval. Indeed, the great sage's artifacts were truly remarkable. The anesthetic she had been given would normally require at least a mid-level dispelling technique to fully heal. Yet this mysterious cola had worked instantly. She marveled at its potency. That made Tooru wonder if cola might actually count as a kind of panacea in this world, and a surprisingly strong one at that. If that were true, perhaps other foods might also possess special properties. Curious, he found himself asking what adventurers usually ate in dungeons. Ria's expression turned wistful as she recalled her usual meals. Bread as hard as stone and small bits of white-fleshed fish, pickled in salt. Though she was always grateful for any food she could find, the taste was far from pleasant. She often soaked her meals in soup just to make them edible, though even then, it was hardly appetizing. Tooru felt a pang of pity. She really had it rough in her world. Ria closed her eyes, softly inhaling the air. A pleasant scent drifted through the room, something unfamiliar, yet strangely comforting. Opening her eyes, she watched curiously as Tooru moved about in the kitchen, his motions practiced and sure. He invited her to join him for dinner, thinking with quiet pride that cooking was one of his strong points. Tooru actually worked part-time for a living in the kitchen of a family restaurant, an experience that gave him confidence in his ability to prepare a proper meal. Seeing Ria's hesitation, Tooru spoke in a light, teasing tone, warning her not to be discourteous and to eat so she could get well. Cutting her off mid-sentence, he added that he had already started cooking 2 portions and that he wouldn't be able to eat comfortably in front of someone who was famished. Ria hesitated briefly, feeling uneasy about eating in front of someone so generous. She excused herself for a moment and returned, carefully holding out gold and silver coins, showing them to Tooru. She understood she might not be able to repay his kindness right away, but this was the best she could offer for now. Panicking slightly, Tooru hurried to assure Ria that she didn't need to pay him, but she immediately objected, unwilling to accept such generosity. Realizing he needed a convincing reason to refuse her payment, Tooru quickly improvised. He claimed that, as the great sage, he was hardly short on money. However, since he lived in seclusion deep beneath the dungeon, he would require a different kind of payment instead, information about what was happening above ground. Ria frowned, thinking that wasn't a fair trade. In response, Tooru adjusted his request, asking for her help in creating an artifact. In truth, the so-called artifact was nothing more than a bed that needed assembling. Ria, hearing this, agreed readily enough, though she admitted with a touch of embarrassment that she was short on money at the moment. Tooru reassured her that this arrangement suited them both perfectly. Though she still felt the weight of the favor, Ria accepted, thanking him warmly as she held the dish he handed her. Together, they settled into a quiet, comfortable understanding. Tooru set the dishes on the table and announced that dinner was done. Ria's eyes widened in awe at the sight before her. The meal looked wonderfully appetizing, so neatly arranged and fragrant that she couldn't believe he had prepared an intricate meal so quickly. The rich aroma filled the room, and her admiration for the great sage deepened even further. To Tooru, however, it was nothing elaborate. He had only made something simple, a premium hamburger steak, microwavable rice with a few personal touches, and a salad he had thrown together. He thought to himself that he'd been quite hungry too, so he had prepared everything in a rush. Her stomach growled loudly, making Tooru laugh warmly. He told her they should go ahead and eat. As Ria sat down, she hesitated, unsure of how to eat the hamburger steak. Tooru gently explained that she could cut it with a knife and simply put it into her mouth. Ria blushed slightly, determined to figure it out, while Tooru watched with a smile. Tooru patiently demonstrated to Ria how to cut the fried egg on top of the dish, showing her how the yolk and sauce would mix together to enhance the flavor. Ria, though hesitant at first, followed his example carefully, cutting into the meal and trying a small bite. The moment Ria took her first bite, her face lit up with pure delight. The flavor was far beyond anything she had imagined, rich, comforting, and perfectly satisfying. Her hunger, which had gnawed at her all day, made every mouthful taste even better. With an almost childlike joy, she admitted it was the first time she had ever eaten something so delicious. Tooru watched her with a soft, amused smile. He brushed off her enthusiastic reaction, thinking it was probably just because she was starving, but even so, he couldn't help feeling pleased that she genuinely enjoyed his cooking. Meanwhile, Ria was completely swept up in the experience. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed that every word she'd said was true. Even back when she lived in the mansion, she had never tasted anything like this, and that simple admission warmed Tooru's heart. His spirits lifted. He was reminded that sharing a meal with someone made the food taste better, far more enjoyable than eating alone. Ria's words, her smile, and her joy made him feel something he hadn't in a long time. That is, being genuinely appreciated. As they finished their meal, Tooru gently asked Ria if she could now tell him about the events happening above ground, wanting to understand what had been going on outside during his time secluded. Ria nodded, ready to share what she knew as they settled in for conversation. He brought out a tray of after-meal desserts, small tea cakes to complete the dinner. Ria's curiosity sparked when she saw them. Her eyes lit up with interest. Once everything was set, Ria happily declared how delicious the food was, adding that her body felt lighter, as though her burdens had lifted. She wondered aloud if the meal might be another kind of artifact with special effects, just like the cola she had drunk earlier. Though the boost felt temporary, she noted that it was as if her HP and MP had increased. Tooru was taken aback. It really did feel like living inside a game. The idea that food could grant status boosts fascinated him. Ria, noticing his sudden excitement, added softly that while she wasn't sure if the effects would appear on her status panel, it did seem like his cooking functioned as a kind of artifact. Tooru let out a nervous laugh and made a mental note to confirm it in the dungeon later. Curiosity bubbling within him, he felt eager to experiment further and buy some things before going to bed. Turning to Ria, he suggested that they go out for a bit. Ria sat quietly, surprised and uncertain about what he wanted them to do. Tooru quickly realized she was confused. After all, she still believed they were inside the dungeon. What puzzled him was how Ria, after spending so much time in his Japanese-style room, hadn't noticed anything beyond the windows. Wanting to confirm his suspicion, Tooru called her over, gently taking her hand and leading her toward the corner of the room. Ria followed, still perplexed, as he gestured toward the wall and asked what she thought of it. Studying the window before her, Ria admired the craftsmanship. To her, the effort it must have taken to install glass inside a dungeon was trendy. She concluded that the great sage must have wanted to see the dungeon wall. Tooru, however, frowned. That wasn't right. Outside should have been a view of bustling Japan. His mind raced as he tried to piece it together and wondered why she could only see a wall. He leaned closer to the window to examine it, and as he did, his body seemed to pass through it effortlessly. Ria gasped in astonishment, stepping back as wonder filled her face. To her, it had to be some sort of powerful enchantment that allowed passage through solid walls. For Tooru, though, the strangeness of it all sank in. Whatever was happening, it was beyond logic. Some mysterious connection between his apartment and the dungeon world had taken shape, and it intrigued him to no end. Tooru returned, stepping through the window that connected to Tachikawa City. He called out softly, announcing his return after going shopping alone, as he hadn't been able to figure out a way to bring Ria outside with him. Dropping the grocery bag onto the table, Tooru wondered aloud if Ria might be in the washroom. As he walked further inside, he looked around curiously, noticing Ria by the laundry room, and questioned in his mind what she was doing there. Tooru entered and found Ria sitting on the floor, carefully doing the laundry by hand. She looked up at him with a calm smile, explaining that she was simply taking care of the laundry. Tooru observed quietly, noting to himself how, even in this situation, Ria hand-washed her undergarments, something that felt natural for someone from a medieval world. He mulled over that thought, realizing it made sense given her background. Ria, sensing his gaze, glanced up and softly asked if he had said something, snapping Tooru out of his internal monologue. Tooru, noticing Ria at the laundry, gently asked what she was using to wash the clothes. Ria, slightly nervous, admitted she had been using body soap, wondering if that was wrong. Tooru reassured her, explaining that he actually had a special artifact meant for laundry purposes, the washing machine, and that it was fine. Ria apologized quietly, but Tooru told her not to worry. She then uncomfortably asked if he had anything to dry the clothes with, and he quickly offered to bring it to her. Tooru returned shortly after, holding out a drying rack and offering it to her, but he froze midway. Something had bothered him. Ria, holding up the wet laundry with a slightly puzzled look, seemed unaware of his hesitation. That was when he noticed it. The boxers she was holding were his. A flush of embarrassment spread across his face as Ria smiled brightly, completely at ease. She had apparently found a few items in the laundry basket that seemed to belong to him and had included them in the wash. To her, they were simply part of the laundry. Though flustered, Tooru couldn't bring himself to be upset. Despite the awkwardness, Ria had taken the time to hand wash even his clothes with care, thanking him as though he had done her a favor. Her simple sincerity left him momentarily speechless, caught between mortification and quiet gratitude. As the laundry was set to dry, Ria suddenly asked Tooru if he had rags and olive oil. Confused but curious, Tooru responded that he did and asked what she planned to use them for. Calmly, Ria explained it was for armor maintenance, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Tooru approached and handed over the bottle, asking if it was all right, and Ria thanked him politely. Then, she quietly sat on the floor, carefully polishing her armor with the rags and olive oil Tooru had provided. As he watched her, Tooru thought to himself that he had originally wanted her help setting up the bed, but seeing how focused she was, he didn't want to disturb her. Resigned, Tooru decided he would handle the bed setup alone. Even though the instructions recommended assembling it with 2 or more people, he figured it would work out somehow. With determination, he moved toward the pieces, ready to tackle the task by himself. Tooru struggled alone with the bed pieces, soon realizing the task was far more difficult than he had anticipated. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wrestled with the heavy parts, frustration mounting. Just then, Ria noticed his efforts and approached, curious about what he was doing. Seeing his struggle, she joined in to help, and together, they managed to assemble the bed. Once the bed was complete, Ria eagerly sat down, testing the mattress by bouncing lightly on it. She was delighted by the firmness and impressed by how much more comfortable it felt compared to the feather bedding she was used to. Satisfied with their accomplishment, Tooru decided it was time to call it a day and rest. Tooru and Ria debated where each of them would sleep. Though Tooru offered to sleep on the tatami mat, wanting Ria to take the bed, Ria's insistence and stubbornness overwhelmed him. In the end, Tooru found himself reluctantly agreeing to sleep on the bed while Ria settled comfortably on the tatami. Before turning off the lights, Ria calmly prepared to sleep, referring to the light switch as the brightness artifact. Just as she was about to settle in, she seemed to hesitate, as though wanting to ask something, but chose instead to hold back. With quiet composure, she wished Tooru good night. Tooru lay in bed, rolling over restlessly. Sleep wouldn't come, and he wondered if it was because he had given his pillow to Ria. Even with the lights off, he noticed a faint movement near the door. Ria quietly approached, clutching the pillow to her chest. Seeing her, Tooru froze, uncertain of her intentions. Sensing his unease, Ria softly extended the pillow toward him, as if realizing he might need it back. Tooru blinked in surprise as she handed it over, explaining gently that she did not need to use it. Reluctantly, he accepted it, but then noticed she was shivering. Flustered, he hurried to reassure her, explaining that the mattress artifact was in fact designed to help people sleep comfortably. Feeling pity for her, he offered that they sleep in it together. Ria hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. The thought of sharing the same bed left Tooru completely unsettled, yet he had no other choice. Under the blanket, Ria gently snuggled closer, and a quiet tension filled the space between them. For a moment, neither moved. Then Tooru noticed her hands trembling. Reaching out, he took her hand in his. Ria stiffened, her heart racing as his fingers brushed against hers. Slowly, she intertwined her fingers, the warmth of her touch sending a soft current through him. Without a word, she gave his hand a gentle squeeze, a silent gesture that spoke more than words ever could. Ria lay beside Tooru, her hand gently clasping his. She softly whispered that it was warm and not scary, a fragile comfort she hadn't expected to find. Tooru smiled faintly, quietly expressing that he was glad. A look of gratitude brightened Ria's face as she whispered her thanks, her cheeks faintly flushed. And just like that, the night transformed into something unexpectedly gentle and wonderful for them both. Morning light gently streamed through the window as Tooru stirred in bed, still half lost in sleep. Beside him, Ria lay close, her soft presence calm and peaceful. As Tooru opened his eyes, Ria greeted him with a serene and affectionate gaze, making the room feel warm and tender. For a moment, Tooru's mind floated in a dreamy haze, unsure if he had truly awakened or was still lost in a dream. But then, a sudden realization hit him with full force. He had spent the entire night sleeping beside Ria, sharing the same bed. A wave of panic surged through Tooru, his heart pounding from the sudden intimacy, an unfamiliar closeness that left him completely unprepared. Startled, he jolted upright with a gasp, his face flushed with embarrassment and disbelief. Ria's expression shifted instantly to concern as she asked if he was all right. Flustered, Tooru quickly apologized and hastily came up with an excuse. He explained that, as a great sage, lingering trauma from the world's prejudice and wars sometimes caused him to react that way. Though his voice trembled slightly, he insisted he was fine now. Tooru reflected on everything that had happened the day before. His mind replayed the surreal chain of events, how he had discovered that his front door was now connected to a mysterious dungeon. He vividly recalled encountering a slime, managing to defeat it, and even leveling up, a realization that filled him with both excitement and disbelief. So many unexpected things had happened that his world now felt completely turned upside down. And now, on top of it all, a Bishijo knight from another world was staying in his home. He still had no idea what to do about the situation, but for the moment, he decided to simply let things be. With a gentle smile, he suggested they share breakfast, and Ria accepted with quiet grace. After waking up, Tooru and Ria began unpacking and having breakfast together, with Tooru quietly feeling bad about making Ria help him out. Ria, however, firmly stated that since she was now under Tooru's care, helping was only natural, something she accepted without hesitation. While they were unpacking, Tooru's curiosity got the better of him. He asked about the dragon kin, wondering if they still lived near the volcanoes. There were so many things he wanted to know, about the demi-humans that often appeared in fantasy worlds, like elves and dwarves. Ria responded thoughtfully, explaining that dragon kin rarely appeared among humans, so she couldn't say for certain. When Tooru asked which demi-humans were currently friendly toward humans, Ria paused to recall what she knew. She explained that elves and feline-type beast folk were generally amicable when humans entered their forests. Tooru could barely contain his excitement upon hearing that elves truly existed, and the mention of cat-beast people only fueled his fascination further. Both were equally incredible to him, like dreams from his favorite stories come to life. Ria suddenly announced with excitement that she had found some data on elves, her eyes bright with curiosity. Tooru, intrigued, leaned closer and softly asked what she meant. Ria picked up the material and began flipping through it, marveling at how rare it was to find an illustration depicting an elf in combat with a tentacle monster. She politely asked if she could take a closer look. A jolt of panic shot through Tooru as realization struck. His face turned crimson as he recognized exactly what kind of material she was holding. In a flurry of movement, he rushed forward and slammed the door shut, his expression flushed and frantic as he scrambled to hide the evidence before Ria could see any more. Tooru wiped sweat from his brow, realizing how dangerous that was. Exasperated, he explained it was one of those forbidden grimoires. He nervously muttered to himself about how there were probably other treasures scattered and mixed into all those cardboard boxes. He turned to Ria and suggested they take a break. Ria cheerfully agreed, ready to relax. As they sat at the table, Tooru noticed how much Ria seemed to enjoy the cola. She confirmed, explaining that once someone got used to the fizz and sweetness, it became quite addictive. Smiling, Tooru assured her that she could have seconds if she liked. He then shifted the conversation, noting how there seemed to be a wide variety of monsters within the dungeon. Curious, he asked Ria whether any particularly dangerous types of slimes had been appearing recently. Ria thoughtfully considered the question, sipping her drink as she explained. She listed the more dangerous types of slimes, the purple poison slimes that carried potent toxins and the dirty yellow acid slimes that spat corrosive substances. These, she said, were the most hazardous kind she knew of. She then remarked that someone like the great sage would surely know more about them. Tooru, however, admitted sheepishly that he hadn't fought any monsters recently due to his long period of seclusion. Ria accepted his explanation without question, nodding in quiet understanding. After finishing their discussion about monsters, the two returned to sorting things together. Suddenly, Ria let out an excited yelp. Tooru froze, his eyes widening in alarm, immediately fearing she might have stumbled upon more of his hidden data. Excitedly, Ria held up the outfits she had found, her face glowing as she called them really cute clothes. She proudly displayed cosplay bloomers and swimsuits, completely unaware of Tooru's growing embarrassment. Tilting her head in innocent curiosity, she wondered aloud if these items might also be dangerous. Tooru, flustered and red-faced, insisted to himself that wasn't the case at all. The truth was far less noble. He had seen those outfits at Don Quixote the day before and bought them, believing they might possess special effects when used inside the dungeon, just like the food. He had also reasoned that they could serve as replacements for Ria's worn-out clothes, and even her underwear. And absolutely not, he reminded himself, not because he wanted to see her in revealing outfits. Ria curiously examined the unfamiliar clothes, turning them over in her hands as she wondered if they were artifacts she had never encountered before. She asked if they were meant for female use. Tooru, beads of sweat trickling down his temple in embarrassment, hastily explained that he occasionally received requests for women's clothing and that, if she wanted, she could have them as a present. Bright-eyed and excited, Ria eagerly asked if that was truly all right and whether she could try them on immediately, expressing her gratitude with unrestrained enthusiasm. Without hesitation, she headed off to the changing room, clutching the outfits tightly in her arms. Tooru stood frozen, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. Realization struck. Ria was about to change into bloomers right there, in his own apartment. He remained rooted to the spot, stunned and overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation unfolding before him. As Ria stepped out of the changing room wearing the bloomers, her cheeks were faintly flushed with innocent curiosity. She looked toward Tooru, silently seeking his opinion, wondering if the outfit suited her. Tooru stood speechless, his gaze faltering as words failed him. The snug fit of the bloomers accentuated Ria's figure. The curve of her hips carried a healthy roundness, while the fabric pressing softly against her thighs formed an image that made his thoughts wander and imagine a lap pillow. His mind drifted between relaxation and embarrassment as he realized he had accidentally voiced his thoughts aloud. Ria echoed his words in innocent confusion, repeating the part about a pillow, which sent Tooru into a quiet panic. Flustered, he hurried to brush it off, instead complimenting her by saying the outfit suited her well. Inwardly, he was oddly grateful, silently thanking the strange fusion of mansion and dungeon, his so-called mansion, for bestowing such an unexpected and bewildering gift. Ria smiled softly, mentioning that her undergarments would dry soon and that she wouldn't stay cool like this for long, clearly enjoying her new bloomers far more than Tooru had anticipated. As the evening settled in, the two sat together at the table. After completing the first stage of their packing and enjoying dinner, Tooru turned to Ria, curious about her plans moving forward. Tooru asked why she couldn't return to the surface right away, and Ria softly explained that, a while back, she had been exploring the dungeon with her comrades, but they had become separated and lost her sword in the process. Listening intently, Tooru realized that even if Ria herself hadn't noticed it, the incident had likely left her with lingering trauma. He now understood why she hesitated to go back alone. Ria then confessed that she had been holding onto the faint hope of encountering other adventurers who might come to this mansion while exploring the dungeon. Her voice trembled slightly as she asked whether it would trouble Tooru if she stayed with him until then. With gentle reassurance, Tooru replied that, as the great sage, he saw no problem with it at all. She could stay as long as she liked, even forever, if she wished. Ria expressed that she was glad but needed to return to the surface one day. Hesitating, she quietly wondered if she could come meet Tooru-sama at this house again. Tooru, flustered but happy, quickly assured her she could come anytime, and he would be happy to welcome her. Happily, Ria asked for permission to take a bath, and Tooru readily agreed. Now left alone, he tried to gather his thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself and began to plan his next move. While Ria was in the bath, he decided to take another look around the dungeon. As he wandered, he noted how strangely quiet it was. No signs of monsters anywhere. Even the thought of encountering goblins no longer worried him. The silence, though eerie, brought a sense of calm he hadn't felt before. According to what Ria had explained, monsters generally didn't appear suddenly in rooms that seemed empty. Yet it baffled Tooru that a slime had shown up in the very room he had checked and confirmed to be clear. He pondered this while recalling what he knew about slimes, that they started no bigger than an eraser and gradually grew large enough to attack humans. The smaller ones usually fled on sight, so the slime that had appeared must have been hiding beneath the shield, growing unnoticed until it reached that size. He decided to fulfill what he originally had in mind, to test out the special effects that food from his world might have, having brought various types just for this. With determination, Tooru dug into his supplies, ready to begin his next experiment. From his tests, Tooru concluded that food from his world possessed the ability to boost individual statuses, increasing them by approximately 50%. He had already identified several effects. Cheese sausages boosted strength, salad increased MP, and potato chips enhanced nimbleness. Some foods offered no boosts at all, while others acted as recovery items or amplified previously enhanced stats. Reviewing his current status panel, Tooru noted with fascination that there seemed to be no maximum level restriction for his skill. To test the practical effects of these boosts, he picked up a grip strength measurement device. As he squeezed the handle, his eyes widened in astonishment. His theory was correct. The boosted stats were directly influencing his physical abilities, exactly as he had calculated. Fueled by determination, Tooru felt a renewed desire to grow even stronger. He moved cautiously through the quiet corridor, wondering if any more slimes might still be lurking nearby, though he suspected the area was now clear. Tooru spotted a slime in the dungeon, a small one. He knew that defeating it would yield very little experience due to its size. However, he reasoned that because of its small stature, it might not be a threat. He decided to take care of it until it grew bigger, planning to defeat it once it would offer a worthwhile reward. There was also a possibility it might multiply, which intrigued him. He had been considering whether he could breed monsters and use them to level up more efficiently. Back in his kitchen, Tooru placed the slime inside a clear container, added some water and vegetable scraps, and poked a few small holes for air. His setup was complete. Like a careful researcher, he leaned in to observe the slime closely. Its pale white color indicated that it wasn't dangerous, unlike the purple or dirty yellow variants, which were known to be hazardous. Concluding that this type was harmless by nature, he figured it would be safe enough to keep the creature contained in a box for now. Tooru looked at the slime inside its container and noticed how cute it was starting to appear. He wondered if he could manage to keep other creatures besides this slime. He considered the situation carefully. Given Ria's recent experience of being attacked in the dungeon, she was likely still fearful of monsters. The thought of her discovering the slime in his possession made him uneasy. Then panic struck. Ria was probably done with her bath by now. He had to hide the slime quickly. Frantically scanning the room, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. If he concealed the slime inside a box of arrow books, his so-called forbidden grimoires, Ria would never think to check it out of embarrassment. It was, he thought, the perfect hiding place. Not only would she avoid it entirely, but he'd also have extra motivation to keep a close eye on it himself. With determination, Tooru placed the slime's container into a box, telling it with a grin to stay there for a while reading forbidden grimoires. Confident in his plan, he sealed up the hiding spot. Tooru stood frozen as Ria approached, asking if something was wrong. Startled, he quickly replied that nothing was the matter. Ria smiled gently and informed him that the bath was now free, inviting him to go ahead. Grateful, Tooru thanked her and hurried away. Later, while soaking in the bath, Tooru let his thoughts wander. He questioned whether keeping something from another world, like the slime, here on Earth was truly a good idea. If Ria were to discover it, things could become troublesome. Resolved, Tooru decided that once he finished, he would move the slime back to the dungeon. With that thought, he stood up from the bath, determined to follow through. Tooru noticed something odd. One side of the slime's container lock was open. He wondered if he had forgotten to close it. Carefully, he lifted the container from its hiding place. Ria, noticing Tooru, asked if he was going somewhere. Smiling, Tooru explained that he was heading to the dungeon for a while and assured her he'd be right back. Once inside the dungeon, Tooru gently spoke to the slime, apologizing but telling it that it would need to stay there for now. He promised to bring it tastier food and a larger tank soon, asking it to behave itself in the meantime. Tooru returned home, greeted by Ria, who asked what he had gone out to do. Casually, Tooru said it was nothing major and then asked if Ria had seen any white slimes in the dungeon. Ria, surprised, remarked that she had heard white slimes were extinct, as no one had seen any in the past 20 years. Tooru realized in shock that the slime he had found was an extremely rare one. Deciding that if it wouldn't attack humans, he could safely keep it in his room, Tooru prepared to head out to the dungeon again. Ria, a bit concerned, told him to be careful. Back in the dungeon, Tooru noticed something strange. The Tupperware containing the white slime was wide open, and the slime itself was missing. Confused and alarmed, Tooru looked around, trying to figure out where it had gone. As Tooru explored deeper into the dungeon, his eyes caught something unusual, a Kokwon Miru figurine. He reached out to touch it, surprised at how slippery and soft it felt. The texture fascinated him, making him momentarily forget his surroundings. He examined the figurine closely, puzzled as to why something like this would be in the dungeon. Perhaps it had gotten caught in his clothes and fallen without him noticing. But then again, he couldn't remember ever buying this particular figurine. Searching his memory, he found no reason it should be there at all and safely placed it in his pocket. After a few minutes of searching, Tooru sighed. There was no sign of the white slime anywhere. It had completely disappeared. Instead, he had come across a small, light blue slime. It wasn't nearly as cute or special as the white one, but with no other options, Tooru reluctantly decided to keep it. Even as he made the decision, he still questioned whether this was the right thing to do. As Tooru examined the small slime, it suddenly bit his finger, startling him. He frowned, realizing that the little creature wasn't cute at all, at least not yet. He decided he would keep it only until it grew bigger. Later, when Tooru returned home, Ria greeted him warmly, noting that he had taken his time. He explained that his return had been delayed because he'd gotten caught up researching a forbidden grimoire. Placing the Kokwon Miru figurine carefully on the table, Tooru ran his fingers over its surface, admiring the smooth, pleasant texture. His thoughts then drifted to the slime he had spent so long searching for. Tomorrow, he resolved, he would finally test what the light blue slime was capable of. That night, Tooru called out, asking Ria if they should get ready to sleep soon. But as they lay under the covers, Tooru found himself wide awake, unable to fall asleep. Ria, on the other hand, was already peacefully asleep beside him. Even though it was fine, Tooru reminded himself that Ria was still afraid of sleeping alone. As a result, they ended up sharing the bed once again. This time, however, Ria, dressed in bloomers, made things especially difficult for him. His heart pounded uncontrollably as her bare legs brushed lightly against him, sending his thoughts spiraling. Despite trying to calm himself, he couldn't stop thinking how he wished he'd worn something different, perhaps shorts, or even capris, anything to make the situation less awkward. No matter how hard he tried, sleep wouldn't come. Then, he noticed something strange. Ria was standing by the bed, smiling with a faint, unsettling malice. Confusion gripped him, because right beside him, Ria was also fast asleep. A sudden chill ran through him as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. There were two Rias, one sleeping peacefully, and one standing before him, smiling in the dim light. Tooru's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the impossible sight before him. Chapter 6. Tooru lay in bed, wide-eyed and confused. Startled from sleep, he froze as Ria stood close, as if she were on top of him. His heart raced in confusion, unable to grasp what was happening. His mind spun in disbelief. Beside him, Ria slept peacefully, yet before him stood the same girl, proud and unyielding. The sight defied reason, leaving him confused and disturbed. Yet something was clearly off. Before him stood Ria, impossibly small, standing on the bed like a tiny, lifelike doll. Tooru could only stare in shock, his mind reeling. Tooru's heart pounded wildly in his chest as he tried to make sense of what was happening. Surely, he thought, this had to be a dream. He had to still be asleep. The tiny figure tilted her head, puzzled by Tooru's shock. She spoke innocently, unaware of his panic, believing her new form would be the body her master likes. Still confused, Tooru asked who this small girl was, but she only stared at him, asking again if this wasn't what he liked. She seemed to assess whether her body suited Tooru's tastes, unsure about his panicked reaction. As if that weren't shocking enough, she added that everything beneath her clothes was the same, then calmly began lowering her underpants, utterly unfazed. Tooru's eyes bulged, his face turning bright red in panic. His entire body jolted with alarm as he let out a loud, panicked scream, flailing back in sheer embarrassment as the small girl completely exposed herself. Conscious of his noise, Tooru grabbed the tiny figure to conceal her, as it squirmed in his grasp. His shout woke the real Ria beside him, who blinked in confusion, leaving him to stammer an awkward apology for the noise. Tooru forced a strained smile, pretending to recall a grand tale of being taken to deal with the fifth magic catastrophe. His excuse was clumsy, a desperate cover to mask the panic that still lingered in his voice. Despite the confusion, Ria smiled gently. She reached out to reassure him, her presence comforting. She reminded Tooru, silently through her actions, that she was right there beside him now and that he could relax. Eventually, Ria sang softly at his side, her gentle voice lulling Tooru into peaceful sleep. As Ria slept soundly, Tooru quietly slipped out of bed. Clutching the tiny figure in his hands, he moved cautiously toward the door, careful not to wake her from her peaceful rest. Tooru sat by the kitchen, watching the tiny version of Ria stir slightly, her small body wriggling adorably. But then, her expression shifted. She looked up at him with watery eyes, a slight quiver in her voice, silently asking if this form wasn't to his liking. Embarrassed and desperate to calm her, he awkwardly asked her to cover herself, his face burning with panic. Holding the tiny girl carefully in his palms, Tooru hesitated as realization struck. His voice trembled, suspecting what she truly was, while she calmly confirmed his unspoken thought. With teary eyes, the tiny girl revealed her truth. She was the white slime. Her voice trembled as she insisted she wasn't a bad slime, trying to reassure him. Tooru stood frozen, unsure whether to be amazed or terrified by her innocence. Overwhelmed by tears, the tiny slime girl began to cry uncontrollably. Panicked, Tooru tried to calm her down, finally realizing she was the same white slime he had met before. Through her sniffles, The small Ria explained that she had transformed into the bloomers wearing Ria because Tooru had once said he liked it. She thought this form would be the best to please him. Tooru looked down at the small figure in his hand and hesitantly asked why she thought he was her master. The tiny Ria answered brightly, explaining that Tooru was the first human she had ever seen. That was why she called him master. Tooru was caught off guard, wondering if it was just like baby chicks imprinting on the first thing they saw. He thought whether it was really affection or just because he'd given her food or attention. But Ria smiled warmly, her eyes shining as she corrected his doubts. It wasn't just that. She really liked her master. The slime explained that thinking about him made her feel warm inside, ready to do anything for him. Tooru's heart skipped as he saw her earnest face and her resemblance to Ria. Despite himself, he found her irresistibly cute, before reminding himself she was still a slime. Tooru hesitantly asked if the slime was female. The slime paused thoughtfully and explained that, as a slime, she didn't have a gender. There was no distinction between female or male for her kind. Tooru acknowledged the point, but before he could process it further, it bounced off towards the floor. The slime warned him to bear with something, mentioning it might be a bit ticklish. Suddenly, Tooru felt a strange sensation. His eyes widened in surprise as he realized there was a slime wriggling its way up from his feet. Shocked and flustered, he let out a startled sound, arms flailing as he tried to figure out what was happening. Tooru froze as the small slime slipped under his clothes. He stiffened, feeling it move into a sensitive area, panic flashing across his face as he realized where it was going. His heart pounded as the slime continued its movements, shifting and sliding, its texture sending ticklish sensations through him, until the slime finally popped out and landed on the floor with a soft bounce. Breathless and flushed, Tooru stumbled backward, the moment clearly overwhelming him. The slime paused, apologizing softly as it explained that all it did was a quick scan, leaving Tooru baffled as to what that even meant. The slime slowly retracted, reshaping itself before his eyes. Transforming once more, it took on Ria's familiar, girl-like form. Then it began to undress again, leaving Tooru furious as he scolded it to stop, shielding his eyes. But his curiosity prompted him to peek. Tooru's eyes widened in sheer panic as he stared at the slime girl in front of him. His mind reeled when he realized that it was Ria's body with male parts, down to the most embarrassing details. His face flushed deep red as he let out a strangled scream, completely overwhelmed by the awkwardness of the situation. His scream startled the real Ria, who burst into the room in a panic, frantically asking Tooru what had happened. Tooru scrambled for an excuse. Flustered, he claimed he'd been dreaming about stopping a super magic reactor and hadn't realized he was sleepwalking, all while hoping Ria wouldn't notice his unease. Seeing him trembling, Ria smiled gently and held his hands, assuring him it was all right. Believing he was frightened by a dream, she offered to stay beside him through the night to ease his fear. Although flustered, Tooru couldn't argue, and soon they both lay under the same blanket. As usual, Ria drifted off to sleep first, her peaceful face glowing under the dim light. A few minutes later, as the room quieted, Tooru tiptoed out again, cautious not to wake Ria. He then spoke to the slime, who revealed that as a slime, she could take on both male and female traits, a revelation that left Tooru pleading for her to stick to just one gender. The slime girl agreed and sat confidently before Tooru, smiling brightly as she promised to follow all her master's orders. She added that by eating human food, she could grow to human size and help fulfill even more of her master's wishes, even the darker ones. Tooru, flustered, tried to deflect, unsure how to handle her enthusiasm. He questioned why she was so devoted, but the slime girl only beamed in response, emphasizing that helping her master was her purpose. She began to explain the history of the white slimes, once a tribe that lived in harmony with humans, mimicking those they loved and being taken care of like that was their lifestyle. But as time passed, their abilities to transform and to love became dangerous bait for bad humans, and some people started exploiting them, driving them deep into dungeons where they hid to escape mistreatment. The slime girl said she never believed humans were bad and defied that belief by leaving her friends and climbed the dungeon. Tooru listened and gleefully realized he was the first person she'd met. Beaming with joy, she expressed how happy she was to have met Tooru-sama. He, feeling a bit awkward, reminded her that he wasn't originally from that world. Tooru suddenly had an idea. Perhaps he could make use of the slime's ability to change form when it grows. Deciding on the spot, he resolved to give it plenty of food so it could help him in many ways. He then asked the slime what food it liked. The slime girl cheerfully replied that all human food tasted delicious, while the adults said every dish was nutritious. Tooru reflected on how the slimes learned and shared knowledge among themselves, then decided to prepare it a proper meal. The slime girl bit eagerly into the food, her face lighting up with pleasure as she savored the taste. She thought to herself how incredibly delicious it was, far better than anything she was used to. Tooru, watching her with curiosity, wondered aloud what she usually ate. The slime girl cheerfully explained that she typically fed on dungeon moss and the corpses of monsters, although, she admitted thoughtfully, there usually wasn't much left on the monster corpses by the time she reached them. Hearing this, Tooru smiled softly, realizing why the simple meal he provided felt so extraordinary to her. The slime girl nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with delight as she continued to enjoy her food. Seeing how the slime girl had trouble lifting the fork, Tooru gently suggested that the slime girl could switch back to her slime form if eating in her human shape was too difficult. The slime girl hesitated, explaining that she feared she might get scolded if she didn't maintain the best appearance for her master. Smiling, Tooru reassured her that he wouldn't be angry and encouraged her to transform into whatever form felt most comfortable. Relieved, the slime girl shifted into her natural, gooey shape and happily settled onto the food, ready to eat without the awkwardness of her humanoid body. Tooru observed curiously as the slime absorbed the food and wondered aloud if the slime had a name. The slime shook slightly, admitting it didn't have one. Tooru paused, then offered to give the slime a name, saying it would make things more convenient. Surprised and delighted, the slime recalled how, long ago, when slimes still befriended humans, many were given names by those they cherished. After a brief pause, he suggested the name Shizuku, inspired by the slime's round and transparent form. The slime, now named Shizuku, happily accepted. Delighted by the cute name, the slime joyfully agreed, expressing how much it liked it. Smiling, Tooru cheerfully declared that from now on, he would call the slime Shizuku. As Tooru looked at Shizuku, he noticed the slime had grown significantly larger. Shizuku, surprised by the sudden change, marveled that eating just a little food could cause such growth. Tooru realized that, for slimes, the food in this world had an unusually strong effect. Shizuku added that with her current size, she could now mimic a life-sized human, leaving Tooru stunned. She explained that by drawing in air and filling herself with water, she could expand safely. Grinning, Tooru suggested they head to the bathroom to test it out. In the bathroom, Tooru asked if the water was okay for Shizuku. Shizuku excitedly confirmed, preparing to transform. With a splash, the slime began absorbing the water, its form expanding. As Shizuku grew larger, it successfully took on the figure of Ria. Shizuku admitted her body felt a bit heavy, though she could still maintain Ria's figure. Tooru couldn't help but wonder why. It explained it was heavy because of the water accumulating inside, but it should be fine as long as it would grow bigger. Tooru, impressed, asked if Shizuku still wanted to eat food. Without second thought, Shizuku enthusiastically declared that all the food the food master had given so far was delicious, and it would happily eat everything. Smiling, Tooru promised to make more food then. Shizuku eagerly devoured the food before her, savoring each bite. She delighted in the rich flavors of the stamina-oriented bukkake udon, calling it delicious. Next, she moved on to the authentic pizza bread, joyfully noting that she could eat it non-stop. As she enjoyed anpan, a sweet bread, alongside a glass of cow's milk, she marveled at how the sweetness of the bread and the taste of the milk fused together perfectly. Meanwhile, Shizuku suddenly remembered her master's request, wondering what kind of help the master wanted Shizuku to provide. Tooru told Shizuku he worked part-time at a fami res. Curious, she asked what that meant, but quickly added that she knew what a part-time job was. She'd read about it once on a thin piece of paper. Tooru wondered if the part-time job she mentioned was the same as his. He then explained that fami res meant family restaurant, and Shizuku eagerly said she'd heard about restaurants from what the adults had told her of the human world. Smiling, Tooru asked Shizuku to stay and be with Ria while he was at work and reminded her that just playing around would be perfectly fine. Shizuku eagerly assured him that if it was for the master's sake, she would do her best. As Tooru thought about it, unease began to settle in. He worried about leaving Ria alone for many reasons. Shizuku, eager to help, asked if she could begin transforming, and Tooru reluctantly agreed, only to freeze in shock as she suddenly pressed against him, leaving him blushing furiously. She explained that she needed to scan his body perfectly this time, just to be safe. Flustered and panicked, Tooru stammered for her to be gentle as Shizuku moved closer, carefully analyzing his form. Meanwhile, his panicked voice echoed, and Tooru thought wryly that yet another visitor had only added even more chaos to the mix. Chapter 7. Shizuku announced it had finished scanning the master's body, though the process is unexpectedly ticklish for him, leaving him flustered and exhausted. Trying not to sound harsh, Tooru pleaded with her to at least warn him next time before doing something so intimate. Shizuku apologized sincerely, realizing she had caused him distress. With the scan complete, Shizuku began to transform, and soon, she stood before him in his exact likeness. Tooru froze, unsettled by the sight. It wasn't just like looking into a mirror. Something about seeing his own face and body felt deeply wrong, no matter how perfect the imitation. Shizuku assured him it was not wrong at all and hoisted admiration for Tooru for being so cool. Tooru then asked Shizuku to keep Ria company while he went to his part-time job, telling her to act like a great sage and hold down the fort. Delighted by the compliment, Shizuku eagerly agreed without hesitation. But inside, she began to worry. Her little heart felt uneasy knowing her master worked while she and Ria stayed home doing nothing. She wondered if she should be the one working instead. Though Tooru found her offer intriguing, he hesitated, feeling it would be wrong to let her do his job. Shizuku then reminded him that the master gave him a lot of food, and human food costs money, further tempting him with her proposition. Since Shizuku had no money of her own, she thought of helping repay him in this way. Tooru worried the work might be too hard for her, but Shizuku insisted she could do well enough, surprising him with her determination. Shizuku asked if she could use the ingredients in the kitchen, and Tooru, slightly flustered, agreed. Without hesitation, she began moving around the shelves, quickly preparing and finishing the food with surprising skill. Soon enough, she presented a dish identical to one her master had made before, authentic pizza bread, using plain bread as the base. Tooru was stunned by how perfectly Shizuku had replicated it, the presentation nearly identical to his own. As Tooru tasted the pizza bread she made, he happily admitted it was delicious, amazed by how perfectly Shizuku mimicked not just his cooking, but his skill and style as well. She explained with pride that when she scanned him earlier, she had also copied his memories and behavior patterns. Tooru reflected on how impressive Shizuku had been, marveling at how well she copied his manners. As he munched on the pizza bread, he thought how reassuring it would be to have her cover for him, especially if the dungeon vanished while he was at his part-time job. Having a substitute, even once or twice, would be a real relief. It was settled. Tooru decided to bring Shizuku along to check his part-time job, which she gleefully accepted, but there was one small catch. Tooru couldn't fit Shizuku in his pocket now that she'd grown so big, leaving him unsure what to do. Shizuku then asked if she could use Ria's appearance again, but Tooru explained that the staff area was off-limits to outsiders. Shizuku asked if it would be fine as long as no one saw her, then proposed transforming into his clothes. After all, she could mimic fabric. She explained she only needed her master to be naked first, causing Tooru to panic at the awkward request. Still intrigued, he nervously agreed to try. Shizuku then instructed him to undress, and Tooru nervously agreed, feeling embarrassed at the thought of being exposed in front of someone else, even if it was just Shizuku. As he undressed, Shizuku politely asked him to excuse whatever might happen next, and to stay still. Then, she moved in, wrapping herself around his body like a liquid. Startled by the slimy sensation, Tooru froze as Shizuku covered him completely. Then she transformed into clothing. When it was over, he stared at the mirror in awe. The fabric looked real from every angle, though he could still feel a strange, slimy texture beneath. Despite the awkwardness, he was genuinely impressed. Just as he began to relax, Shizuku adjusted the outfit's shape, startling Tooru all over again. Tooru, now completely flustered, could only hide his face in embarrassment. Shizuku apologized nervously, saying she didn't mean to make things awkward. She just found a specific part of his unexpectedly cute. The tension between them grew, leaving Shizuku scared and Tooru speechless, both wishing the awkward moment would end quickly. Once everything was settled, they stepped out into the dimly lit streets of Japan. Shizuku's eyes widened in awe. She'd heard stories about the outside world, but seeing it firsthand was different. The city lights, glowing signs, and towering buildings left her utterly amazed. Tooru began explaining the basics of the modern world to Shizuku, who was clearly from another realm. He promised to teach her more later, but asked her to remember the essentials for now. Pointing to a car, he explained it was like a horse used for travel, only much faster, and warned her seriously that getting hit by one could be fatal, so she should be careful. They continued to walk through the quiet streets past midnight, and with few people around, it made it easier to move about. Tooru pointed out the footpath for walking and the road for cars, then explained the traffic lights and what the red and green signals were meant for. Shizuku listened intently and remembered his instructions to the letter. They finally arrived at Tooru's workplace, a cozy little cafe restaurant. Tooru told Shizuka he'd go in as planned and reminded her to behave and not do anything weird. She cheerfully agreed without hesitation. Hisano, Tooru's co-worker at the cafe, was surprised to see him show up in the middle of the night. Tooru apologized for appearing so suddenly and requesting leave, promising to resume work tomorrow. Understanding, Hisano said it was no big deal since he was still in the middle of moving. She playfully teased him about the mansion, asking if any ghosts had appeared, clearly referring to how cheap he'd gotten the place. Feeling awkward, Tooru laughed it off, hoping no ghosts would show up. Hisano thought it all sounded boring, while deep down, Tooru knew having a knight and a slime instead was far crazier. Hisano then asked why he'd come to the restaurant in the middle of the night. Tooru explained that since he'd be returning to work tomorrow, he thought it best to reorganize his locker and get everything ready in advance. She commented on how diligent he is, but teased him again, noting that she'd never seen him so eager to work before. Tooru laughed nervously, saying he'd always loved working there. Smiling warmly, Hisano agreed and remarked on how skilled a cook he was. Curious who covered his duties while he was away, Tooru asked Hisano who was on kitchen duty that day. She said it was the manager, since Sagawa, who was supposed to fill in, claimed he had prior engagement. She joked it was probably another girl, making Tooru laugh awkwardly. Tooru decided to leave Hisano for now and went to the kitchen to greet the manager. She smiled and waved him off, wishing him a good one. Tooru then headed to the cafe's back area to greet the manager, who welcomed him warmly, though a hint of surprise showed on his face upon seeing Tooru there. The manager asked Tooru to confirm if he could work tomorrow, then quickly corrected himself, realizing it was already today. Tooru nodded, saying it matched the shift he'd submitted. Relieved, the manager brought up the mansion Tooru had moved into, joking about rumors that he'd never come back. Tooru chuckled modestly, saying it wasn't that amazing. Tooru thought about training Shizuku, but realized it would be hard with the manager present, so he decided to find a way to get him out of the kitchen. As thanks for approving his sudden leave earlier, Tooru offered to cover for a while, urging the manager to take a short break. The manager hesitated, saying it felt wrong since Tooru's shift hadn't started yet. Insisting on handling the kitchen for now, Tooru explained it wasn't a problem. He also wanted to prepare for tomorrow. Before the manager could object, he quickly added that he'd just change into his uniform first and then return to the kitchen. At the locker area, Tooru showed Shizuka the uniform he was supposed to wear and asked her to change into it. Gleefully agreeing, Shizuku transformed herself into his kitchen uniform in an instant. Tooru quickly returned to the kitchen and told the manager he could take his break now. Relieved, the manager accepted the offer with a smile and promised to be back within 30 minutes. Tooru knew the manager was too timid to object as long as he stayed in uniform, making it the perfect time to start their training session, and told Shizuku he would teach her how to make the cafe's menu perfectly, because even with detailed instructions on the wall, hands-on practice was best. He paused abruptly, turning to Shizuka to ask if she understood what he'd said and what she thought of it. A hint of doubt lingered in his voice, still unsure if their idea had been a good one from the start. To his relief, Shizuku replied that she had already memorized everything, leaving Tooru stunned if it was even possible in such a short time. Just then, Hisano burst into the kitchen in a panic. Concerned, Tooru asked what was wrong, and she reported that the late-night teens group had just arrived. Feeling the pressure, Tooru reminded himself that the late-night teens group wasn't vicious, just chaotic. They always appeared suddenly, ordering a lot of food within seconds and causing a commotion. Taking a deep breath, he tried to steel his nerves for what was coming. Tooru turned to Hisano and asked where the manager was. She said she'd checked his usual smoking spot but couldn't find him, then asked if she could rely on Tooru for now. Sighing, he agreed, troubled that he was working for free after all, thanks to his own suggestion. Before he could complain, Shizuku eagerly volunteered to help. Surprised by Shizuku's eagerness, Tooru panicked and told her to wait, but she was already too excited and asked her master to watch her work. Suddenly, his body began moving on its own, making him wonder if Shizuku was controlling it. To his shock, the dish by the frying pan came out perfectly cooked, as if she'd gone into autopilot on his behalf. Tooru watched as Shizuku confidently handled the cooking, amazed that she had memorized everything so quickly. She absorbed every detail and beamed with joy at his praise. Tooru smiled to himself, thinking that if things stayed this way, he could finally leave the kitchen in her hands. As the long night drew to a close, Tooru trudged home, stifling a yawn. With only 3 hours before his next shift at 8, he wondered how he'd manage any rest at all. Seeing his fatigue, Shizuku softly offered to go in his place so he could stay with Ria. Yet Tooru gently refused, insisting he should be the one who works. Agreeing with his words, Shizuku shyly asked if she could sleep beside him and Ria. Caught off guard, Tooru hesitated for a moment before agreeing, but reminded her not to let Ria see her. As they settled under the covers, Ria slept peacefully beside them, unaware of the scene. Shizuku nestled closer, soothed by the warmth. In the quiet, she thought to herself how comforting the master's bed felt, warm, gentle, and full of peace. A few hours later, Tooru woke to the blaring sound of his phone alarm. Still groggy, he glanced at the time, thinking it was only 10 o'clock. But as the numbers sank in, his eyes widened. He'd overslept and was already late. Panicking, Tooru remembered his shift was supposed to start at 8 and wondered why his 7 o'clock alarm hadn't woken him. Checking his phone, he noticed a message, half expecting it to be from Shizuku, yet still in denial. Sure enough, it was from her, kindly telling her master to rest well. Breathing heavily, Tooru realized Shizuku had gone to work as his substitute. A swirl of emotions hit him at once: relief, disbelief, and unease, all tangled into one uncertain feeling. Tooru stepped out of the room, still feeling disoriented after waking in a panic. Ria greeted him with a gentle, "Good morning," her voice filled with quiet relief. As he approached, Ria looked at him with concern and asked if he was feeling any better. Tooru paused, confused, struggling to recall what she meant. Ria explained that earlier that morning, he had woken up and then went back to sleep saying he was not feeling well. That's when it hit him. It must have been Shizuku pretending to be him. A bit flustered, he quickly said he was feeling fine and asked if Ria had eaten breakfast. Looking puzzled, Ria replied that she'd already eaten the sandwiches he made that morning. Tooru immediately nodded in agreement, silently thanking Shizuku in his mind for being absolutely amazing. Eager to sort things out, Tooru told Ria he'd be attending a sage meeting and needed to use his transition magic to leave. Smiling, Ria wished him a safe trip as he prepared to head out. Upon arriving at the cafe restaurant, a young waitress immediately noticed him, greeting with a courteous smile and a warm, practiced welcome. Beneath the hat, sunglasses, and mask was Tooru, carefully disguised. The waitress hesitated for a moment before asking if he needed a table for one. Tooru quickly realized it was Tatishi's shift today, a cool, composed high school beauty. Yet even she seemed momentarily taken aback by his appearance. He reasoned to himself that the disguise was necessary. If he entered as himself, everyone would panic seeing two of him at once. Calmly, he replied that he only needed a table for one, and Tatishi politely guided him to his seat. Tooru was guided to a quiet corner at the far end of the cafe, silently grateful for how well it suited his disguise. When he ordered a mixed grill set, the waitress gave a polite nod of acknowledgement before gracefully walking away. As Tooru waited, he scanned the interior. There was no apparent disturbance inside the shop. Everything seemed calm, the menu looked good, and the customers looked satisfied too. It seemed that Shizuku was doing a good job by the looks of it. Soon, the waitress returned, carefully placing the mixed grill set in front of him. He examined the neatly prepared plate, impressed by the attention to detail, and quietly began eating, appreciating the craftsmanship in even the smallest parts of the meal. Satisfied, he buzzed the waitress back in. The waitress, startled, cautiously approached and asked if something was wrong. Wearing a tense expression, he quietly told her to call the chef. She repeated the word, "Chef," her expression caught between surprise and intimidation. Tooru thought Tatishi's expression was that of someone who couldn't believe what she was hearing. This was a family restaurant. After all, no real chef would be working here. Still, he felt it was necessary to force it through, clenching his fist as if to prove his point. Tooru couldn't hold it in any longer. Overwhelmed by the meal's deliciousness, he shouted passionately, declaring that the food was so good he had to praise the chef directly. He repeated himself, as if demanding to be heard. The waitress, flustered and wide-eyed, quickly agreed, saying she would call the chef right away. Meanwhile, Tooru sat at the table, panting slightly from the excitement, fully aware that asking for the chef at a humble family restaurant like this would surely become a hot topic around this place for a while. Moments later, the chef arrived, smiling warmly as she politely greeted Tooru and thanked him for his patience. It was none other than Tooru himself, substituted by Shizuku. Shizuku bowed nervously as she recognized the man sitting at the table, her face freezing in shock as she stuttered, trying to call out to her master. Tooru, calm and composed despite the situation, spoke in an audible tone so others could hear, praising the chef and sincerely thanking her for the delicious mixed grill. Shizuku, still flustered and unsure how to respond, watched as Tooru stood up and without further explanation, said he would wait in the restroom, leaving her standing there, bewildered and nervous. Inside the restroom, Tooru spoke in a frustrated tone, demanding to know what she had been thinking. Shizuku panicked, apologized profusely, and explained that if she stepped out of the cubicle now, everyone would notice. Tooru sighed, saying that wasn't the problem, and insisted he would do the rest of the work today. In tears, Shizuku asked if what she did was a big problem to him, but Tooru softened and assured her it hadn't. He knew she only meant to help, and thanked her sincerely, before gently suggesting they change back. He then instructed her that he would go out first, handing over his glasses, face mask, and hat, his disguise. He told her to leave after she finished dressing and to head home to prepare lunch for Ria, who was waiting there. With a cheerful smile, he said he was counting on her, and Shizuku gladly accepted the task. Tooru finally finished the day's work and let out a sigh of relief, completely exhausted. Yet there was a strange feeling in the air. It seemed his standing at the cafe had risen noticeably. Even the usually cold and distant Tatishi had been unusually gentle toward him. Tooru could only wonder what Shizuku had done to cause this change. With tired steps, he made his way home and pushed open the gate. But as Tooru paused at the entrance, a sudden realization struck him. If he went inside now, there would be two of him in the house. The thought lingered, unsettling and surreal, making him hesitate. Quietly, he announced as he stepped inside that he was back. His movements were careful and deliberate, each step measured so as not to stir anyone or cause a commotion upon entering. Tooru stumbled in with a startled shout as Ria eagerly called out, delighted to have found him at last. She playfully scolded him, asking where he'd been hiding all this time and remarking on how good he was at it. Laughing nervously, Tooru tried to brush it off. He quickly realized that Shizuku must have, for the sake of switching places easily, invited Ria to play hide-and-seek. It was, indeed, a clever move on her part. Seeing his reaction, Ria announced it was now her turn to hide. But now, Tooru was feeling exhausted and politely asked if they could stop for a rest now. Ria immediately understood, cheerfully deciding that while Tooru rested, she would go polish her armor. Tooru let out a relieved sigh, grateful for the moment of calm, and quietly watched as Ria dashed off with excitement. The small blob-like creature crawled before Tooru, its round eyes filled with apology as it softly admitted it was sorry for acting without telling him. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Tooru reassured her that it was fine, but from now on, he would only ask for help when he truly needed it. Curious, Shizuku asked why he needed to ask for help at all, explaining that she heard it from her friends that they had to work for humans' sake, especially since she had been fed and had eaten a lot from his pantry. As Tooru gently patted her soft head, Shizuku felt a comforting warmth, realizing she was being treated as an equal. Tooru sat quietly on the floor with a gentle smile flashed across his face. He realized how fortunate he was to have met a white slime who, despite her kind's distrust of humans, still had faith in them. Softly, he told Shizuku that he would handle work himself, and she only needed to help with the things he couldn't do. The slime looked up at him, softly murmuring, "Master." Its round body wobbled gently at his touch, filled with emotion and quiet affection. That night, Shizuku had a wild thought, that her master should become the master of all slimes as well. Tooru hesitantly smiled, wondering how he could possibly care for them all. Later, after Tooru had gone to bed, Shizuku quietly slipped under the covers, drifting to sleep beside him. Chapter 8. In the quiet of the night, at exactly 2 a.m., Tooru's phone alarm buzzed softly, and with a light tap, he silenced it. He rose carefully from bed, mindful not to disturb Ria, as she slept peacefully beside him. As he moved stealthily toward the door, Shizuku, the faithful white slime, watched him with curious eyes, wondering silently where her master was heading at such an hour. Tooru, sensing Shizuku's concern, gave a playful hush gesture, a small grin tugging at his lips, signaling that he was heading into the dungeon to level up a bit more. Shizuku, though worried, silently wished for his safety, her round eyes reflecting her quiet devotion. With a final soft breath, Tooru slipped out into the night, ready for another adventure. As Tooru pushed open the dungeon door, his eyes widened in shock. The floor ahead was covered in countless blue slimes, wriggling and squirming across the stone tiles. He couldn't help but wonder what had happened here. Realization hit him. The blue slime he had left in the box earlier must have multiplied to this extent. And yet, despite the chaotic scene before him, Tooru's spirit surged with excitement. This was exactly the opportunity he had been hoping for, that is, to level up. Tightening his grip on his pickaxe, he steeled himself, remarking that this situation couldn't have been better. He shouted for all the blue slime to attack him at once. Breathing heavily, Tooru surveyed the now empty dungeon floor, wondering if he had managed to finish all the slimes. However, as the rush of victory faded, panic stirred in his chest. He realized, throwing his hands up in frustration, that if there were no enemies left, he could no longer gain experience points. Tooru let out a loud, exaggerated groan at the thought. He calmed himself, checked his stats, and was pleased to see that his level had risen, so worrying about experience points wasn't a big deal for now. His HP had also been restored after grabbing a bite to eat. Glancing at his stats, he noticed they had gradually increased, though a part of him still wished his level would rise just a bit more. His optimism turned a corner as he looked around cautiously, confirming what he had expected. There were no more enemies left in the area. Realizing the situation, Tooru understood that if he wanted to keep leveling up, he'd need to find another small slime elsewhere. As he mulled over the idea, his gaze drifted toward the steel door, debating whether or not he should open it. The iron door before Tooru had been closed earlier by Rhea when she was chased by monsters. Just like his own room, as long as this door stayed shut, the dungeon area behind it remained a safe zone. Adventurers typically used such spots to set up camp. Cautious but determined, Tooru considered the potential danger on the other side. He wondered whether there would be any new monsters behind it. Deliberating carefully, knowing this might be a dangerous move, he decided to take a small peek first. As he pushed the door open, a deep rumbling sound filled the air. Tooru crouched down in surprise, startled by the sudden movement and perplexed by what he saw before him. A wall had appeared beyond the door, deepening his confusion in the already tense moment. Tooru tapped the stone surface, baffled and unable to comprehend what stood before him. He was certain Rhea had come from this direction, and he didn't think she would lie about this. He remembered Rhea mentioning a wall of stone that had blocked her from leaving his room and wondered if this could be the same phenomenon, that perhaps a human like him couldn't pass through in the same way Rhea couldn't step outside into the streets of Japan. Suddenly, Tooru heard movement. He turned sharply, realizing that monsters were approaching. Without wasting a second, he leaped forward, determined to press the button to close the door, but then, a voice called out, urging him to move aside, and a hand appeared out of the stone wall. Tooru, caught completely off guard, stumbled backward as a sudden force collided with him, a girl bursting through the doorway and crashing straight into him. He winced, feeling the ache from the impact and wondering just what was going on. His eyes widened in shock as he realized who had just appeared before him, a girl, and not just any girl, but a magic user, dressed in a distinct outfit. A quick glance revealed her attire, a sinister-looking black hat, a black mantle, and a wooden staff clutched tightly in her hands. There was no mistaking it. She was a magic user. Suddenly, she urged him to close the door immediately. Her voice trembled with panic as she warned that a giant centipede was rapidly approaching. Tooru's eyes widened as he rushed to the heavy door, heart pounding. He slammed his hands against it, struggling to push it closed. His mind raced with thoughts of the giant centipede. Surely that was what had been chasing the girl. Panic surged through him as he wondered if the door would shut in time. Then suddenly, the centipede's massive head rose into view through the narrowing gap. The giant centipede loomed before Tooru, its massive body filling the doorway with an overwhelming presence. His breath caught in his throat as his grip tightened on the small weapon in his hands. It was huge, far beyond anything he could hope to defeat. A cold realization hit him. There was no way he could win against this monstrous creature. Tooru's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as he noticed the giant centipede wedged tightly, unable to move forward. He clenched his fists in triumph. The monster was stuck. Confident, he stepped forward, thinking they could simply crush it and be done. But the girl, the magic user, urgently called out to him. She warned him firmly that it couldn't be killed that way. Her voice was sharp and commanding as she raised her staff and shouted for him to step back. Determination flashing in her eyes, she unleashed a powerful blast. She shouted the spell, Inferno, sending a roaring wave of flames crashing toward the giant centipede. The centipede writhed and screeched under the onslaught, its massive body consumed by the relentless fire. Tooru shielded his face from the searing heat, staring wide-eyed at the spectacle. He could hardly believe what he was witnessing. This was magic, real magic. It was overwhelming and amazing. Tooru cautiously approached the charred, sizzling remains of the giant centipede, his grip tightening on his tool. He wondered anxiously whether the intense blast of magic had been enough to defeat the monstrous creature, watching its body twitch faintly on the cracked ground. Suddenly, a heavy sound echoed through the corridor, snapping his attention away. His eyes widened as he spotted the magic girl collapsing on the ground, her slender frame barely moving, her energy completely drained after the powerful attack. Tooru's heart leapt, and without a second thought, he rushed to her side. Kneeling beside her, Tooru reached out in worry, his mind racing with concern as he assessed her condition, desperate to know if she was all right. She could only slowly open one eye, her face pale while covered in sweat. Tooru's eyes widened in alarm as he realized the massive centipede was still moving behind him. Despite its burnt and battered state, the monster began to rise, its grotesque body quivering with stubborn, violent life. With a surge of panic, Tooru stumbled backward, his heart pounding as the creature's shrill screech tore through the air. Acting on instinct, he thrust his tool toward its head, desperately trying to block or strike the advancing beast. Fear coursed through him as he fought back with every ounce of strength he could muster. Panting, he stared at the lifeless body of the massive centipede. His pickaxe, which glimmered faintly under the dim light, had actually done it. A sense of disbelief washed over him when he realized he had defeated the gigantic monster. A faint, almost surreal realization settled in. He had grown stronger, and his level had gone up. Cautiously, he approached the creature's charred remains, his heart still racing. He wondered if it was truly dead as he hoped. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. His eyes darted to the mage girl. She was swaying, her face pale, a faint grimace tugging at her lips. He rushed to check if she was okay, worried she might be seriously hurt. Yet despite her weakened state, she shook her head, brushing off his concern, and murmured that she had been bitten by the venomous centipede. Tooru knelt beside her, examining the situation with urgency and asking if it could be paralysis. The mage weakly explained that the poison caused a slow-acting death. It could be cured, but only with advanced healing magic, which seemed impossible in their current state. She slumped forward, her breathing shallow. A faint, bitter smile crossed her lips as she whispered that meeting her end in a place like this was pitiful for such a powerful mage as she was. Unable to accept her hopelessness, Tooru became determined, betting on the slim hope of curing her. He quickly reached into his pack and pulled out a bottle of cola. Remembering how it had cured Ria's paralysis, he was certain it could also neutralize the deadly poison in the mage's body. Steeling himself, he popped the cap open and prepared to help her drink it. The magic user was too weak to lift the drink herself and could only tremble faintly. Realizing this, Tooru leaned in closer, an idea forming in his mind, one that could mean life or death for her. It was the only way he could think to save her, so he pressed his lips to the mage's and transferred the liquid mouth to mouth, determined to get the antidote into her system. After pulling back, Tooru stared at her anxiously, his heart pounding. For a tense moment, he could only wonder if it had worked, or if he had been too late. The girl began to swallow the liquid, slowly taking the medicine in. Then, all at once, she coughed violently, choking as the liquid caught in her throat. As if by magic, the mage wondered aloud how her body was slowly fighting the paralysis. Tooru told her that he had made the panacea himself and urged her to drink a little more. Though unsure if cola could truly count as a panacea in this world, he thought to himself that he had spoken confidently just to avoid sounding suspicious. Surprised that the black water had really cured the poison, the mage continued to drink the cola. She thought it was sweet, yet had a tingling feeling, noting what a strange taste the drug had. She realized she had never tasted any panacea this fast-acting before. Tooru, noticing her condition, told the magic user he was glad she was recovering, but pointed out that her stamina probably hadn't fully returned yet. He offered her a safe place nearby to rest, and asked if she wanted to come, only to be met with a wary, suspicious look from her. Hearing this, she gripped the bottle tightly, her eyes filled with tension. She assumed that if the young man before her was planning to assault her, then he should do it quickly. Tooru, utterly caught off guard, was stunned by her assumptions, his face twisting in alarm and embarrassment. Her heart raced as she continued her speculations. She suspected he might be a criminal for living in such a secluded area, while tactfully judging him by his strange clothes. She thought bitterly that she had no significant possessions on her, and thought only her body remained as something of value. She assumed that must have been the reason he helped her. This caused Tooru to panic in disbelief that she would think of him that way. Tooru loudly objected, defending himself by insisting that even if he did kiss her, it was solely to make her take the medicine. There was nothing intentional about it, he swore. And now that he mentioned it, he remembered that it had been his first kiss. He imagined Ria scolding him inside his head and trying to argue with her in his thoughts. Realizing how ridiculous it was to be explaining himself to an imaginary Ria, he took a breath and turned back to the mage, clarifying that it had all been a misunderstanding. The mage had to clarify one last time if he truly wasn't planning to assault her. She couldn't believe that anyone wearing such strange clothes would live inside a dungeon for any reason other than crime. Tooru, once again shocked by her accusation, furiously denied it. He wasn't there to take advantage of anyone, but his words only deepened her curiosity, prompting her to demand who he is. Tooru stuttered at first, unsure what to say that would sound believable. Finally, He claimed he was a hermit who had chosen to live here to escape the bustling life outside the dungeon. The mage listened closely, studying his words with quiet scrutiny. The magic user let out a sigh and, resigning herself to the situation, extended her hand toward Tooru. Tooru, caught slightly off guard, hesitated at first, wondering if she was offering a handshake. She reminded him of what he'd said about taking her to a safe place and pointed out that she still couldn't muster any strength on her own. If he truly meant it, she would need his help to lift her up, and that was the reason she extended her hand. Realizing her intent, he quickly agreed, nervously responding as he reached out to support her. The two moved forward together, with Tooru carefully helping the magic user along. The magic user lowered her gaze, her voice soft with apology and regret for having accused Tooru despite him saving her. Flustered, Tooru reassured her with a gentle smile, saying it was only common sense to help someone in need. She spoke softly, her voice trembling with sincerity, telling Tooru that he was truly a kind person. As she recalled the moment she was chased by the giant centipede, her eyes darkened. Back then, all she could think about was saving herself, not saving anyone else. Tooru wasn't entirely sure what she meant, but he announced that they had finally reached the resting place, assuring her she could be at ease now. Pointing ahead, he explained that his home was just beyond that strange-looking door. The magic user gazed toward the direction of the door, repeating his words about the strange door. Yet to her eyes, there was nothing but a plain wall, no doorway, no passage, nothing at all. Her surprise was unmistakable as she blurted out in confusion. Tooru stood frozen, his mind racing. He couldn't understand how that was possible and quickly opened the door to see if it would change anything. Yet the mage flatly remarked that nothing about the wall had changed, no matter what he did. Tooru couldn't comprehend what was happening. He had gone through this very door when carrying Ria back to his room before. He wondered if there could be something missing here. Suddenly, the woman beside him stiffened, her eyes widening with suspicion as panic took hold. She pointed an accusing finger at him, shouting that his true goal must be to assault her. In a frantic voice, she cried for him to forget everything she'd said and to leave her alone. As if hearing nothing, Tooru carried the mage through the doorway, leaving her completely shocked and terrified that she might crash into a solid wall. Instinctively, she raised a hand to shield her head, bracing for the impact that never came. Tooru managed to carry her into the room, her weight pressing lightly against him as she looked around in bewilderment. Nothing about the place was familiar, and her mind raced to comprehend where she had ended up. Inside his thoughts, Tooru confirmed what he had suspected all along. Only he could see the true form of the passage, while others would merely perceive a stone wall. However, as long as he maintained physical contact with someone, they could pass through the gateway as well, whether through the back of the iron door or the wall by the windows. As they moved further inside, a small, bouncy Shizuku appeared, happily welcoming her master back and curiously asking about the unfamiliar woman with him. The woman, surprised, quickly realized what the little creature was, a white slime. Shizuku proudly declared her name, beaming with pride. Tooru explained to Shizuku that the woman he was carrying was a magic user who had collapsed due to poison. Turning to the slime, he gently requested help in removing her footwear. Shizuku eagerly complied, bouncing over with a cheerful energy as it carefully slipped off the woman's shoes. Once the task was complete, the slime communicated its success, and Tooru, grateful, decided it was time to move deeper into the house. Supporting the weakened woman, Tooru guided her down the hallway, determined to get her the care she needed. Having rested her on a bench, Tooru sat nearby and asked how she was feeling. The woman replied that she was fine, just deeply surprised and astonished that such a strange room existed within the dungeon. What amazed her even more was the presence of an endangered white slime living there, causing Shizuku to look up with fearful concern. Curiosity sparked within her as she looked at Tooru more closely. She teasingly wondered if he was truly a sage, her interest in him steadily growing. Meanwhile, Tooru, a bit flustered by her attention, tried to respond modestly, unsure how to handle the sudden shift in energy. Tooru had wanted to tell this magic user something ever since meeting her in the dungeon to change into more comfortable clothing. But as he observed her now, he couldn't help but notice that the clothing she wore underneath her coat was a little too revealing. The magic user calmly removed her hat, revealing a pair of pointed ears beneath it, an unexpected sight that left Tooru momentarily stunned. Tooru asked the magic user if she might be an elf. She confirmed with a smile that she was, a high elf, to be exact, and was surprised he had only just noticed. He was amazed that a real elf sat before him. It was his first encounter, the first he had ever seen in his life. She leaned in with a teasing grin, and asked if human males were especially fond of elves. Yelf, that is. The playful emphasis caught Tooru completely off guard, his face turning bright red as his mind short-circuited on the spot. Noticing how flustered Tooru had become, she suddenly leaned closer, leaving him stammering in surprise. With a sly smile, she murmured that she wasn't the type of elf who liked to owe anyone. Before Tooru could even react, she added that she had nothing else to offer, and admitted, almost teasingly, that she found him rather interesting. Saying those words sent a chill down Tooru's spine, especially when she leaned closer and teasingly remarked that she could offer her body as thanks, though only as thanks. Startled, Tooru panicked, stammering for her to wait and calling her Miss Magic User in confusion. She tilted her head with a mischievous smile, asking if he didn't want her, her eyes glimmering with playful intent. Tooru stammered, flustered, trying to explain that it wasn't that he didn't want to, but that Shizuku was nearby. Obedient as ever, Shizuku suddenly popped up with her usual cheer, innocently asking if they wanted some private time together. She even offered to blend into the tatami so they could continue without minding her. Tooru, completely overwhelmed and tongue-tied, could only panic even more. Tooru was pinned under the elf, his eyes wide in alarm. Despite his instincts screaming at him, Tooru's mind was racing. He reminded himself that this wasn't the time for distractions like this, especially since Ria was sleeping just next door. Suddenly, the door slid open quietly. Ria appeared, dressed in her nightwear, her eyes still heavy with sleep. She rubbed one eye, as she looked toward the scene in front of her, confusion washing over her face, unsure about what had awakened her. The room fell into a tense stillness as Ria's expression shifted from sleepy confusion to wide-eyed shock. Her gaze locked onto the scene before her, a woman sitting atop Tooru, and for a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. Desperate to explain the chaos before him, Tooru frantically told Ria that it wasn't what it looked like, and that he could explain everything if she would just let him. Both women shouted in disbelief, recognizing each other at that uneventful encounter, scowling at the mention of their names. Dido, the single sorceress, and Arya, the interfering knight. Clearly, these women knew each other, but whether amicably, we will soon find out. Chapter 9. The three sat tensely at the table, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. The elf and the knight both avoided each other's gaze, while Tooru sat in the middle, a bead of sweat running down his temple, trying to process the situation. Tooru, trying to break the heavy silence, attempted to sum things up. He asked to clarify if both women knew each other. Suddenly, both women spoke up in near unison. The knight, caught off guard, affirmed, while the elf confidently clarified that no, of course, they didn't know each other. Tooru's shoulders tensed as he tried to figure out where this was all headed. The conversation quickly grew heated between the two women. Ria demanded to know why Dido claimed not to remember her when they had been in the same party several times. Dido snapped back, insisting she had turned down every invitation and accusing the knight of always nitpicking and ruining the good atmosphere whenever she showed up. Now that Dido mentioned it, she snapped back, demanding to know what the mage was doing to Tooru, accusing her of doing something improper. Smirking, the elf teased, pretending innocence and claiming she didn't understand what the knight meant by improper. She casually defended herself, saying that what they were doing was something normal for humans. Dido, clearly amused, threw in a playful jab at Ria, wondering aloud if the knight hadn't been intimate with the sage yet. She teasingly added that it was something to be sorry for and reminded Ria that jealousy would get her nowhere. Flustered, Ria's irritation flared as she snapped at Dido to mind her own business, while Tooru sat nervously between them, unsure how to defuse the rising tension. Judging by their constant bickering, it was clear to Tooru that the two women were not on good terms. Trying to ease the tension, he nervously pointed out that Dido had collapsed earlier from her injuries, so it would be best if she used the bed to rest. He then suggested that he and Ria could sleep in the living room instead. Ria smiled cheerfully, agreeing with his idea, while Dido flatly refused. Dido firmly objected, saying it was unbefitting of her to take the sage's bed. Allowing him to sleep anywhere less comfortable in his own home, she argued, was utterly improper. She then turned on Ria, chastising her for agreeing to such a ridiculous idea and even questioning if she truly was a knight. Furthermore, Dido declared that it was only logical that the ones sleeping in the living room should be both women. Ria sulked quietly, clearly frustrated by the whole argument. That night, Tooru lay alone in his bed, realizing it was the first time he had ever slept alone since moving into the house. He thought back to when he had first arrived, discovering the dungeon shortly after settling in. Things had escalated quickly. First, a female knight began living with him. and now even a female magician was there too. Tooru marveled at how both of them, women so beautiful that normally he wouldn't have even been able to look at them, were now respecting him as a great sage. He still couldn't quite believe it. Turning over in bed, he quietly admitted to himself that he was no great sage or anyone all that important, and yet, here he was, surrounded by them. Tooru jolted upright in shock as he found Dito lying beside him. He was stunned and unsure why she was in his room when she had clearly said earlier that she would sleep in the living room. His thoughts tumbled over one another. Meanwhile, Dito gently placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. She softly noted that Arya had already fallen asleep, surprising even herself with how quickly it had happened. Shifting closer, Dito smoothly brought up the earlier moment when Tooru had questioned his own status as a sage, focusing intently on his reaction. Alarmed, he thought if he had accidentally spoken out loud just now, especially that part about not considering himself a great sage. Tooru's heart raced, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he realized he might just need to come clean. He admitted softly that he was not truly a great sage, apologizing for having lied. When asked why he was apologizing, he explained it was because he had deceived Dito and felt guilty. Dito, however, smiled warmly, assuring him that whether he was a great sage or not didn't matter. The fact that he had saved her life would never change. She hesitated but found herself confessing that, if it was with someone like Tooru, she didn't really mind. Her face flushed as she tried to express feelings she had barely begun to understand herself. Tooru did not understand what she meant at all. With the air between them growing more intimate, Dito gently proposed sharing her own truth since Tooru had entrusted her with his secret. Dito leaned in close to Tooru, her breath trembling as she whispered, almost in a panic, that she had never done that kind of thing before. This left Tooru utterly surprised, especially given how revealing Dito's outfit was. Trying to explain herself, Dito hurriedly claimed that this was normal among elves, insisting it couldn't be helped. She explained that elves, due to their long lifespans, possessed very low procreation desires, despite what their appearances might suggest. Blushing as if ashamed, Dito asked Tooru to promise not to tell Arya. Tooru, equally flustered, stammered out a promise, addressing her formally, though she softly insisted that just Dito would be fine and that she would call him Tooru. Dito, curiosity shining in her eyes, asked Tooru an important question about where he lived. She noted that even she, a high elf, couldn't recognize many of the things inside his room. Curious, she pressed him more for answers, demanding to know what exactly this room was. Tooru explained that this room was connected to a different world entirely. Dito sat beside him, processing the idea, amazed that neither the fairy realm, phantom world, or even the god's residence could possibly know a place like this existed. It was truly unbelievable. Tooru couldn't agree with her disbelief more. He didn't realize that a different world existed before all this. Meanwhile, Dito confessed that something had been bugging her for a while now. She couldn't understand why he had been speaking in the monster language. It had made her suspicious of him when they first met. Tooru explained that he was actually using the language from his own country, though it apparently sounded like the monster tongue in Dito's world. Dito chuckled, remarking how amusing it was that such a coincidence could happen. Tooru pondered, finding it strange and wondering if there was some kind of connection as to why the Japanese language from his world had turned into the monster's language in this other world. He then asked Dito why she is able to speak in monster language. Dito began to explain that goblins and orcs, or technically, every monster possessing intelligence, used this language when encountered in the wild, so it was advantageous for adventurers to understand it. She further elaborated that many adventurers were always looking for people who could communicate with intelligent monsters, as it often came in handy during encounters. However, she added that while some could speak the language, it didn't necessarily mean they were proficient in reading or writing it. He wondered aloud how he was able to understand both Dito and Rhea if they were supposedly speaking different languages. The language they used was completely unlike his own, a tongue from another world. Additionally, he could always hear their voices in his head whenever they talked too. Dito explained that it was thanks to something called language understanding, a skill that translated the user's speech into something others could understand through telepathy. She elaborated that this ability made communication between different people, countries, or even worlds much easier, an important tool in her realm. To demonstrate, she suddenly sent a single word into Tooru's mind, love. He received it instantly, his face turning red from ear to ear in surprise. Tooru reflected on how convenient that was, comparing it to a translator device from his own world. As the conversation turned more intimate, Dito, blushing, leaned in close to Tooru, beginning to confess. Tooru, flustered, felt his heart race as she edged closer, teasing him softly. Tooru's heart pounded hard, his face turning red as panic flooded him. His thoughts spiraled, wondering if Dido was about to continue her earlier bold confession. But Dido's eyes sparkled with excitement and innocence. Her face lit up with a big, eager smile as she expressed her desire to see Tooru's world, her enthusiasm washing away the tension. Tooru, still flustered and unsure, gave a small, hesitant nod, agreeing to her request despite his hesitance. While Ria slept soundly, the two quietly stepped outside, their hands clasped together as they walked toward the door that connected their worlds. Dido marveled at how she could pass into this world as long as she remained connected to Tooru. She looked down at her casual clothes, adjusting to the unfamiliar environment with a mix of excitement and curiosity. Tooru, staying cautious, handed her a hat, instructing her to wear it and completely hide her pointed ears. He reminded her that there were no elves in his world, and it would cause trouble if anyone discovered her true nature. Dido eagerly pulled the hat on, cheerfully acknowledging his request with a bright smile and a small nod. Tooru continued giving her more instructions. She needed to avoid speaking too loudly and, importantly, refrain from using telepathy here, as there was no such communication in this world. Dido gave a small pout, finding it a bit inconvenient, but ultimately accepted the conditions without complaint, her playful spirit still shining through. As Dido stepped onto the street, she looked around in wonder. This was Tooru's world, Japan. The towering buildings, the neon lights, and the unfamiliar atmosphere filled her with amazement. Somehow, everything around her felt incredible, unlike anything she had ever seen. But her awe quickly turned to alarm as she let out a startled squeal, drawing attention. She stood frozen in shock as a car sped past her, right at the pedestrian crossing. Tooru immediately tensed up, grabbing her hand as he guided her away, reminding her that he had told her not to speak too loudly. Dido, still shaken, clung to him nervously, her mind racing. Whatever that noise had been earlier, it sounded utterly terrifying. The streets were bustling, as expected, especially near the famous discount store, Don Quixote, which was alive with neon lights and energy. Tooru and Dido decided to wander around for a while, blending into the busy night crowd. Inside, Dido gazed in amazement at the shelves lined with bright, colorful merchandise. She asked Tooru if all these vibrant items were goods for sale, marveling at the dazzling display. Tooru confirmed with a light chuckle, acknowledging her curiosity. However, as they continued walking, Dido began to feel overwhelmed. The sheer brightness and intensity of the surroundings started to strain her eyes, and she wobbled slightly, struggling to keep her balance. Tooru, noticing her discomfort, turned toward her in concern. Tooru suggested they take a short rest so Dido's eyes could get accustomed to the dazzling brightness of the city. Dido agreed, grateful for the pause. While she sat, Tooru smiled and gently told her to wait for a moment. He then approached a nearby shop, scanning the menu with interest. Excited, Tooru placed an order for 1 banana choco cream. On his way back, he noticed Dido sitting by herself. Then 2 strangers approached her, commenting on how pretty she was. One of them reached out, concerned, thinking she might be in some kind of trouble and needed help. Dido clenched her fists, frustration bubbling inside her. She could feel her irritation growing and thought to herself that this was bad. Just as the situation grew tense, Tooru returned, quickly grasping what was happening. He explained to the strangers that Dido was a foreigner and didn't understand Japanese. Remaining calm, he asked what they wanted and how he could help. The men, realizing she had company, hurriedly explained that they had only approached her because she looked like she was in trouble. As the men walked away, Dido let out a sigh, calling them frivolous and shaking her head in disbelief. She was baffled by how casually they had approached and spoken to her just moments earlier. The encounter had completely ruined what had otherwise been a wonderful day. Tooru, standing beside her with a relaxed smile, seemed unfazed as he held a sweet treat in his hands. Without a word, he handed it to Dido, gently encouraging her to eat and regain her mood. Dido asked what it was, and Tooru explained that the food was called a crepe, sweet and delicious. She accepted the offering, inspecting it with curiosity. Examining the soft, folded pastry carefully, she finally brought it to her lips. Taking a cautious bite, she paused. Then, a subtle sparkle appeared in her eyes as the flavor spread across her tongue. The crepe's sweetness and lightness immediately captured her attention. Dido closed her eyes with delight, a soft, contented hum escaping her as she clutched the crepe lovingly in her hands and happily taking bite after bite, savoring each mouthful. Tooru watched her quietly, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he saw her enjoying the treat so wholeheartedly. Suddenly, Dito paused mid-bite, blinking in realization. It dawned on her that, without even noticing, she had started eating all on her own without offering Tooru a bite. Seeing this, Tooru reached out and gently wiped the corner of her mouth, prompting a faint blush to rise on Dito's cheeks. Tooru, still smiling, told her that if she truly liked it, she could go ahead and eat it all herself. Dito frowned at the way he smiled, thinking he was laughing at her. Tooru chuckled softly, apologizing as he admitted she just looked like she was enjoying the crepe so much. Pouting in disappointment, Dito handed the crepe back, insisting it wasn't even that delicious and that she didn't want it anymore. Confused, Tooru took the crepe in his hands, asking if she was serious, then told her not to mind as he took a bite. Glancing at the regretful Dito, he hesitated, lifting the crepe slightly, as if giving her one last chance to speak up before he finally did it. Tooru realized she didn't budge and quickly thought of an offer she couldn't refuse. With a sheepish smile, he said he was full and suggested they share the crepe instead. After a brief pause, Dito gave a quiet, warm nod in agreement. A few minutes later, they strolled through the brightly lit shopping center, escalators humming softly in the background. Dito observed the surroundings, quietly noting to herself the strange variety of items for sale. Her eyes wandered across the shelves and displays, brimming with curiosity. Soon, her attention was caught by a particular section, rows of costumes lined up neatly, their packaging displaying familiar outfits. She recognized the clothes instantly, remembering that Arya had worn them before. As realization dawned on her, Dito's thoughts clicked into place, and she murmured that now she understood. Realization struck her sharply, and she exclaimed in an accusatory tone that this was the kind of shop that sold risque, perverted costumes. She planted her hands on her hips, her expression a mix of shock and judgment. She accused him of making Rhea wear those kinds of clothes and, in her mind, labeled him a pervert, her eyes narrowing in playful accusation. Flustered, Tooru hurried to explain that they were part of an experiment. The costumes and foods from Japan were being tested for potential special effects in the dungeon, sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke. Dito asked if it was true, surprised that he had actually thought of such an idea. Defensively, Tooru explained that he had simply been curious. So far, he had only tested the food and hadn't yet checked the effects of the clothes. He added that the food had indeed buffed his stats while he was in the dungeon. With a mix of curiosity and surprise, she wondered aloud if the costumes might actually boost their status as well, her eyes scanning the rack as she spoke. Tooru explained that Rhea was still hesitant, still a little afraid to return to the dungeon, but if Dito wanted to go back, he could buy the costume for her to test it out. He added that he was certain it would suit her perfectly. Dito paused, a thoughtful frown forming as determination began to show in her eyes. Later, as they left the shop, Dito happily hugged the costume package to her chest, humming with satisfaction. Filled with excitement, she thought about how amazing Japan was. The shops were big, the food was delicious, and the unique items were amazing. Tooru watched her with a smile, genuinely glad to see her so happy. Together, they continued walking through the bustling streets. After tiptoeing back into the room, Tooru quietly observed Rhea resting peacefully in bed. He thought to himself, with relief, that nothing bad had happened while they were away. Stepping softly, Dito and Tooru exchanged a glance. Dito looked toward Rhea and remarked with a faint smile that she really could sleep peacefully. In response, Tooru cautiously brought up the topic. Tooru asked to confirm whether Dito truly hated Rhea. She hesitated for a moment before answering that Rhea was meddlesome, so much that it was troublesome, but at least she wasn't a hypocrite. Tooru pressed a little further, suggesting that maybe they could get along without fighting, but Dito quickly interjected, saying they could coexist, just not as friends. While Rhea slept soundly, Tooru tried once more to convince Dito, gently remarking that even if she said otherwise, it was still a good thing they were living under the same roof. Maybe, in time, they could become friends again. Dito, with a casual air, partially agreed, saying that when her mood was right, she could stay on good terms with Rhea in the house. Tooru recalled Rhea mentioning that Dito disliked teaming up, preferring to handle things on her own. Still, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly had driven Dito to venture into the dungeon alone. Brushing off the awkward conversation, Dito shifted the topic to a more pressing question, asking if she could sleep with Tooru in his bed. Startled, Tooru immediately protested, reminding her that she had promised he would sleep in the bed while she and Rhea took the living room. With a sigh of defeat, Dito let out an exasperated response, realizing she couldn't change his mind. Chapter 10. Tooru is still wrapped in the comfort of his bed, drowsy and reluctant to face the day. A bright and energetic Rhea, full of cheer, tried to wake him up with persistence, shaking him gently at first. Her radiant smile and enthusiastic call reflect a caring nature as she urged him to start the day. Despite her efforts, Tooru groaned, clearly unwilling to get up, mumbling about how he doesn't have work today and wants to sleep in. Concerned, the girl pulls off his blanket and insists that oversleeping will harm his health. Tooru trudged out of his room, still half asleep, only to be met by Ria's relentless energy. She cheerfully pushed him toward the sink, insisting he wash his face and brush his teeth. Despite her nagging tone, her actions clearly came from a place of deep care. Then, with bright excitement, she announced that she had prepared breakfast and told him to come once he was done. By the sink, Tooru watched Dito quietly brushing her teeth, looking just as drowsy. It seemed Ria had dragged her out of bed for this too. Noticing Dito, he couldn't help but remark, perhaps a bit too loudly, that he finally understood why she was called the Meddlesome Knight, a title that now felt more irritating than endearing. Dito could only sigh in weary agreement. Tooru and Dito, now seated in the kitchen, sat frozen in disbelief, staring down at the scorched, unidentifiable mass on their plates. Neither could make sense of it, and both hesitantly asked what exactly they were looking at. Ria bashfully introduced the breakfast she had prepared, explaining that it was the same dish Tooru once made for them. Flustered and on the verge of tears, she admitted that she had tried to imitate his cooking in hopes of improving her skills, but it hadn't gone as planned. Tooru could only stare at his plate, unsure how to react. Dito recoiled in horror, struggling to process what exactly they were being asked to eat. Clearly shaken, she complained that not only had Ria woken them up so early, but she had also prepared something this inedible when she knew they'd be hungry. Indignant, she accused Ria of bullying, questioning if this disastrous meal was meant to torture them on empty stomachs. Ria could only apologize, while Tooru, sensing the tense energy between the two women, tried to defuse the situation, his voice filled with guilt and genuine concern, as he quickly offered to prepare something simpler instead. Tooru poured milk into a bowl of granola and slid it toward the two girls, inviting them to dig in. They looked at it doubtfully. Ria wondered aloud if it was really finished, while Dito couldn't understand how something prepared so easily could possibly be good. With a calm nod, Tooru encouraged them, pointing out that there were dried fruits mixed in too, which should make it better. As they took tentative bites, their eyes widened. Ria munched happily, exclaiming how delicious it was, while Dito quickly agreed in chorus. Ria marveled that something so simple could taste so wonderful, praising Tooru as a great sage and admiring his wisdom. After breakfast, Tooru returned to his room to sort through his luggage, something he hadn't done since moving in. He encouraged Ria, telling her he was counting on her to handle the other tasks while he worked in his room, and to knock if she needed help. Brimming with enthusiasm, Ria gave him a cheerful response and promised to leave everything to her. Inside, Tooru began unpacking his computer equipment with care, muttering to himself as he set the monitor on the desk and started connecting everything. Just as he slid the final component into place, Dita peeked in curiously, her eyes fixed on the unfamiliar object. Pointing to the screen, she asked what it was. Tooru explained patiently that it was a monitor for a computer, demonstrating how the parts fit together and functioned with quiet confidence. Relieved, Tooru thanked the device for not being broken. As the screen flickered to life, Dito leaned in with wide-eyed curiosity, asking what it could possibly do. Growing impatient, she remarked that all she could see was blue all over it. Tooru explained that they could do many things with it, especially using the internet, and began tapping away at the keyboard, searching for something interesting. When an animated character appeared on the screen, Dito gasped in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She leaned closer, asking if a tiny fairy lived inside the machine, her surprise innocent and childlike. Tooru chuckled and clarified that it was called a vocalo, or a virtual singer, as he described it. Ria watched in awe from behind, leaning closer, completely captivated by the strange and fascinating device. Tooru added that they could also use the computer to search for things about other worlds. Dito couldn't help but be amazed and commented on how incredible Japan's tools were. Tooru added that they could also use it to look up information about the dungeon's layout and appearance from their current location, leaving Dito deeply impressed by the power and reach of his technology. Tooru wondered how he'd manage that. It seemed he first needed to complete a few prerequisites before accessing the feature, starting with answering questions like what kind of capital they used. Immediately, he asked Dito to show him the currency from her world. She agreed and told him to wait a moment as she retrieved a small pouch from within her clothes. As she handed it over, Tooru began to ask her what had happened to the monsters he defeated, and Dito indirectly answered that they should stick to the same story. For all that, He realized that things were complicated but reassured himself that, for now, his secret was safe. Tooru grew curious as he examined the coins she handed him, wondering if they were made of real gold. Dito nodded and began listing them: Gadius gold, Empire gold, and a few commemorative gold coins among them. He asked if those coins could actually be used to buy things. Dito replied matter-of-factly that the answer should have been obvious. Then, Tooru, after a moment of thought, made a request. Tooru asked Dito if he could use some of her coins to buy snacks and flashlights. She cheerfully agreed but tilted her head, clarifying whether he was sure that her money would even be accepted in this world. Tooru responded with firm confidence, assuring her it would be fine. If that were the case, Dito happily offered for him to take as much as he wanted, saying it was her way of thanking him for the pair of bloomers she had received. She added with excitement that if he was right about those bloomers increasing her status, then they might be even rarer than the artifacts showcased at the dark auctions. The thought of something as simple as bloomers becoming a coveted treasure in the underground market amused Tooru. Deciding not to overdo it, he took one coin of each type for now. Then, as a sudden realization crossed his mind, he turned to Dito and pointed something out. He casually asked Dito if she wanted to take a bath. Dito, surprised and amazed, asked if he truly had a bath in his house, and Tooru excitedly nodded. As Tooru headed toward the bathroom, he called out for Ria, who promptly emerged with bright curiosity. He then asked if she could take a bath together with Dito, so she could show her how to use the faucet. Dito, all flustered, protested that she could manage on her own, clearly feeling the pressure of their eagerness to help. But before she could object further, Ria cheerfully agreed, bursting with enthusiasm. She announced that baths in this world were a bit different, and that she'd be teaching Dito how it's done. Without giving her a chance to resist, Ria pushed the panicking elf toward the bathroom, declaring it was lesson time. As Dito and Ria were busily arguing behind the closed bathroom door, Tooru, with quiet resolve, decides to head out. He knew that if he mentioned his plans to Dito, she would insist on coming along, which would mean leaving Ria alone at home, something he wasn't willing to do. So he ventured out on his own, zipping up his jacket. The city skyline stretched before him as he made his way downtown, buildings looming with a familiar sense of routine. Eventually, Tooru arrived at a pawn shop. Inside, he stood at the counter across from a composed young clerk. She carefully examined what he had brought, then summarized the valuation with a pleasant smile: 106,400 yen. Tooru was stunned. The amount far exceeded his expectations. His eyes widened as he repeated the figure aloud in disbelief. With a polite nod, the clerk confirmed that that was the total. The clerk showed him how much each coin cost. The small metal was appraised at just over 9,400 yen, modest, but enough to raise eyebrows. Another, more ornate and bearing a detailed face, was valued far higher, worth 97,000 yen. A third, plated in platinum and gold, appeared even more precious, though its worth couldn't be confirmed without further inspection. The clerk gave him the option to leave it behind for appraisal, but Tooru quickly decided to take the money for the two confirmed items for now. He didn't want to linger or draw unnecessary attention. Stepping into the sunlight, Tooru clutched his earnings, wary of attracting attention if he pawned the metals again. Though quitting his job wasn't an option, he felt relieved. At least he now had enough money for what he needed. Late at night, once Ria had drifted off to sleep, Tooru quietly ventured into the dungeon with Dito in order to know more about their world. Inside the stone-walled labyrinth, dimly lit and ominous, Tooru shared a small celebration. He had leveled up. Tooru recalled that it all happened right after he defeated the giant centipede. Though saying it out loud still felt strangely surreal. Brimming with excitement, Dito eagerly asked to see Tooru's status. With a brief thought, he summoned the glowing screen before them. Her sharp eyes scanned the details, his full name, age, and every stat she could glimpse. Deciding his name was too long, she simply called him Tooru. When he asked about her age, she brushed it off with a sly smile, promising to tell him later. Then, noticing his occupation field was blank, her brows furrowed slightly. Among the listed attributes on his status screen, one stood out, a rare skill known as unlimited growth. Despite being only level 4, he had possessed the skill since the beginning, a fact that impressed Dita deeply. She regarded the information with a calm but surprised expression, acknowledging how rare and valuable such a skill truly was. Having tried countless methods herself, Dita knew just how elusive a skill like that could be, but something had bothered her about it. Concern etched across her face. Dito looked at Tooru with quiet seriousness. Her thoughts lingered on how short his lifespan was compared to hers. Tooru asked her to clarify, puzzled by her sudden concern. Dito explained softly that unlike elves, who could steadily raise their levels over centuries, humans had far shorter lifespans. Because of that, most humans would die long before ever reaching their level cap. Her tone grew somber as she admitted this truth. Tooru lowered his gaze, silently reflecting on D2's words. Then, D2 brought up his encounter with the powerful centipede monster, her tone sharpening with disbelief. She pointed out that such a creature wasn't something a mere level 1 could possibly beat. That kind of battle was rare and dangerous. Hearing this, Tooru fell quiet, the memory replaying vividly in his mind. He realized just how fortunate he had been to survive that ordeal at all. As they continued discussing his progress, D2 examined his current status. She pointed out that what he was seeing reflected only his basic job growth, not the more specialized development that came from taking on a profession. In Tooru's case, his starting job, referred to as jobless, can't do anything yet. However, she explained that its true potential lay in its flexibility, which can do anything. Depending on his efforts, he can gain attack skills, magic, and support spells. This slightly lightened Tooru's mood. She also reminded him that in order to do that, it would require not only raising his level consistently, but also learning a lot of different jobs. The weight of her words sank in instantly. Tooru's confidence faltered, and he could only let out a nervous grunt. As the conversation drew to a close, Tooru shifted the focus toward D2, asking her to show her own status as well. He added that she should also remove her mantle so he could see beneath it properly. D2's brow twitched in mild irritation at the reminder, but after a moment's hesitation, she sighed and reluctantly agreed. She slipped off her mantle as Tooru had asked, standing before him in a sleek, form-fitting bodysuit that shimmered faintly under the light. The fabric hugged her figure perfectly, outlining every curve with startling precision. For a moment, Tooru froze. His eyes widened in shock, and his breath caught as he hastily tried to look away. Compared to her usual attire, which was already explosive, this outfit was on an entirely different level. Still blushing, she looked down at herself with doubt, questioning whether this outfit truly increased her status. D2's eyes widened in astonishment as she examined her newly revealed status. Her defense had dramatically increased by 200 points, and even more surprisingly, her level cap had risen as well. The sudden growth caught her off guard, flooding her with a mix of amazement and disbelief. Tooru, equally curious, eagerly leaned in, expressing a strong desire to see the results for himself. As D2's status sheet came into view, it revealed the details of her remarkable progress. Tooru blinked in surprise at her age, 221 years old. Embarrassed, she quickly explained that elves live nearly 1,000 years, so that's only like a human in their early 20s. Tooru was struck by how close she now was to her level cap. His tone, a mixture of admiration and concern. But D2 quickly corrected him. D2 beamed, expressing with delight that she had actually reached her limit a long time ago. But after wearing the new equipment, it still increased. Tooru was stunned. It actually worked. With childlike wonder, D2 admired how such a simple, stretchy outfit could raise her defense so high. Her voice carried enthusiasm as she declared the gear nothing short of amazing. Her light-hearted tone carried an almost playful curiosity as she pondered about the pair of bloomers, which she guessed might possess similar amazing effects. She decided to change into the bloomers right then and there, causing Tooru to flinch in shock at her sudden boldness. She instructed him to turn around, his cheeks flushed as he obeyed. Tooru froze, his back still against D2's. He shut his eyes tight, forcing his imagination to stay blank. Then suddenly, she let out a troubled sound, sharp and unexpected, as if she'd just realized something alarming. D2's mood shifted. After attempting to change, she froze in disbelief and confusion. D2 stood in silence, reflecting on an unexpected discovery. Her level cap hadn't decreased even after she removed the equipment. Tooru, sensing the shift in her mood, questioned her implication. D2 hesitated at first, then revealed her suspicion. The cause of her level cap increase might not have been the swimsuit after all. There hadn't been any known case of a level cap increasing by itself, no precedent, no system change. And yet, here she stood, living proof of an anomaly. A realization dawned on her, something she had only begun to grasp. As she turned toward Tooru, stepping close with a serious gaze, the atmosphere became charged with a mix of tension and revelation. The effect of unlimited growth is still not fully known, and she narrowed in on a single possibility, one that centered not around the gear, but around Tooru himself. D2 leaned in closer, her breath brushing against Tooru's ear, closing the distance between them. Tooru's face flushed crimson, his heart racing as he stiffened in place. Utterly unsure of what D2 was about to do, yet too startled to move. Unexpectedly, Dita kissed Tooru directly on the lips. The moment caught him off guard, his eyes wide with shock as she pressed into him. The act wasn't born out of romantic impulse, but rather driven by certainty, a belief she needed to confirm. Her grip was firm, her expression resolute. Tooru stood frozen, utterly overwhelmed and confused, until Dita finally pulled back, her face radiant with excitement and triumph. Her eyes sparkled as she proclaimed her theory correct. Still reeling, Tooru stammered in disbelief, his thoughts spinning as he demanded to know what had just happened. Another realization hit him too, that she was still naked. She quickly realized she was partially exposed, letting out a startled yelp before scrambling to cover herself. Flustered, she apologized to Tooru, who turned away out of courtesy, assuring her it was all right, but asked what just happened, his thoughts spinning in circles. As she collected herself, Dita began piecing together her thoughts. The kiss she shared with Tooru hadn't just been a whim. It had produced an effect. Her level cap had increased again, this time without the use of any equipment. Tooru, still trying to process everything, listened intently as Dita explained her discovery. The increase was genuine. Her level cap had risen to 49. She theorized aloud that while there had never been an official description linking such an effect to the unlimited growth skill, this event strongly hinted that when someone kisses him, they also receive some of his unlimited growth skill. Tooru was left speechless, repeating her words in disbelief as the weight of what she said sank in. He wasn't just shaken by the outcome. It was the implication that left his mind spinning. Dita, still catching her breath from the whirlwind of emotion and discovery, admitted she had never heard of such a skill effect either. She speculated that either this was simply how the world worked, or that his skill was capable of more than anyone had imagined. Perhaps the effect of the skill had properties never recorded or fully understood, requiring high-level appraisal to be properly analyzed. Startled and flustered, Tooru stammered for clarification, struggling to make sense of everything, and wondering aloud if this meant he possessed more abilities than just this skill. As he spoke, Dita suddenly pursed her lips in a pout, leaning ever so slightly closer. Tooru blinked in confusion, his thoughts derailing as he wondered in alarm what on earth she was doing. Dita, flushed and impatient, confronted Tooru directly. There was no subtlety in her demand. She wanted another kiss. Tooru quickly raised his hands, trying to slow things down, urging her to calm down and think rationally. The sudden tension left him overwhelmed, unable to process how things had escalated so fast. But Dita wasn't acting out of pure impulse. Her frustration simmered beneath the surface. With a sharp glare, she accused him of holding back, of not even trying to help her raise her level cap. She responded with exasperation, declaring plainly what she wanted and why. Her frustration ran deep, stemming from decades of being trapped beneath her level cap. Despite defeating countless monsters and training relentlessly, she had never been able to surpass that limit. She confessed that, despite all her efforts, she still lagged behind others with higher potential. Tooru raised his hands in a mix of panic and empathy, trying to ease the tension. He wanted to calm her down, yet at the same time urged her to think things through quickly before acting on impulse. Even so, Dita made one thing absolutely clear. This wasn't about kissing just anyone for the sake of power. Blushing, but resolute, she looked Tooru in the eyes and said that she wouldn't accept a kiss from just anyone, only from someone she cared about. She had done it because it was Tooru. Hearing that, Tooru's expression softened. While still uncertain, he couldn't hide the warmth that crept into his voice. The tension between Tooru and Dita took on a more personal tone as she suddenly confronted him. Her eyes narrowed and her voice rose with accusation. She had sensed something. Tooru had been thinking about someone else. Specifically, Ria. Dita's expression shifted into a pouty frustration, her thoughts turning inward. She concluded, aloud, that he must like Ria more than her. The words were quiet but heavy, laced with disappointment. Caught completely off guard, Tooru stiffened, unable to deny it. He hesitated, then admitted his uncertainty. He couldn't deny his thoughts about Ria, but at the same time, he couldn't ignore he is interested in Dita either. Her cheeks reddened as he spoke. Dita, flustered by his candor, looked away momentarily, then his voice faltered, caught between honesty and confusion. He called himself hopeless, a poor excuse of a man in a moment that demanded clarity. Dita's gaze softened, her voice taking on a quiet resolve. She acknowledged a truth that weighed heavily on both their hearts, that Tooru's feelings for Ria might come first. Yet, rather than recoiling in jealousy, she offered something profound. Dita's voice softened, her words laced with quiet jealousy as she asked if he chose Ria now. If he would. After 80 years when Ria was long gone, consider being with her instead. Tooru was struck by the question. The way she framed it was not as a demand, but a gentle hope that sent a chill through him. Tooru, realizing the implication, tried to object. If 80 years passed, it wouldn't just be Ria who was gone. He too would have long been dead then. But D2, with centuries behind her and centuries yet to live, had already thought this through. She stood in silence for a moment, distant but composed. When she finally spoke again, her words cut through the air like a revelation. There was a way, a method to extend someone's lifespan. D2 responded with a serious, measured tone. Yes, such a method did exist, but it came with a catch. Tooru was stunned, repeating if he heard her right. His voice rose with urgency as he asked her to explain, desperate to learn more. If such a method truly existed, it could change everything. Tooru leaned in, his eyes wide with anticipation, pushing her to share the secret. Then D2 spoke the name. In order to access it, one would need to confront a being tied to the very fabric of the labyrinth itself, none other than the ruler of the labyrinth, the dungeon master. With a playful smile, Ria offered to join Dido for a bath, insisting it was only natural to help her learn. After all, bathing was done differently in this world, and she thought it best to teach her properly. Dido, flustered and blushing, tried to refuse, but Ria teasingly warned that too much pride would only make things harder for her. As they prepared for their bath, Dido casually asked Ria about her stay in the dungeon rest stop. Her tone carried a hint of curiosity and quiet accusation, as she wondered why Ria was the only member of their party there. The question caught Ria off guard, leaving her flustered and unsure how to respond. Ria hesitated, her voice trembling as she tried to explain that her situation was complicated. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject to Dido instead, catching the elf off guard with her sudden, awkward deflection. Ria, trying to ease the tension, politely asked Dido to call her by her preferred name, Ria. But Dido, arms crossed and pride unshaken, turned away with a sharp never. Still sulking from the rejection, Ria stood speechless while Dido, completely unfazed, demanded she focus on teaching her how to bathe. Taking her role seriously, Ria demonstrated how the modern bath worked, explaining how hot water flowed from the tube and that different soaps were used for body and hair. Dido watched intently, clearly fascinated by the unfamiliar setup. Dido marveled at the soaps, amazed that they existed in Tooru's world. Ria beamed proudly, explaining their origin being Tooru's artifacts, but when she once again asked Dido to call her by name, the elf flatly refused, much to Ria's playful disappointment. Dido, now more relaxed, admitted her fascination with the shower but eagerly turned her attention to the bath. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she anticipated the warmth of the hot water awaiting her. Still stung by Dido's rejection, Ria stepped forward, her expression darkening as she blocked the path to the bath. Wounded pride flared within her. She refused to let Dido pass so easily after being denied. As Ria stubbornly blocked Dido's way, with a pout, she demanded to be called by her preferred name, Ria first, while Dido, flustered and irritated, protested at her childish persistence. Annoyed by Dido's refusal, Ria pouted in frustration before unleashing a cold splash from the shower. Dido yelped in shock at the icy water, her startled cry echoing through the steamy bath. Dido trembled from the freezing water, her body shivering as she glared at Ria in disbelief. She stared at the shower head, insisting it had been hot just moments ago, confusion written all over her face. Ria proudly boasted about Tooru's ingenious artifact that could switch between hot and cold water with ease. Wearing a smug smile, she acted as if she had planned it all along, while Dido looked at her in disbelief. After experiencing the sudden chill firsthand, Dido finally acknowledged the artifact's power. Shivering and defeated, she asked Ria to let her into the bath, hoping to warm up at last. Ria, unwavering, once again insisted that Dido call her preferred name. Exasperated, Dido demanded to know why it mattered so much, but Ria only stood her ground, her silence filled with stubborn resolve. Ria reminded Dido that since they lived together, it was only right to get along and be on friendly terms. Hearing this, Dido recalled Tooru's words, that she didn't truly hate Ria, and should try befriending her in her own pace. After a moment of silence, Dido sighed in defeat. Remembering Tooru's words and seeing Ria's earnestness, she blushed and finally gave in, shouting her reluctant agreement, her pride barely holding on. Flustered and defeated, Dido muttered that she understood already, insisting she be allowed into the tub. Overjoyed, Ria beamed and warmly welcomed her to join her. Now sharing the bath together, Dido shyly pointed out how cramped the tub felt for two people. Ria only smiled in response, saying it was warmer this way, her words carrying both innocence and a quiet sense of growing closeness between them. Chapter 11. At the restaurant, Tooru worked in a daze, his mind far from the task. He let out a long, weary sigh, slumping forward as he admitted everything had grown so complicated. His thoughts drifted back to that night, at the stone chamber of the dungeon with Dido. He was still trying to process what she had told him, his expression tightening as he struggled to grasp what the title Dungeon Master truly meant. Dido calmly confirmed what Tooru struggled to grasp, explaining that it was a skill that granted a person the right to become the master of a dungeon. Dido explained that although it was listed as a skill, it couldn't be gained by leveling. The only way to obtain it was to reach the dungeon's lowest floor, find the current master, and receive it directly from him. He accepted her explanation, but still struggled to see how ruling a dungeon tied to someone's lifespan. Dido hesitated, then admitted there had long been a rumor about it. Her tone turned serious as she explained that a dungeon master never ages. His eyes widened, excitement sparking as he assumed it meant they lived forever. But she quickly corrected him. A dungeon master doesn't age, but they can still die. Yomi, the dungeon master, can pass their authority to a successor. Even if a chosen successor is rejected, anyone who reaches them is allowed to challenge the current master to a duel in order to seize the title for themselves. He realized he'd need to reach the deepest floor to face the dungeon master who could extend his lifespan. She nodded, warning that challenging a dungeon master required experience far beyond ordinary adventurers. She warned him that one had to challenge the dungeon master quickly, before monsters or old age claimed them. She followed it with a blunt truth, admitting that realistically speaking, it's impossible, noting that she herself needed hundreds of years to reach her level. Tooru's response came sharp as he pushed back. If it was just leveling, Tooru felt they could manage it, a spark of determination in his eyes. He hinted at a traditional method he'd been considering, then hesitated before finally saying it. Monster farming. Dido paused, curiosity stirring as the idea drew her in. Tooru leaned in, uncertainty flickering across his face as he wondered if she thought it was no good. After thinking it over, Dido admitted that she believes it's possible. Normally adventurers only think of monsters as something to defeat to level up, so they would never consider increasing their numbers. Yet she remembered that they multiply faster than cows or pigs, something she thought might be troublesome. Tooru laid out the plan with clarity. If they let the monsters multiply, he could track them on his computer screen and trigger the traps at the perfect moment to kill them. Dido followed his reasoning. Then, he finished with sudden certainty. While they stayed safe in the room, they could level up easily. His excitement burst through as the full impact of the strategy hit him. Still she hesitated, her voice trembling as she admitted the plan was great, but her frustration burst through as she shouted about what this meant for her 200 years of effort. Tooru pressed on unwavering, insisting they should level up a lot with this method first. His certainty cut through her despair, and Dido concluded they might finally pull this off. But suddenly, Tooru's expression tightened as another worry surfaced, something he wasn't prepared for, something he couldn't even imagine facing. Dido turned to him with concern, gently asking what he meant. He lowered his gaze, the weight of the idea settling in. He wondered aloud whether an unnaturally long lifespan was truly a blessing for a human. The doubt lingered as he repeated his worry, the thought circling through him in a slow, uneasy loop. Dido stepped closer with gentle warmth, saying it meant he could always be with her, imagining the two of them exploring the world together. She painted the scene even brighter, adventuring together, sharing delicious food, enjoying every moment side by side. With heartfelt certainty, Dido said she was sure it would be fun. He hesitated, thrown off by her sincerity, awkwardness slipping out as he searched for words. He finally admitted it did sound appealing, but the conflict in his chest tightened, leaving more he couldn't yet say. He was troubled by the idea of managing a dungeon and having monsters under him kill people. She tried to ease his worry, reminding him adventurers do the same, and if it still bothered him, they could find a solution together. She smiled, reminding him that if he disliked being a dungeon master, he could always pass the title on. His tension eased as the idea settled in, and with a steady breath and a spark of resolve, he finally agreed. He reminded himself that his goal was always to reach the deepest floor anyway. She shot back with fierce enthusiasm, saying there was nothing wrong with adding a new goal, especially becoming a dungeon master, pushing him to aim even higher. Now, as his thoughts drifted back to the present day at the restaurant, Tooru hesitated, exhaling softly as he admitted he was just a lowly freeter. He muttered bitterly, thinking how absurd it was for a freeter to become a dungeon master. The thought dragged his mood even lower. Tatishi called to him softly, then again with a firmer tone, growing worried as he continued to stare blankly into the distance. At last, she broke the silence, telling him the food in the oven was done and another order was waiting. He jolted with a sharp gasp, snapping back to reality. He straightened quickly, apologizing and promising to handle it at once. As he hurried off, she watched him curiously. After a day's work, Tooru reached home and stepped into the room announcing his arrival. Ria greeted him warmly, while Dito rushed forward in impatience, declaring he was late and her stomach was completely empty. Tooru apologized profusely, then announced that he had brought food from outside, inviting them to eat, half hoping the meal would ease the mood. Ria tilted her head, repeating, outside, in confusion. Tooru scrambled for an excuse, claiming he'd used a teleportation spell to work in another country and bought the food as souvenirs, his stretched truth pushing through anyway. Her eyes lit up as she recognized the food, calling it the hamburger they ate earlier, the one gripped by bread, her innocence softening the moment. Tooru smiled and nodded, gently correcting her that it's simply called a hamburger. She took a bite and instantly melted with delight, her face lighting up at the flavor. Dito followed with her own bite, savoring it before declaring it was also really good. Soft giggles filled the room as they ate. Dito sipped her drink, eyes lighting up as she declared the cola superb, the fizz surprising her. Ria agreed instantly. Meanwhile, Tooru quietly shuffled behind to offer food to Shizuku. She accepted with a small, grateful bow, thanking her master softly as she received her share. Shizuku gasped softly as the flavor hit her, saying it was yummy. Out of nowhere, Dito's voice calling him rang out with urgency. She was edging closer all along, and noticed what he was doing, her eyes narrowing as she sensed something off. Dito demanded to know why Tooru was hiding Shizuku from Ria, her tone firm as she stared him down. He hesitated, searching for the right words as the air tightened with nervous energy. Finally, he admitted that he'd helped Ria when she collapsed in the dungeon. He explained that Ria had been badly beaten and terrified of monsters, so he worried she'd be scared if he introduced her to Shizuku, concern evident in his voice as he recalled the moment he found her. Dito's eyes widened in shock, questioning if Ria had really collapsed alone in the dungeon. Tooru nodded, and informed her she'd been separated from her friends, her sword missing. Dito absorbed the details with a grim look, her suspicion deepening as a troubling thought formed. Suddenly, a sharp chime echoed through the room, cutting through the tension. Both she and Tooru jolted upright, the mood snapping to full alert. The chime rang out again. Startled, Tooru slammed the shelf shut in a panic, afraid Ria would notice what he was doing. Ria emerged from the door and called out in worry, asking about the strange sound, while Dito echoed her alarm. The chime rang again, this time more urgent, sending unease through the room. He tried to calm them, insisting it was fine as he hurried to the next room, reaching for the old telephone hanging on the wall. Tooru stood silent, the receiver pressed to his ear, with a firm expression as he listened. Ria stepped closer in concern, calling his name as her worry deepened with every second he didn't speak. Sweat forming on his cheek, he told them to hide, saying a dark magician had arrived. Dito's eyes widened in shock, while Ria jolted with fear, and the room fell heavy with tension as the warning sank in. Ria echoed the words in trembling confusion, stumbling over them as she tried to process the danger. A dark magician, she stuttered, her voice wavered, fear already gripping her. Tooru spoke urgently, sweat gathering on his brow as he motioned for them to step back. He insisted they should retreat to the inner room, but before he could finish, a calm, yet chilling voice crackled through the interphone, asking Suzuki-san to open the door and stating he had come to discuss the contract. Tooru and Ria froze at the sound. Both Ria and Dito stepped toward Tooru in alarm, their brows tensed with worry. Ria, startled and trembling, struggled to ask if the contract was some kind of magic contract and whether Tooru-sama would be safe on his own. Her voice shook with panic. Beside her, Dito's expression hardened, sharp with suspicion. Tooru tried to reassure them, insisting it was fine and reminding them he was the great sage. He forced a confident smile as he said it. Then he urged them again to hurry into the room. Dito stepped in with calm certainty, telling Ria they should leave this to Tooru. Her voice was steady as she reached out, urging Ria to come with her. She gently took Ria by the wrist and pulled her towards safety. Ria glanced back anxiously, her trembling expression showing she still hated the thought of leaving Tooru alone. Tooru watched them slip into the inner room and gave a small nod to himself. He muttered that he'd try to make this quick, then stepped out with tense determination, closing the door behind him in a steady motion. Inwardly, he hoped the visitor would leave soon, but the door handle suddenly twisted, rattling as if someone were trying to force it open. The door let out an unsettling creak as it slowly opened. A salesman stepped in with a polite smile, introducing himself as someone from NNK and asking Tooru to call him Inami. Without waiting for permission, he slipped inside with smooth, unshaken confidence. Tooru jerked back in shock, shouting that Inami shouldn't just barge in. But Inami stayed perfectly polite, noting that Tooru must have just moved in and saying it was the ideal time to discuss his cable contract. Inside, Tooru panicked, realizing with a jolt of dread that he'd forgotten to lock the door since he frequently passed through it. Trying to regain control, Tooru insisted he didn't have any TVs. Inami blinked, genuinely surprised, asking if he was serious. Tooru quickly added that the internet was enough for him, forcing the words out with strained confidence despite the tension pulling at his expression. Inami leaned in slightly, raising his brows as he challenged the statement, saying he was supposed to believe there's not a single TV here, especially with a place this big. His skepticism filled the room as he searched Tooru's face for a crack in the story. Tooru doubled down, insisting that he's not lying and that there's none here. He forced a nervous smile, desperately trying to sound convincing while Inami studied him closely. Inami gave a polite smile and asked Tooru to pardon the disturbance, yet he stepped forward boldly, as if entering were natural. Tooru recoiled, stammering in confusion at what he was doing. Inami continued calmly, saying there was no issue if there truly wasn't a TV, and declared he would inspect the home for a bit. His voice stayed courteous, but his actions cut straight through Tooru's boundaries. Frustration finally snapped inside Tooru, his voice rising as he shouted that he'd said from the start that Inami couldn't come in. He demanded to know if Inami really thought it was okay to enter someone's home without permission. Tooru shoved against his chest, trying to push him back out, but Inami barely moved, standing solid and unmoving like an immovable wall. Inside his mind, Tooru panicked, stunned that even with his leveled-up strength he was being overpowered like this. Inami's larger frame pressed forward, forcing him back as his feet slid across the floor. Fear surged through him as his balance slipped. From behind the door frame, Ria peeked out with wide, trembling eyes, her voice shaking as she asked what he was doing to Tooru-sama. Her voice sharpened as she lunged, her palms blazing with concentrated force as she struck Inami with explosive power, her expression hardening into pure protective fury. The impact thundered through the entryway, blasting Inami out of the apartment, his body flailing helplessly through the air from the sheer force of her strike. A stunned silence filled the room. Tooru whipped around, shocked Ria had appeared, and even more shocked by the force she used. She pouted, annoyed she had to step in. Tooru stared down the hall, unsure if the man was even alive. Inami lay slumped against the far wall, twitching weakly after the brutal impact. Tooru panicked inside, thinking this was as expected when a high-level melee fighter like Ria got serious. He could only pray the man wasn't dead. Inami let out a pained groan, muttering that it hurt as he reached up to rub the back of his head. Slumped against the hallway wall, his face twisted sharply from the lingering sting of the impact. With shocking agility, Inami pushed himself to his feet, casually remarking that Wani-san had given him a pretty good shove. Dust clung to his suit, but he brushed it off and stood tall as if nothing happened. He proudly added that he might not look it, but he'd once been a 9th-rank sumo, and a good one at that. Tooru recoiled inside, horrified, thinking he should be the one shocked. 9th rank was terrifying. Inami's expression suddenly darkened as he leaned in, suspicion sharpening his gaze. He concluded that being refused this hard could only mean a TV was hidden somewhere. Tooru began sweating bullets, panicking as he shouted that he'd already said there wasn't one at all, his voice cracking with desperation. Then Dito appeared behind them. Dito burst into action, shouting stunned shock. As she thrust her glowing staff forward, a blast of magical electricity erupted, her expression fierce as she shielded Tooru without hesitation. Inami screamed as the surge tore through him, his entire body convulsing in violent, uncontrollable spasms under the overwhelming shock. Tooru flinched back, shouting Dito's name as Inami crumpled to the floor. His eyes widened at the sheer force she'd unleashed. Dito stayed perfectly calm, explaining there was no need to worry. She only knocked him out a little. Inami let out a faint groan, lying face down and lightly twitching, but still alive. Tooru and Ria stood behind her, frozen in stunned silence. Tooru staggered back in disbelief as the salesman slowly rose from the floor, defying all logic. Inami wobbled upright, mumbling that the shock surprised him and wondering if it was just static electricity. Dito leaned in, stunned. Inside, Tooru's fear spiked, wondering if this guy was even human. Inami steadied himself and said that regardless, he still needed to confirm the TV situation. His persistence sent a chill through the room as he reached for Tooru's shoulders. Tooru's face twisted in panic, his voice cracking in disbelief as he demanded if Inami was still planning to inspect his home. At last, Tooru's strength gave out. His shoulders slumped, his face drained in exhausted resignation. With a defeated sigh, he said he understood and told Inami he could inspect the house. Inside, dread twisted tight. If things went wrong at this rate, those two might actually kill him. Inami nodded politely, adjusted his backpack and tie, and wobbled back inside, completely unfazed by the danger he'd just survived. The inspector strode ahead with confidence, while Tooru, Ria, and Dito followed anxiously behind. Ria and Dito stayed tense, and Tooru looked visibly nervous. He bent over the toilet area with exaggerated scrutiny, turning a simple check into a full investigation as he poked around with dramatic seriousness. Dito sat stiffly on the bed, frozen with discomfort, while Tooru and Ria stood awkwardly nearby in the cramped tense space. The inspector rubbed his chin, thinking aloud as he narrowed his eyes. He finally admitted there really was no TV, though the doubt in his voice lingered. Then he added that he hadn't checked the closed rooms yet, letting the unfinished thought hang heavily. Tooru froze, his whole body tightening as the implication hit him. Tooru leaned in desperately, begging Inami to wait. But he stepped toward the sliding door with sharp suspicion, insisting a hidden TV had to be inside. Panicking, Tooru threw up his hands, saying it was just the books he hid from the girls. He stretched his arms across the doorway, fear tightening his face as he tried to block it. Tooru leaned in close, whispering in Inami's ear about something he absolutely couldn't let the girls overhear. His expression trembled, embarrassment and panic nodding together as he confessed it. Inami completely misunderstood, cheerfully saying it was normal for an unmarried man to have a dozen magazines like that. Proud of his conclusion, he smiled as if he'd figured it out. Inside, Tooru screamed. This was useless, he understood nothing. He crouched in exasperation while Ria and Dito looked on in confused silence. Tooru, sweating nervously, raised his hands to calm Ria and Dito, urging them to step outside first. He tried to steady his voice even as his thoughts raced about Shizuku hiding quietly in the closet. The sudden request left Ria startled, unsure how to react. Dito, uneasy but trusting him, reluctantly followed his lead. Ria clung to Tooru's sleeve, whispering urgently if this was really okay. His grimoires were inside. She even wondered if that was the dark magician's true goal. Dito grew curious at the word. Tooru stood firm between them and the door, forcing a calm tone as he told them it was fine and to let Inami do as he pleased. The girls sat themselves in Tooru's kitchen, still tense, but finally trusting Tooru to handle things on his own. Inami sighed in disappointment when he found nothing, no TV after all. Tooru exhaled calmly, reminding him he'd been saying that from the very beginning. He declared he'd never give up and would show up the moment Suzuki-san brought a TV home. Tooru, sweating nervously, warned him to only visit when he was there, because if he wasn't, he had no idea what might happen to him. At last, Tooru let out a deep breath, relieved that the man had finally left. His shoulders sagged as the door clicked shut, still muttering about how troublesome NNK people always were, especially this time. His thoughts suddenly stopped as something caught his eye. Tooru yelped in alarm, panic flashing across his face as he saw Dito sitting calmly by the open shelf, casually flipping through one of the books. Inside, Tooru screamed. Inami hadn't put them back after rummaging through them. Completely unaware of his panic, Dito continued to browse in relaxed silence, oblivious to the crisis she'd just triggered. Dito quietly closed the book and neatly gathered the others, arranging them into a small, tidy stack. She said she'd place them a bit farther back on the shelf, adding matter-of-factly that it would be a disaster if Ria found them. Tooru tripped over his own words, blurting out a shaky thank you. Completely failing to explain himself, Dito leaned in with a soft, playful smile and said that in return, she wanted him to read it to her when he had time. Her eyes narrowed with teasing curiosity as she added she wanted to know what delights Tooru. He shrieked, his whole body jolting in horror as the implication hit him. Inside, Tooru's thoughts spun out of control as he wondered if Dito was actually willing to do what those books showed. His mind nearly short-circuited at the idea. With a deadpan, unamused expression, he muttered, "Good job, Inami-san," cursing the man who had unintentionally caused this chaos. Tooru grew pensive, lifting a hand to his chin as something nagged at him. His eyes narrowed as he glanced toward the balcony, confusion tightening his expression. Staring at the closed door, he wondered uneasily if Inami had used the balcony to leave. The realization struck Tooru. Inami hadn't used the balcony at all. He'd gone through the entrance door. Panic shot through him. Behind Inami, a dull thud echoed as the door sealed him off from the apartment. He shuffled forward, muttering about failing to get a contract again, noticing nothing, until suddenly, he stopped cold, eyes snapping wide as shock locked his entire body in place. Inami trembled, his voice cracking as he looked around at the cold stone floor and looming dungeon walls. Confusion spilled out of him as he whispered what this place even was. Inami looked around nervously, sweating as he lifted his glowing phone. The faint light barely cut through the darkness, and he muttered that it was so dark he couldn't see a thing. He checked his screen in confusion, saying he should have been in the mansion's corridor after leaving Suzuki-san's place, wondering if it was a blackout. Turning in place with trembling shoulders, he tried to pierce the pitch-black surroundings with the weak glow of his phone. He took a few shaky steps forward, moving stiffly as he reached out to feel for a wall, only for something to click open. Inami's voice cracked in panic as he yelped about what was happening before him. His fear spiked when he realized he'd wandered near a giant centipede's corpse, its massive shape lying lifeless on the ground. A strange voice drifted out from a nearby room, calling him inside. Inami froze on the spot, terror locking up his limbs. He lifted his glowing phone like a tiny shield, its trembling light pointed toward the source of the sound. Tooru burst in at full speed, shouting for Inami-san as his voice echoed through the stone corridor. He sprinted ahead with urgency, while Dito and Ria followed close behind, weapons in hand, eyes sharp as they scanned the darkness for danger. Inami's voice echoed through the dark, and the trio froze. He was talking to someone, frantically asking if they already had subscriptions or a contract. His desperate sales pitch sounded absurd in the eerie cave. Strange dungeon voices grumbled back in confusion, one asking what he was even talking about, another calling him horrible, and a third urging the others to just leave already. Inami walked forward toward the group of monsters, reaching out and putting a hand on what he assumed was a human shoulder. Still convinced he was talking to people, he shouted for them to wait. The monster panicked, realizing he was being followed. Tooru's heart dropped as he pointed ahead, shouting Inami's name in shock, while half of the salesman's body was already sliding into the dungeon wall. Tooru darted forward, shouting Inami's name as desperation spiked through him. He couldn't believe the man had actually followed the monsters deeper into the dungeon. Panic pushed him to find Inami before something irreversible happened. He leaned forward urgently, saying he had to follow him now or else. He was certain that guy could survive a battle with slimes, but it would be a disaster if he encountered a giant centipede. Dito suddenly stepped in front of him, arms raised in protest. She blocked his path completely, stopping him from going any farther into the dungeon. She turned serious, saying flatly that Ria had no sword and Tooru was too weak. Going now was far too dangerous. Tooru's voice cracked as he protested, asking what would happen to Inami then, fear outweighing everything else. Dito declared she would go alone. The sudden resolve stunned Tooru, his panic shifting toward her instead. Dito gave him a gentle smile, soft but unwavering. She said it was good timing anyway. She'd been thinking of heading back for a while. There were things she needed to clear up after being cooped up in Tooru's house for so long. Her tone stayed light, but her intention was firm. Hand on her hip with solid confidence. Dito said he'd need gold coins for shopping, so she'd bring some back, along with that Inami fellow. Her steady tone made the whole ordeal sound like nothing more than a simple errand. Tooru's voice softened with worry as he quietly called her name. Dito looked back and told him not to make that face, assuring him she'd return soon. Tooru swallowed hard and nodded, reluctantly murmuring that he understood. With bright determination, Dito said that since they'd agreed, he should hurry and help her pack. Her upbeat voice cut through the tension, bringing a spark of energy back into the moment. Tooru handed over the packed bag, flustered but trying his best to be helpful. Still nervous, he pointed out that he'd added food, drinks, and some cosplay clothes. Dito accepted it with a warm smile, thanking him with genuine appreciation. Tooru told her to make sure she came back safely, his voice steady despite the worry beneath it. Dito answered with full confidence that she absolutely would. Then, with a playful grin, she reminded him they still had that talk about living together for the rest of their lives, telling him not to forget it, her teasing lifting the heavy mood. She gave her final instructions, telling him to leave Inami to her, and to keep the door shut until the monitor worked again. Tooru nodded. With her head half hidden by the slowly closing door, she called out that she was taking off, before her silhouette vanished into the shadows. Neither of them moved, standing in tense silence as they stared down the path Dito had taken. The weight of uncertainty settled heavily over them, tightening the air with unease. Ria finally spoke, Her hands clasped tight as she softly said she hoped Dito would return soon. He nodded, voice subdued as he tried to steady the worry tightening in his chest. Silence settled over them, until Ria glanced aside and added, even quieter, that she hoped nothing happened to Inami either. A week had passed since Dito disappeared into the dungeon, leaving the apartment in quiet suspension. A doorbell chimed in the kitchen. Tooru jumped up, realizing the delivery he'd been expecting had arrived. Ria looked up from her drink, watching him calmly as he headed to the phone. Tooru called the delivery man, explaining his hands were full and asking him to open the door. The front door creaked from the outside, and Tooru hurried over to greet the worker. From his experience with Inami, he knew the door wouldn't open from the inside when a guest arrived. The entrance was partially linked to the dungeon's boundary. The courier handed over a large box, asking Tooru to sign for it. Slightly confused, Tooru signed and thanked him. He exhaled and carried the box to the kitchen, setting it down where Ria could see. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what it was. Then he carefully opened the box, revealing a collection of special artifacts. He explained that although all the money from selling the gold coins had been spent, what he just recently bought could finally begin the dungeon remodeling plan that had been on his mind. His expression held a mix of excitement and determination, while Ria watched on, her eyes wide with wonder. First, he explained that he needed to set up the camera's monitor and recorder from his computer. Then he moved on, noting that the cables for both the camera and recorder had to be connected before proceeding. He showed the recorder to Ria, who nodded in agreement, though she did not understand its purpose. Her eyes were glued on the monitor following his instructions, while Tooru moved the camera to another room, adjusting it carefully for the next step. To Ria's astonishment, Tooru's face suddenly appeared on the computer screen, leaving her stunned, eyes wide with disbelief. Tooru asked how it was, and Ria, still in disbelief, struggled to understand why she was seeing the tatami room and Tooru himself inside this strange device, briefly wondering if there might be two of him. Observing Ria's reaction, a small smile tugged at his lips. It had to have worked, at least well enough to produce that much of a response. A new problem arose, routing the cables into the dungeon. Drilling through the walls wasn't an option since he was still renting, and leaving the door open was equally impossible. Only one idea seemed feasible, threading the cables through the air conditioning pipe. Its alignment with the dungeon entrance gave Tooru a glimmer of hope that it might just work. He climbed up to create a gap for the cable, poked a hole, and carefully slid it through. As he worked, he thought to himself, well, here goes nothing. He informed Ria that he would head to the dungeon for a short while. Still uneasy about the place, Ria managed a hesitant, stuttered acknowledgement. Inside the dungeon, Tooru looked up at the spot where he had poked a hole for the cable, only to find it gone. Disappointed, he quickly began forming a theory. If the cable connected to the dungeon, it had to be nearby. A wave of frustration hit him as he thought it might have all been for nothing. But then another idea sparked in his mind, and he dashed back to the apartment, determined that it was far too early to give up. Tooru began piecing things together. The room appeared linked to both the dungeon and the apartment. He had first pulled the cable to test it. Opened from the inside, the door led to the dungeon. From the outside, it led to the apartment. That left one question. When closed, which space did it connect to? Remembering Inami-san's voice before opening it, he concluded it must have been linked to the apartment. He realized that opening the door from the inside and leaving it ajar would keep it connected to the dungeon. Acting on this, he swung it wide and fed the cable back through the hole he'd made, thinking that now the pipe might be linked to the dungeon. He informed Tooru that he was heading to the dungeon once more, and Ria watched him with a mix of worry and apprehension in her gaze. With the door left open, Tooru's eyes lit up as he exclaimed he had finally found it, and spotted the cable dangling from a hole in the dungeon wall. He set the camera in place and connected it to the cable. All that remained was to verify whether the connection held even when the door was closed. He hurried into the apartment to check the setup, wondering how it had turned out. Relief and excitement washed over him as he saw the dungeon displayed on his computer screen. The cable was still connected on the other side, and it was working perfectly. Tooru leaped into the air with joy, grabbing Ria's hand as they celebrated together. Ria smiled, slightly puzzled but sharing in the excitement, congratulating him even though she didn't fully understand what had happened. Afterwards, he moved along the dungeon wall, preparing the other cameras while drilling carefully into the surface. He positioned cameras at key points, by the entrance, across the large open area, and in front of the iron door, carefully placing them in a variety of strategic locations. From her spot, Ria asked if this setup allowed Tooru to monitor the dungeon from the room. He confirmed that it did, and for the first time, Ria finally understood the source of his excitement. Ria marveled at the setup, noting that magic allowing one to see from a distance must be extremely high level, and that being able to use an artifact like this so freely was remarkable. She praised Great Sage Sama for such ingenuity. Tooru blushed slightly, chuckling and trying to downplay the compliment with a modest laugh. But it was far too early to be impressed, Tooru thought, as he began unboxing another item. Ria's eyes followed him closely, curiosity written across her face. Tooru pulled out another device, his excitement palpable as he announced that this was the start of the main phase of the dungeon remodeling plan. In the kitchen, Ria watched Tooru examine the device, wondering if it was for the dungeon room too. He explained calmly that it was for the dungeon's iron door, a simple robot arm, almost a toy, yet able to press the open-close switch. He explained that he would make the arm operable through the computer, and while saying so, a faint smile showed on his face. That night, he went to his computer and programmed the new robot he had just bought. Then Tooru let out a thin, weary gasp. He confessed that as someone who barely understood programming, even creating a simple routine to make the arm lift and drop had devoured far too many hours. Meanwhile, Ria slept just a couple of feet away, her early eagerness fading into drowsiness before Tooru could notice. She rested so softly, as he noticed how cute she looked asleep. He decided it didn't matter, because with this, he could finally start the plan. Under his guidance, the robot zipped and zapped, pressing the dungeon room's door. Tooru recalled how the iron door had once trapped the joint centipede. He hadn't finished it himself, yet later he'd found its torso cleanly severed. A weaker monster would have died instantly, and even a giant centipede might fall if its head were crushed. A thought flickered through him, shaping a new plan. His eyes stayed fixed on the computer screen, fingers ready as he set his challenge for the dungeon monsters to step through the door. One by one, slimes began slithering forward, and a spark of excitement lit his face as the first creature emerged. With a click of his mouse, Tooru activated the robot, and the iron door plunged down, crushing the slimes beneath its weight. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he watched his plan unfold perfectly, shouting in triumph, and ready to do it again. He clicked frantically, but nothing responded, realization dawning as he muttered that it had only worked for the first one. From that moment, chaos erupted as more slimes poured in, slipping past the door before it fully closed. Tooru sighed, resigned to handling the ones that got through himself. With a deep breath, he stepped outside toward the dungeon, his eyes fixed on the iron door looming before him. A mass of slimes had gathered, drawn by the remains of the giant centipede. With swift, precise movements, he cut through them until none remained. He noticed most of the corpse had already been digested and considered setting a different lure. He was immersed in thought. If only slimes were drawn, his level wouldn't increase much. He racked his brain for a lure that could attract more than just slimes, something irresistible that would distract the monsters long enough to fall into his trap. With a plan forming, he decided to step outside and do a bit of shopping to gather what he needed. At Don Quixote, Shizuka gasped, eyes sparkling at the store's dazzling size. Tooru, wanting to learn what monsters preferred, brought her along, disguised as his clothes. They stepped into the bustling supermarket, and Tooru told Shizuku to point out anything that looked tasty. Shizuka nodded, determined to be of help as best she could. Shizuku's eyes glimmered as she scanned each shelf, declaring everything looked delicious. Tooru noted that monsters attacked humans for meat. When she added that she loved vegetables, and his cooking too, Tooru let out a quiet laugh. He decided to grab a little of everything instead. Fruits, vegetables, fish, meat, and snacks, he placed them all in his cart, eager to experiment with which would lure the monsters most effectively. Then he reminded Shizuku that since he had brought her along, he would get her something she wanted. Surprised, she asked for a collar, leaving Tooru completely taken aback by her request. Tooru asked if she really intended to wear a collar, pointing out that slimes didn't have necks. Shizuku explained she would wear it in her human form, recalling from a thin book that a collar given by one's master symbolized affection. His thoughts spiraled as he realized that though Shizuku was technically a pet, imagining her wearing a collar in human form felt deeply wrong. His mind betrayed him, involuntarily swapping the image to Ria instead, an unwelcome, embarrassingly perverse vision that made him jolt. Tooru awkwardly shifted the topic, worried Shizuku might have misinterpreted the thin books at his house. Spotting her slight disappointment, he quickly pointed to something in the store, keeping the conversation on pets while suggesting it could serve as a lure. They returned to the house and stepped into the dungeon, where Tooru once again stood before the iron door. Carefully, he began placing the assortment of food in front of it, and set down the cat food from the supermarket. He wondered if using it as a lure would draw the monsters in, imagining them gathering around and diving straight into his trap. He scattered the cat food through the doorway, hoping to lure the monsters. Shizuku, clinging to his back, sniffed curiously and remarked on the smell. Tooru explained it was pet food and felt optimistic that the other monsters might be drawn to it as well. Back in his room, Tooru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Fingers poised, he hit the command to open the door, a thrill of anticipation coursing through him. At his mouse click, the robot sprang to life, and the iron door swung open. A surge of creatures, giant centipedes, massive mice, bizarre funghouls, and writhing slimes, filling the space in a chaotic frenzy. The creatures slid toward the doorway, drawn by the pet food scent. Tooru watched with satisfaction. Nearly all were lured in, just as he hoped. Another click of the mouse, and the robot slammed the door, crushing them beneath its weight. Overjoyed, Tooru celebrated as his level rose. Shizuku beamed beside him, praising his success, and together they rushed into the dungeon to witness the results firsthand. As they stood in the dungeon and surveyed the aftermath, Tooru noted his level had risen by 2 from the mass defeat, and a new skill, Human Appraisal Level 1, had unlocked, sparking his curiosity. Tooru recalled Dito's words that being jobless allowed him to remember a variety of skills. Curious, he wondered if this new ability could let him see other people's status, deciding he would try it on Ria when the opportunity arose. Proudly, Tooru mused that if he continued leveling up, he might one day defeat a giant centipede with a single strike. He noted with satisfaction that even clicking the mouse counted as an attack, marking it as an achievement. Eyes on the scattered food at the doorway, he resolved it was time to replenish the bait. Returning to his room, Tooru declared with determination that he would keep leveling up, unaware of how late it had become. It was already 5:30 in the morning. Knowing his part-time job started at 9 a.m., Tooru realized he should try to sleep, but his excitement kept him restless. He persuaded himself to set just one more trap, yet the monsters slipped away at the last moment, leaving him muttering a frustrated curse under his breath. He bargained with himself repeatedly, unable to resist the thrill of testing his traps despite the creeping fatigue. A few hours later, at his restaurant shift, Tooru fought to keep his eyes open, weighed down by exhaustion. Having stayed up all night, Tooru mumbled for more sleep, but his efforts hadn't been wasted though. His level had risen significantly. At the counter, Takashi barked for Suzuki-san to hurry with the salad, and a distracted, bleary Tooru apologized profusely. Tooru's mind wandered as he worked, wishing he could level up even while arranging salads, knowing it wouldn't affect his stats. The feeling reminded him of his old online game obsession, realizing that his dungeon exploits carried the same addictive thrill. Back at the house, Tooru sat before his computer once more, clicking and clacking at the keyboard as he searched for free software to automate his mouse clicks. He searched online and found countless programs, bots, used in games to auto-grind levels and collect items. Though banned in most games, the dungeon had no overseers, leaving him free to experiment. Tooru's mind lit up with an idea. Using a bot to automate clicks could let him level up nonstop, even while working or sleeping. After hours of searching, he found a reliable tool and grinned, ready to download it. Ria stood beside him, eyes bright with curiosity, and asked what he was doing. Tooru smiled, amused by her interest. Tooru explained that the program would let him automatically open and close the iron door from his room. Ria's eyes widened in amazement as she asked how it worked, and Tooru patiently recounted the trap's details, knowing she hadn't seen it the night before. After Tooru finished explaining, Ria's eyes widened, unbelieving that he would do such a thing. She quickly corrected herself, noting that Tooru was the great sage Sama, and likely near his maximum level despite recent battles. Tooru gulped, caught off guard, and nodded nervously. Tooru explained that his efforts were for research and to make things easier for adventurers. Ria's eyes sparkled with admiration at his ingenuity, while he quietly reminded himself that he was far from his limit, still only a single-digit level. Tooru explained that the automatic clicker would open the door every 20 minutes, close it 2 minutes later, and repeat, letting him level up over time. After explaining, Tooru admitted he needed a nap. Ria asked to watch the monitor, and though he worried it might be boring, she insisted, eager to see Tooru-sama's artifact in action. Relenting, Tooru asked Ria to track the defeated monsters. She agreed, wishing him good night, and he quietly returned. Tooru jolted awake, startled by Ria's scream coming from the computer beside his bed. Half asleep, Tooru mumbled with eyes closed, asking if something had happened. Ria pointed at the monitor, panicking as she shouted that an orc and the dark magician Inami had returned. Tooru jolted fully awake, unsure if he'd heard her correctly about a dark magician. But the instant his eyes hit the monitor, he shot upright with a shout. It was Inami. He and Ria froze, their eyes wide. Tooru stared in disbelief. Inami was crouched beside the creature, half-dressed and casually eating the scattered pet food. The sheer absurdity of it tightened his expression, as though reality had slipped sideways for a moment. Before that, the orc and Inami chatted happily, as if old friends. Tooru realized something was wrong. The iron door was falling, and he screamed, alarmed at the robot's automated action. Tooru panicked, clicking frantically as the door swung back and forth, buying himself some time. Unsure whether it would end up open or closed, he realized he had to act and rushed toward the dungeon. He brought his pickaxe with him, and Ria carried her shield at his side. Inami, with food in his mouth, remarked as if it had been a while since their last meeting. Inami glanced at Tooru, questioning whether he had bought a TV to set up a broadcast contract. Taken aback, Tooru said no and urged him to move away, leaving Inami startled and wondering what he was saying all of a sudden. Tooru shouted a warning as the iron door started to descend. Inami looked up, saying he understood and mistakenly thought Tooru was trying to take the food he'd found with the orc, but Tooru immediately corrected him, insisting he was wrong. He warned Inami that the pet food was a trap and urged him to look above. Inami's eyes widened in alarm. Inami urgently called for the orc to pull back. Confused and still hungry, the orc protested, but Inami warned that the tempting food was a trap. After a pause, the orc reluctantly obeyed. Both retreated swiftly along their paths, the iron door slamming shut just behind them. Tooru exhaled in relief, convinced they had escaped safely, though a wave of exhaustion hit him. Then it dawned on him. Inami had returned to the dungeon after all. He considered that he might still be able to bring Inami back. Confident that Ria's help could let him bypass the iron door, he asked her to join him, and she hesitantly agreed. They held hands as they advanced, until Ria suddenly dropped to her knees, gasping, sweat glistening on her face. Ria froze, eyes wide with shock at what she saw. Tooru, alarmed, asked urgently if she was all right. At last, Dito stepped through the iron door, unharmed. Tooru and Ria shouted her name, and he quickly asked about Inami, but she looked puzzled. Dito recognized the Japanese person, and when Tooru asked if she had forgotten, she defensively replied that of course she knew and hadn't forgotten. She had gathered information on Inami, aware of a rumor circulating in the guild. Tooru, intrigued, asked her to elaborate on the rumor. Both Tooru and Ria looked at her with curiosity. Dito suggested they discuss it in the room, and the three of them returned to the apartment. He handed Dito a cola, and she smiled, savoring the taste after so long as she wiped her mouth. He then turned to her, asking once more about the rumor. She began recalling that at the Adventurers Guild bar, a rumor was circulating about a weird orc who had been asking people if they wanted to sign a broadcast receiving contract. Tooru asked again, mentioning the Adventurers Guild. Ria explained that since he had retired, he might not know. The Yumi Labyrinth was commissioned by Francis and managed by the guild, and most branches included a bar. Tooru thought it sounded like a typical game setting and listened as Dito explained that the guild had issued a request to subjugate Inami. He was shocked, realizing the request implied killing. Dito confirmed, adding that it was a rank E quest with a minimal reward. She continued, noting that since an orc was a powerful monster, no one would be foolish enough to hunt it for a rank E reward. Tooru nodded, thinking that was a relief. Dito added that an advanced adventurer could easily defeat Inami, and since he kept chasing people while mentioning the contract, they would likely grow irritated. Alarmed, Tooru asked if there was any way to save him, and Dito fell silent, thinking. She suggested submitting a new guild request for a higher reward, specifying that Inami be captured alive. Tooru asked if that was possible, and Dito said he might need to consult the original requester, though it shouldn't be a problem since they wanted Inami gone. Tooru nodded, understanding it would be fine, as he planned to bring Inami back to this world. He apologized and asked Dito to go to the Adventurers Guild, and her expression immediately shifted, her face tightening as if she were about to get angry. Then she erupted, pointing out she had just returned from the surface. Tooru admitted it was a lot to ask, but insisted he couldn't leave Inami alone, bowing with hands clasped begging. Dito responded by pouting. Then she softened, saying that if she went along with Tooru, she might agree to help. Tooru protested, reminding her it had been dangerous before. Dito replied that with his new level, he'd be fine as long as she and Ria accompanied him, leaving Ria visibly surprised. Ria, surprised to be included, worried she'd be in the way without a sword. Dito scoffed, standing up with a confident glare. Then she held up a package for Ria, asking her what she thought. Tooru remembered she'd brought something from the dungeon and inquired about it, as Dito revealed it was for Ria. She unwrapped the package to reveal a sword. Her eyes shone with excitement as she presented it, announcing it was a claymore. Dito handed the sword to Ria, mentioning that it was a bit pricey. Ria raised her hands in protest, gently refusing the gift, saying she couldn't accept it. She insisted Ria take the sword since she couldn't use it even if she wanted to, and taunted her that she had once claimed she couldn't go to the surface without a weapon. Ria hesitated, reluctant until she finally accepted, thanking Dito and promising to repay her. Dito waved it off, saying she had earned a bit of money. Still, Ria's face remained downcast and anxious, clearly reluctant to go. Tooru exclaimed excitedly that the three of them should head to the surface through the dungeon. Ria's eyes widened in shock, asking if they were leaving immediately. He suggested taking time to prepare, planning to leave tomorrow or the day after. Ria stammered her agreement, but Dito protested, insisting she needed rest after just returning. He decided to level up as much as possible before their departure. Dito asked if his level-up trap was already set, and he confirmed, adding that he had planned to show it to her. Excited, she eagerly exclaimed that she wanted to see it. Tooru brought her to the computer, and Dito froze in amazement. The dungeon was streaming onto the screen, and Tooru asked if she noticed the small pieces scattered across the floor. Dito squinted, assuming the scattered bits were trash, but Tooru told her it was pet food, bait for monsters. She murmured that nobles and hunters kept animals too. Then he clicked the mouse to show her the trap. The iron door lifted, then dropped hard in a single mechanical blink. She gasped as she asked what was happening. Tooru told her to keep watching as a giant centipede crawled into view. She warned it needed to be defeated given how deadly it was, but he stayed calm and clicked the mouse to trigger the trap. The iron door crashed downward, crushing the centipede instantly. Dito gawked as Tooru straightened, a surge of energy passing through him. He announced another level up, a faint aura shimmering briefly. She muttered in disbelief, realizing how he'd been leveling up. And he added that his system now worked automatically, even while he slept, but it was risky with Anami at the door. Dito demanded Tooru's level. He first said 9, then corrected himself, 10, as the aura faded. Shocked, she asked if he was serious. Sheepishly, Tooru admitted he'd stayed up all night leveling, making his daytime part-time job exhausting. She grabbed both of his cheeks and pulled, repeating that it wasn't fair. Tooru protested, wincing that it hurt. Dito fumed, insisting she'd risked her life countless times fighting monsters just to reach level 10. She demanded if he realized how many years that took. Tooru defensively replied that she could do it too. She let go, her expression suddenly shifting. She asked exactly what she was supposed to do. Tooru explained. She only needed to move the mouse. Place the pointer. Click with her index finger. She followed his instruction. She clicked. The iron door slammed again, killing another monster. Her eyes gleamed with delight. She shouted that she had defeated it. Before she could continue, Ria entered. Her expression was uneasy. She quietly asked if she could practice swinging her sword. She hadn't used one in a long time and wanted to regain the feeling. Tooru encouraged her and asked if he could watch. Ria apologized and declined. She wanted to focus alone. He understood. She apologized again for making a selfish request, and he brushed it off and told Dito not to click anymore. She nodded. Tooru said he'd leave for an hour so Ria could return safely. Otherwise, she couldn't re-enter the apartment. Ria thanked him and stepped into the dungeon hallway. Once the door closed, Tooru glanced at the closet where Shizuku was hiding. He called to her gently, and she peeked out, her voice soft and obedient, asking what he needed. Tooru explained his plan to Shizuku, asking her to watch Ria through the camera and memorize her movements. He said that if she ever transformed into clothing around him again, she could guide him by precisely copying Ria's form and technique. Shizuku immediately agreed and promised to do her best. He then said he would go to the shop to buy ingredients for dinner. He asked Dito and Shizuku to watch the apartment. Dito waved him off casually. Shizuku bowed and wished him a safe trip. Tooru left the apartment, stepped into the city, and bought high-quality meat. Dito had just returned home, so he wanted everyone to enjoy sukiyaki together. When he returned with bags full of groceries, Dito rushed toward him, flustered. Shizuku appeared too, shouting that something was wrong. Tooru's heart lurched. He asked what happened and why they were panicking. Their answer froze him. Ria had collapsed in the dungeon. They had seen her on the camera, lying on the stone floor, unmoving. Inside the quiet, ornamented room of the Kadia estate, Ria stood before her former master. Soft light fell across the noblewoman's calm smile as she thanked Ria for her service. Ria bowed deeply, shoulders taut, insisting in a strained whisper that she was not worthy of such kindness. The noblewoman stepped closer, her tone gentle as she reminded Ria that she was no longer her master, and needn't bow so low. Ria lifted her gaze by degrees, wide eyes trembling with emotions she couldn't voice. Without warning, the noblewoman's composure shattered, and she darted forward in a rush of emotion. She pressed herself tightly against her former knight, and Ria stiffened for a brief instant. Monica, the noblewoman, murmured that they were close in age and had been raised together since childhood. She spoke with sincerity, expressing that she truly thought of Ria as a sister. Ria regarded her with a thoughtful gaze. Monica continued, gently urging Ria not to wear such a somber expression. Since today marked her departure, Monica wished to see Ria smile as she said farewell. Then Monica moved to a corner of the room and retrieved a sword bracketed on the wall. She told Ria that though it could never compare to their long allegiance with the Eldrax house, she wanted Ria to have the sword. Ria finally woke up in Tooru's bed, her mind still dazed as she tried to understand why she was there. Her hands trembled, and she pressed them to her chest, sobbing quietly as the reality of her collapse settled over her. Outside the room, Dido, Shizuku, and Tooru waited patiently, watching for her to regain consciousness. Dido spoke first, reassuring that there were no external injuries, and that both her breathing and heartbeat were normal. Tooru exhaled in relief. He asked why she had collapsed, and Shizuku explained that while they had been monitoring her, she had suddenly stopped moving while holding the sword and collapsed without warning. Dido added that it was likely a mental issue rather than a physical one. Tooru's brow furrowed at what she said, and worry crept across his face. He thought she must be afraid of the dungeon. He remembered Ria had gone to the dungeon alone with her sword, and thought she seemed fine at first. Dido said she must have wanted to go alone in order to overcome her fear. She elaborated that it was likely a form of trauma. Tooru considered this and thought that perhaps it might be better for her to remain in a safe area, slowly healing her mental wounds. Dido corrected him, saying that Ria's trauma might never fully heal. Tooru's eyes widened in surprise. He asked why that would be. Dido explained that there was a rumor circulating in the Adventurers Guild, aside from the rumors about Inami. If that rumor was connected to her collapse, the roots of her trauma might run deep. Tooru's tension increased as he tried to clarify if this new rumor had something to do with Ria. Dido stayed silent for a while, and Tooru pleaded with her to tell him more. She shifted uncomfortably, preparing to respond, but at that moment, Ria emerged from the room. She insisted that this was something she needed to speak about herself. Everyone watched her with worry, calling her name. Tooru asked gently if she was all right to be up. Ria nodded and apologized softly for causing concern. Dido told her that she did not have to force herself to talk if she did not wish to, but Ria insisted on speaking. Her gaze now turned serious as she explained that this was something she must talk about, and that she wanted both Tooru and Dido to hear her story. Tooru and Dido exchanged glances, concern etched across their faces. Ria began recounting her past. She explained that in order to tell them why she had become like this, she first needed to explain why she became an adventurer. She described the house she was born into, the Eldrax house, a line of military nobles who had served the Katia house for generations. Their duty was to govern the knights of that prestigious family. However, the Eldrax house was unable to produce a male heir, and Ria became the head of her house. She continued, explaining that at the time of her birth, the Katia fiefdom suffered repeated droughts, causing severe economic problems. Strangely, the Katia house continued to produce only daughters. Having a female head of the Eldrax house might have been tolerated in their lower noble family, but in the case of a collapsing house, a female head was not acknowledged. This led to their decline, and the Katia house eventually faced extinction. The last of their bloodline was Monica, who was soon to be married to a duke. With that, the story of the Katia house came to an end. On the day she turned 16 and became a bride, Monica granted Ria her heirloom sword. Ria closed her eyes momentarily, the sadness in her expression palpable. Even though she no longer served the house and was no longer a knight, she could not discard her allegiance to the Katia house. She explained her decision to help impoverished orphans, using her abilities to support them financially. To do so, she chose the path of an adventurer, earning money through dungeon exploration. The sword Monica had given her served as protection for what remained of the Katia house. This was why she had become an adventurer. Dido nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that Ria had truly resigned herself to this path, from a knight to an adventurer. Ria added that wielding the sword was her only real skill, and she relied on her physical ability rather than strategy to earn a living. Tooru reflected, saying indeed her body was good, but corrected himself, realizing her skill with her body was formidable, even if she used it in practical ways. Dido noted that adventurers were surrounded by scoundrels and criminals, and it was not unusual for news to spread about a beautiful and strong former knight joining the guild. Ria confirmed Dito was famous too. She explained that although forming a party was recommended for dungeon exploration, she heard a magician often ventured alone. Dito said matter of fact that she had sufficient skill and experience to handle it herself, while Tooru teased her gently, reminding her that when he first met her, she had been almost defeated. She grumbled in response. Tooru understood it now, but suddenly remembered she didn't carry the important sword when she had collapsed. Ria sighed, preparing to recount the events and explain everything that had happened before she met him. Outside by the busy street, someone in a party thanked Ria for her help, and she replied modestly, telling them not to mention it and urging them to stay safe. She then walked into a bar and saw Dito. Ria approached Dito, still only a casual acquaintance at that time, and asked if she would like to join her party. Dito sighed, thinking to herself that the nosy knightess was at it again. Ria brushed that aside and suggested they do a raid together, arguing that it would be safer and more effective than going alone. Dito dismissed her, muttering that it was the same old Adventurers Guild guidelines and that she was tired of hearing them. Ria, her voice tight with unease, insisted that it was not about rules. To note, the Adventurers Guild guidelines were principles held in high regard, and for safety, they recommended forming a party with several people before entering a dungeon. Her voice became almost desperate as she explained that she actually needed the money. If she didn't earn any, the children at the orphanage would continue to grow up in poverty. Lately, she had been tackling beginner-tier dungeons, earning very little. The party she had joined earlier had already lost faith by the second floor. Determination hardened her voice as she declared her intent to form a party with someone strong, capable of handling the fourth or fifth floor, and she implored Dito to join her instead of day drinking. Dito firmly refused, saying she had already decided not to team up with anyone. At a nearby table, two adventurers were discussing their own quest. One noted that most parties could not make it beyond the third floor, and the other agreed, saying it became a real grind from the fourth floor onward. They added that those who did rise to the challenge would find the rewards on a completely different level. Ria observed them with a calculating gaze. Ideally, she thought, a group should have at least 3 members to cover attack, defense, and support roles. These two appeared skilled, but were only a pair. She leaned toward Dito and quietly asked who they were, noting that she hadn't seen them around before, but that they were always together. Dito identified them as Klein and Barney, 2 men who had fled from a neighboring country. She described them as cowards who had retreated from battle, explaining that there was no way she would team up with men treated as criminals if they ever returned home. Ria listened carefully, but soon decided she would try to talk to them anyway. Dito warned her against it, but Ria insisted and moved ahead. She approached them cautiously, asking if she could join their table for a while. The men immediately recognized her as the nosy knightess. Klein and Barney exchanged glances, and Ria reassured them that she understood their hesitation. Barney asked what she wanted. Ria explained that she was curious why they had become adventurers. Klein told Barney to calm down, but Barney pressed further, questioning her intentions. Ria expressed her hope to join their party. Both men were furious, unable to believe what she was offering and realizing that returning to their homeland could brand them criminals. Barney warned Klein to restrain himself. As people around them watched and eavesdropped, Barney concluded that they could not join her party, but Ria challenged Klein on the notion of cowardice. Klein admitted it was cowardly to flee, but Ria argued that there was courage even in avoiding unnecessary killing. The two exchanged a silent glance. Barney scoffed, saying that their small party was already in trouble and that there was no reason to refuse her. Klein agreed, adding that being invited by a beauty like her made it almost a punishment to decline. Bashfully, he tried to correct himself, but Ria accepted this with gratitude, saying it was an honor to join them. The 2 men returned courtesies, as Dito observed quietly from her table. Thus, the 3 of them went to explore dungeons together in high spirits. Klein, the swordsman, proved skillful, his powerful swings a reliable offense. Barney, the mage, specialized in support spells, though his offensive magic was formidable as well. Ria led the front lines with her shield, deflecting enemy attacks while Klein struck back and Barney supported with his magic. Their coordination created a well-balanced party. Returning to the bar, they raised their mugs together, celebrating. Klein praised the raid's success and the rare artifact they had discovered. Barney noted the string of successes since they began exploring as a trio, joking that Ria might be their good luck charm. Ria dismissed the comment modestly. Barney added that Ria's defense had been like a brick wall, allowing even him, with no defensive skills, to contribute effectively. Klein reminded him that during the rat attack, Ria had been at risk because Barney did not act immediately, but Barney explained that his magic had handled the threat. Rhea observed the growing bond among the three, noting how well they worked as a unit, like they were a good match. Klein blushed at her comment. Rhea wondered if she had said something odd, but Klein brushed it off. He then shifted the topic, suggesting a raid on the 5th floor soon, shocking both Barney and Rhea. Rhea objected, saying it was too dangerous and safer to continue with the 3rd and 4th floors. Klein argued that the party could manage it and that the 5th floor promised higher rewards. Rhea considered the potential earnings thoughtfully and finally agreed. She suggested to add one more member to the party. Klein, now furious, doubted anyone would join, his disbelief apparent. While Barney scolded him for speaking to Rhea rudely, Klein apologized, and Rhea suggested giving it a try. They agreed that if the raid proved too difficult, they would retreat immediately. Klein and Barney promised to watch each other, with Barney noting he would restrain Klein if he got too hot-headed, if necessary. Inside the dungeon, Klein's sword broke, and he cursed under his breath. They found themselves surrounded by goblins, questioning why a flock of goblins would be on the 5th floor. Klein panicked, realizing it should be several floors above. Barney reminded him that discussion alone would not solve their problem. They had to act. The goblins attacked from every corner. Rhea shielded the party, urging them to calm down. Then Barney unleashed his ice magic, freezing the goblins in place with crystalline ice around their feet. Rhea called to Klein to catch her sword, which he did, said his thanks, and slashed a nearby goblin with it. Many goblins were killed in the immediate area. Klein marveled at how close it had been. Barney chided him for not maintaining his sword, and Klein admitted it. They were unprepared for a flock of armed goblins on that floor. Rhea reminded them that it was too early to be on the 5th floor. They decided to retreat. Klein asked Rhea if he could continue using her sword until they surfaced. She agreed, noting that as the offensive member, they were counting on him. Klein marveled at the sword's sharpness. Rhea explained it was a mithril sword, passed down by Monica when she was still a Nidus. It was a sword of memories. The three of them gasped in awe, and Klein promised to take good care of it. As they withdrew, one goblin remained active. Rhea pushed Klein out of the way, warning him to watch out. But the goblin launched poison from a tube, hitting Rhea on the leg as she protected Klein. Klein cursed and killed the goblin in anger. Then they immediately checked on Rhea. She apologized because she had been paralyzed by the venom. Klein instructed Barney to use anti-venom magic right away. Barney panicked, saying he was already doing it, but his magic was insufficient. Klein encouraged him to continue, but Barney wasn't listening to him. He admitted he needed to save enough magic to reach the surface. Klein objected, insisting that they could not return without healing Rhea. Barney finally said it. They will have to leave her behind. Klein was furious, gripping his shirt by the neck, and cursed him under his breath. Barney argued that in such a deep level, survival was impossible while protecting someone unable to move. Klein disapproved, but Rhea intervened, urging them to stop, agreeing that Barney was right. She reminded them of the Adventurers Guild guidelines for emergencies. When a comrade becomes incapacitated, collect what is necessary from them and leave before monsters regroup. There was a clause in the Adventurers Guild guidelines dedicated to these kinds of emergency situations. Barney noted that essentials like food and weapons mattered most as he removed some items from Rhea's backpack. He then thanked her and bid farewell, instructing Klein to say goodbye as well. Klein was about to tell her how he felt, but stopped mid-sentence, and simply told her they would see her again next time. Rhea gently told both men to stay safe. Now alone, paralyzed on the dungeon floor, she forced herself to move, determined not to sit idle. She scrambled in the dark, searching for a hiding spot, and eventually saw a nook she could try to reach with the strength she had left. Pain surged through her body and into her heart. She lamented that Barney had not protected her until she found a safe place, and that Klein had not even left her sword, with tears streaming down her face. She cried because they both knew how much the sword meant to her, but took it anyway. Her hands remained eager to find the nook she saw in the darkness. Then she thought that even if she managed to hide, she might not be rescued. As she moved her hands along the wall, she inadvertently pressed the button on the iron door. Before consciousness left her, she whispered a short apology to Monica, mourning the loss of the sword and the harm done to her heart and body. From the moment Tooru heard what happened, he understood the full weight of Rhea's suffering. She had been left deep inside the dungeon with no weapons, no food, and no means to defend herself. The paralyzing venom left her body numb and decaying from within. She had been unable to move, surrounded by darkness and the distant groans of monsters she couldn't fight. Rhea closed her eyes as she remembered. In those moments when death felt close enough to breathe across her skin, she could only sit there crying. She said that it was then that Tooru appeared and saved her. He had treated her so gently that she hadn't even realized how broken with fear she had become. The dungeon terrified her so deeply now to a point that she could no longer steady her grip on a sword. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she recalled it. Dido continued, saying she had heard another rumor around the guild, that Klein had inherited Ria's sword according to the Adventurers Guild's principles. But whenever she tried to ask for more information, she could only gather scraps. Ria blamed herself as well. She said it was her fault too. She became so frightened she couldn't move. Because of that, she hadn't even thought of the safety of the two who left her behind. No, she corrected herself. She had wished for the opposite. Dido tried to comfort her, saying, almost casually, that such feelings were normal and asked if that was what Ria was so upset about. Ria fell silent. Dido then declared that she was shocked and that she would go beat Klein up for what he did and steal Ria's sword back. Ria panicked immediately, insisting she could not. The principles of the Adventurers Guild were enforced by the laws of the Francis Kingdom. If Dido did that, she would be considered a criminal. Dido insisted they couldn't forgive such behavior. She turned to Tooru, asking if he agreed. Ria pleaded for him to stop her. Dido then noticed Tooru had been silent all this time. Finally, Tooru spoke and said he couldn't forgive them. Both women stared at him in shock. With anger rising in his voice, he lashed out, saying he would never forgive the two who abandoned Ria. Dido muttered that Tooru had finally snapped. Ria, frightened by the intensity in his eyes, told him that even if he said he couldn't forgive them, the guild's principles and laws still stood. Dido added sharply, asking him what he planned to do then. Tooru, still furious, answered that he knew exactly what she was saying, but he would make Klein and Barney taste the same terror they forced onto Ria. Dido immediately volunteered to help, which only alarmed Ria further. Shizuku, who had been quietly listening, also chimed in. Her voice was normally gentle, but now it was sharpened with anger as she asked her master to let her assist as well. Ria blinked in surprise. There was a white slime speaking with such resolve. Tooru didn't mind the reaction. He simply told them to get to work. With a fist raised in determination, he declared that they would get Ria's sword back from the cowards who made her cry. Both Dido and Shizuku answered in unison. They began discussing strategy immediately. Ria listened anxiously, watching the three of them draw close and work out the plan together. Inside the dungeon, Dido unleashed her magic inferno spell. A violent surge of flame rolled outward from her position and reduced every nearby monster to cinders in an instant. Klein and Barney reacted with open admiration, their faces lit up with appreciation. Barney said it was something as expected of the Betron adventurers, while Klein remarked she was quite reliable. Dido moved close to Klein after what he said, and the man became visibly self-conscious under her proximity. He appeared flustered, saying that a beauty like her should really join their party permanently, as though trying to impress her. Dido responded outwardly with a polite, girlish giggle, saying she will think about it, but internally she recoiled. She found it unbelievable that someone capable of abandoning a teammate like Ria could behave so casually, almost flirtatiously. She wondered whether this was truly the nature of the two men. As they continued walking, Dido observed them carefully. Their mannerisms felt entirely different from how Ria had described them. Klein behaved with an uncomfortable level of overfamiliarity, constantly invading personal space. Barney, on the other hand, frequently eyed her with a calculating expression, as if assessing her value. Dido reminded herself that Ria was a gentle person, someone who might see the best in anyone, even in people as questionable as these two. Noticing Dido's silence, Klein attempted to regain her attention by gesturing toward an item she wore which seemed like a pretty useful artifact. His eyes drifted toward her chest rather than the artifact itself, which caused her internal disgust to spike. Still, she responded gracefully that it was the Moonlight Stone necklace, an artifact that illuminated the surroundings even without a torch. She presented it as her most valuable item. Barney became curious about its cost, assuming it must have been expensive. Dido calmly redirected the topic, noting that Klein's sword appeared far more valuable. Barney's expression tightened with interest, and Klein, now eager to boast, held up the sword with pride, saying it was made of pure mithril. Dido recognized immediately that the blade was not his at all, and the realization made her blood simmer. She wanted to take action then and there, but she forced herself to remain still. Tooru had crafted a strategy that required her patience. Her mind drifted back to the kitchen, where Tooru had told her that he needed her to bring Klein and Barney down to the iron door in front of the targeted room. Dido had assured him that doing so would be simple, since the pair was already determined to reach the 5th level. Back in the present, Barney suddenly stopped Klein and urged him to pay attention. Klein reacted immaturely, But Barney's caution reminded Dito that although Klein was foolish, Barney was the one she genuinely distrusted. His quiet observations and calculating manner made him far more dangerous. Barney then commented on Dito's capability, expressing genuine surprise that someone of her skill had joined them. Dito offered a neutral explanation, saying it was a reasonable proposition after all. Her memory rewound to the steps she took to lure them. After hearing Tooru's plan, she had returned above ground and posted a flyer on the guild's bulletin board. Later, Barney had approached her excitedly in the bar, with Klein standing beside him. Both men had shown eagerness at the prospect of forming a party and earning money together. They noted that it was rare for someone like Dito, known for running expeditions alone, to seek temporary partners. Dito had explained that she simply had expenses to cover, then inquired about the payment method. Barney revealed that their earnings would come from reaching the dungeon's 5th level. Then he mentioned the subject of a memorial service. The term, as Dito knew well, referred to scavenging the belongings of adventurers who had died inside the dungeon. A grim practice meant to recycle equipment. Most of the time, the gear of the deceased is usually pretty shabby and amounted to very little monetary gain. Dito remembered looking at them sharply, saying there is no money in what they were proposing at all, and noted that such practices were taboo, especially when tied to a former teammate. Yet Barney insisted there was a lucrative opportunity this time. A former knight's armor and shield, which were Ria's equipment. He suggested splitting the profit among the three of them. Dito thought privately that some adventurers indeed enjoyed such taboo acts, and these two were clearly among them. She understood then that they had become accustomed to acquiring valuable items in this way, even a pure mithril sword. These people had developed a taste for memorial service. As she had suspected, the men had been searching for a third member to reach the 5th floor again. Their reputation was already tarnished, and they were the questionable duo who mysteriously inherited Ria's sword. It was no surprise they could not find anyone willing to join them, except for her, who approached with an entirely different purpose. At that moment she had asked where the knight's body was located. Klein responded that it lay down a passage to the right. Both men walked ahead eagerly. During the descent, Klein foolishly made a comment implying that Ria would be jealous if she knew someone as attractive as Dito had joined their party. Dito reacted outwardly with a light laugh, but deep inside, she battled the urge to strike him. Barney then guided them to the place where he claimed Ria had collapsed, indicating that they should begin searching the area. Dito stayed behind them, watching every move with cold precision. Klein and Barney began rummaging through the surroundings, attempting to locate Ria's armor and shield. Dito silently thought that the rest of the operation was now in Tooru's hands. Then she raised her finger and pointed forward. She directed their attention toward an object ahead. Klein and Barney immediately froze. Both stared, confused, their expressions twisted with shock as they struggled to interpret the sight before them. Chapter 19. Dito pointed toward a figure on the dungeon floor and called out, alerting the group, asking if that was her. Klein and Barney's eyes widened in disbelief as they recognized the blonde woman collapsed there. Both muttered under their breath, unable to process it. How could this be? They had come expecting a memorial service. In Dito's mind, she knew the confusion that gripped them. Barney thought bitterly that after weeks trapped in the dungeon without weapons nor food, there was no way she could have maintained her beautiful figure. She teased, suggesting she might still be alive and that the men should confess teaming up after abandoning her, even suggesting she say it for them. Barney tensed, shouting for her to stop, insisting that was impossible. Dito then laughed and retracted her words, claiming it was only a corpse and urging them to take the equipment they came for. Klein shivered at the thought of touching the body, hesitant and trembling. Then Dito nudged them forward, telling them to stop messing around. As they approached Ria's body, Barney tried to reassure himself that she was truly dead. Klein, however, whispered doubts, noticing her skin's color, thinking she might still be alive while nervously looking at her. Dito scoffed, claiming she was definitely dead and instructing them to remove her armor and shield so they'd be on their way. Klein, partially convinced, knelt down and muttered an apology to Ria as he reached for the armor. Suddenly, Ria moved, gripping his arm tightly. Klein trembled uncontrollably as Ria's weak voice asked if it was Klein or Barney before her. Klein screamed and fell to the ground in fear while Ria crept toward his trembling leg. Barney froze and stared in disbelief. She asked if they had come back to help her. Klein's voice shook as he replied that friends were always there for each other. Ria whispered her gratitude, her voice weak but heartfelt. Dito became impatient and reminded them about the reward from the armor and shield that they promised they would split between them. Both men froze, motioning silently that they'll reward Dito separately when this was over. She caught on, muttering her understanding, and zipped her mouth. Ria actually heard what they said and curiously asked what they meant. Then her expression darkened, her voice low and eerie as she asked if they had returned only for a memorial service. Barney stammered, trying to defend them, and said they would never do that. Then Ria's face shifted back to her happy expression, her voice cheerful again, emphasizing that they were friends after all. Her gaze turned to Klein. Since he had come from the surface for her, he now had his own sword. She asked if she could have hers back. Klein paled, unable to respond. Barney shook his head, disapproving, explaining that the sword was Klein's inheritance and there was no rule requiring its return, even though Ria was alive. Ria's eyes narrowed, disappointment shadowing her features. At that moment, Tooru pressed a hand against the iron door from behind the wall. A creaking sound from the ceiling alerted them. The iron door was closing. Klein and Barney shrieked, trying to escape, but Ria planted herself firmly on their feet, pinning them to the floor. They cursed and desperately tried to run, while begging her to release them, but she only smirked, her grin eerie and unyielding, and she let out the most terrifying sound. As the wall sealed behind them, Ria's face started to drip and contorted into a skeletal visage. She demanded her sword's return, her voice echoing with menace. Klein and Barney screamed at the top of their lungs, unable to contain their fright, and they begged for her to let them go, and she agreed, but on one condition, that they return her sword to her. They both stammered their agreement to comply immediately. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted directly in their faces. The intensity of the light caused both men to collapse unconscious, while Ria maintained her grip on their feet, ensuring they could not escape. Actually, that light came from Tooru's head torch, and it was all just an act. Shizuku, now back in slime form, commented on their fainting with a mix of amusement and approval. Tooru praised them both for doing a good job and said their acting was on point. Dito explained that their riled-up emotions had contributed. Shizuku, with her fierce look, chimed in and said that when slimes get mad, they get mad. As Tooru watched both men, he noticed that they had wet themselves. He quickly grabbed his phone to take a photo of them, then instructed Dito and Shizuku to wait as he returned to the apartment to fetch additional supplies. Tooru returned with paper and a pen. He had Dito write a few characters, confirming the message, before placing it under Barney's sword. Tooru signaled that the act was complete and that they should head back. Now at the apartment, they checked the CCTV footage and saw Klein and Barney regain consciousness. Panic etched across their faces as they read the warning note and saw the sword. It said, "They'll die from a curse if they ever came back near this place again." Shizuku gleefully announced that both men had ran off, and Tooru smiled, noting that they would probably never return. He glanced at the adjacent room anxiously because all that was left now is to see Ria. Then he opened the door to Ria's room only to find Ria crouching nervously on the floor, asking if it was over. He confidently confirmed it and presented her sword. Ria hesitated briefly, unsure what to feel about it. After briefly pausing, she grabbed it, feeling its familiar weight and form. She leapt up as joy overwhelmed her, and tears began to stream down her face. She hugged the sword tight, whispering that it was a gift from Monika-sama, and Tooru looked at her with gladness. Out of curiosity, she asked him what he would do if she became paralyzed again. Tooru responded immediately, promising to escape together, even if it meant carrying her or getting killed by monsters. Ria smiled and moved closer, her steps small but deliberate, until she was close enough that her gaze sharpened with a meaning Tooru couldn't immediately decipher. Before he fully registered the shift, she leaned in and kissed him without warning. Their lips parted in a soft break of breath, and Ria's cheeks flared with color as she told him she knew he would say something like that. Tooru stood motionless, absorbed in thought for a moment. Then a thin worry spread across his expression. He told her there was something he needed her to know. Ria, steady and curious, asked what it was. He admitted, finally, that he wasn't a great sage, and apologized for all his lies. Ria's expression softened with concern rather than anger. She told him she had a feeling he wasn't one, which surprised him. She went on, saying she had noticed a bit here and there, but living with him was too fun, so she let herself stay spoiled by Tooru-sama's kindness. She said she should be the one apologizing for causing him trouble. He shook his head lightly and told her that wasn't how he saw it at all. She wasn't a bother. He wanted to be with her too. They stared at each other for a slow, hanging moment, a shared understanding humming between them, and Ria quietly murmured his name. Then she asked, if he wasn't a great sage, what was he really? He answered that he wasn't sure. It was hard to explain. Ria let out a small giggle and said she didn't really care what Tooru-sama was. And unexpectedly, she sank to her knees, startling him. She knelt like a knight before a master, posture straight, pride held like a sword's edge. Ria declared that she dedicated her sword and her allegiance to Tooru-sama for as long as she lived. Tooru lifted both hands in a flustered gesture, telling her to hold on. Even if she said that, he couldn't accept it. Ria blinked once, then asked calmly if that was so. Then, without a hesitation in her breath, she offered an alternative, that he take her as his bride. She closed her eyes tightly, as if shielding herself from her own embarrassment. And in the next breath, she pushed forward, pinning him back against the door in a bold, aggressive rush. She told him that whether as a knight or as a bride, either was fine. She only wanted him to be her new master. She said she was useless without a master, so either would do, though she preferred the latter. Tooru's face reddened. He tried to choose the safer answer, saying it would be as a knight then, since he would be counting on her for their adventures. Ria's expression collapsed into a pout, disappointed. With her head angled away from him, eyes closed and lips pushed forward in a sulking curve, she repeated in an almost playful tone that she dedicated her sword and allegiance to Tooru-sama. He wondered quietly if this was really how a knight behaved. Ria, now more serious, added that they would have adventures ahead, and since Tooru-sama could also choose Dido-san or Shizuku-chan too if he wished. She avoided his gaze, upset at the thought of being one option among others. But she added gently, with a small tremor of hope, that if he ever wanted her to be his bride, he only needed to say so. Her face brightened with a fragile, earnest glow, the kind that made clear how strongly their bond had deepened. Chapter 20. At the center of the stone chamber, Ria stood steady and composed. No longer afraid of the dungeon, she pivoted her foot against the stone and lunged forward, shield angled and sword cutting ahead with controlled precision. Fierce confidence surged through her as she opened her eyes, the blade affirming that her swordsmanship had not dulled. After some time, Ria let out a small puff of breath as tension left her body. Immediately, the door behind her opened, and Tooru emerged with a smile, cheerfully praising her for her good work. Ria acknowledged Tooru with wide, sparkling eyes, and he recalled how after regaining her pure mithril weapon, she had been swinging her sword daily in the dungeon room. It seemed she had overcome her trauma and returned to her usual cheery self. Snapping out of his thoughts, he announced that dinner was ready, and Ria eagerly agreed. Dido smiled brightly, a soft hum escaping her lips. Cheerful curiosity filled her as she wondered what they would have today. Tooru stood in the kitchen, holding a pot over the stove as he revealed today's dinner. Steam slowly rose from within, and after a brief pause, he announced it with a smile. Sukiyaki, simmering and ready to be served. He explained that he had made the meal especially since they had been too busy to eat properly. As the aroma rose from the pot, Shizuku leaned in. Ria found it delicious at a glance, and Dido beamed with satisfaction. He signaled for them to start eating, urging them to dig in. Ria and Dido thanked him for the food, smiling brightly as they chewed in quiet contentment. Dido lifted her fork and savored the bite, struck by its rich, amazing flavor. Ria enjoyed it just as much, finding the meat tender and sweet, both of them visibly delighted by the first taste. Tooru remarked that the beef was high-quality wagyu and tasted even better with rice. He offered a slice with his chopsticks, and as Shizuku accepted the bite, her body wobbled softly, delighted by how yummy it was. As they enjoyed the meal, Dido mentioned it would take at least 2 days to leave the dungeon and reach the surface. Curious, Ria asked what food they would bring for the journey ahead. Dido paused to think, then laid out the plan. She said she and Ria would handle the monsters, and asked if Tooru would carry the food, hesitating as she wondered if it made sense. He answered without hesitation, agreeing enthusiastically. She voiced a brief concern about the food being heavy, but he quickly reassured them and urged them to look forward to what he would be bringing. With the plan set, Tooru stood before the door linking the dungeon to his apartment, his hand resting on the knob. He turned it slowly, and a sharp click echoed as the lock engaged. He then declared it was time to head for the surface. Ria and Dido watched with curious expressions until Ria asked what he had been doing at the wall, and he calmly explained that he had simply locked the door to the house. Dido stared at the stone wall doubtfully, unable to see any door at all. Tooru thought that since people from this world could not see the apartment door, there might be no real need to lock it, but letting something slip inside would be disastrous, so locking it was safer. He mentioned having a spare key and suggested someone else hold it in case he dropped the main one. Dido snatched it at once, and cheerfully took responsibility for it. Then, without hesitation, she tucked the key securely between her chest. Tooru looked up in sudden confusion, momentarily caught off guard by what he saw. He reacted in alarm, his face flushing as he found it strange and worried the key might drop. Dido smiled confidently, insisting it was secure, but in the next instant, Tooru snatched the key back into his hand. Nervously, Tooru handed the key to Ria, preferring she hold on to it instead. She accepted it calmly, assuring him he could rely on her. Dido pouted and burst into protest, making Tooru recoil slightly, while something quietly piqued Ria's attention. Ria looked nervous and hesitant as she announced that she could see the door. Shock spread across Tooru, Shizuku, and Dido's faces as the revelation sank in. Dido looked around in confusion, unable to see anything, and Shizuku confirmed she couldn't see it either, wondering if only Ria perceived a door. Ria nodded nervously at the stone wall, affirming she could see the door to Tooru's room, and as Tooru thought it through, understanding struck him. Tooru had a sudden thought and urged Dido to hold the key. She stared in surprise as she realized she could now see the door, thanks to the key in her hand. He then asked Ria to try opening the door, and she stepped forward eagerly to test it out. With everyone watching, Ria hesitated but stayed focused as she slid the key into the hole and turned it. A clear click echoed as the mechanism engaged, and relief crossed her face as the door slowly swung open before them. Excitement flared across Tooru's face as he realized he had been right. If Ria could see the door with the key, then she could open it and enter. The idea clicked, and without delay, he called the others over and eagerly led them inside the apartment. Tooru stepped through first, leading the way as Ria followed carefully and Dido entered after her. Their eyes widened as they were met with a wonderful sight. They paused by the large window, momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden brightness beyond the glass. Outside, the sky stretched wide above the buildings, the view leaving both women frozen in stunned awe. Tooru asked if they could see outside now. Ria answered with excitement, realizing it was the world Tooru came from, while Dido agreed it was unmistakably his world she saw before. She passed the key to Shizuku, who finally saw the view as well, and together they marveled at the sight before them. Still astonished by the key's power, Tooru crouched and offered his hand to Shizuku. He then turned to Ria, firmly reminding her never to lose it, and she nodded. With everyone gathered at the doorway, he urged them to calm themselves and prepare to head for the surface. Just as they were about to move, Dido let out a hesitant sound that stopped them short. Tooru turned, and she wailed in protest, insisting she wanted one too and demanding a key of her own. Tooru scratched his head awkwardly, puzzled by the request even as they were about to leave. He explained that the key was only for safekeeping, not something Ria would keep forever. Ria reacted at once, startled by his words. Ria held a hand to her chest and softly admitted she wanted one too, her voice trembling with hesitant longing. Tooru panicked and quickly gave in, letting her keep it as she clasped her hands in quiet delight. Dido immediately shouted in protest, frustrated that only Ria was allowed the key. Dido shouted that it was favoritism, her voice sharp and upset, while Shizuku gently admitted she wanted one too. Uneasy, Tooru tried to explain that the key could be duplicated at a locksmith, his hesitation clear. At the mention of a locksmith, Dido demanded they go right away, while Shizuku eagerly urged him on, both determined to have keys of their own. Pressed from both sides, Tooru quickly gave in, hurrying along as the situation slipped out of his control. Chapter 21. By popular demand, Tooru and the others had come to duplicate the apartment keys. Now at the locksmith shop, the clerk mentioned that making 2 duplicate keys would take about 30 minutes. Tooru thanked him and stepped back outside. Outside the locksmith shop, Tooru apologized for the wait, only to be taken aback by the sight of a crowd of people murmuring nearby. He was surprised to see that many people had gathered around Ria and Dido, staring and whispering among themselves. Tooru took in the scene, wondering what could possibly be going on. A crowd had formed around Ria and Dido outside the shop as they stood side by side in their borrowed modern clothes. The onlookers whispered and watched from a slight distance, captivated by how striking the 2 girls looked. Tooru reflected that their foreign appearance only heightened the attention, recalling how he had specifically warned them not to speak carelessly to strangers. As a result, Ria and Dido stood quietly, observing the crowd with a mix of awe and curiosity. Tooru thought that no one there would ever guess that these 2 foreign beauties were actually a knight and a sorcerer. Tooru suddenly grabbed both Ria's and Dido's hands, startling them, and hurriedly suggested that they go somewhere else for a bit. Without waiting for a response, the 3 of them dashed away from the gathering. A moment later, they had put some distance between themselves and the crowd. Tooru remarked that there was still a bit of time before the keys would be ready and wondered aloud what they should do next. Ria hesitated shyly before admitting that it might be asking too much, but she wanted to see more of Tooru's world. Dido agreed, saying she felt the same and wanted to look around properly, especially since the last time she had gone out it had been nighttime. Shizuku, disguised as part of Tooru's clothes, chimed in excitedly that she wanted to go as well. Tooru smiled, clearly sharing their enthusiasm. He suggested that they delay their departure until the following day and spend the rest of the day wandering around the city instead. Ria and Dito smiled and readily agreed, encouraging him to do so. As they wandered through the city, Ria gazed up at the scenery in amazement, marveling at how the towering buildings seemed to block out the sky and how the vehicles on the road moved far faster than horses. All around them, crowds of people flowed through the streets. Overwhelmed with excitement, Ria declared with certainty that this must be Tooru's world. Dito laughed smugly and added that this was not all, pointing out that the city was also full of delicious food. Ria listened intently as Dito promised to share her recommendations. Watching them, Tooru smiled wryly to himself, knowing that Dito's recommendations amounted mostly to crepes, and that she simply wanted to sound more knowledgeable than she actually was. Ria suddenly looked uneasy and admitted that she did not have any of this world's currency. Dito waved off her concern, reminding her that Tooru had said he would cover the expenses, then turned to him and blinked expectantly. Caught off guard by her bold assumption, Tooru hesitated in confusion. He then laughed and confirmed that he would indeed pay for them. Dito immediately grabbed Ria's hand and eagerly led the way, declaring that they should get going. At the crepe shop, Ria and Dito each held a freshly made crepe, staring in amazement at the dessert wrapped in warm, soft dough. Ria took her first bite, her cheeks puffing slightly as she tasted it, and the pleased sound she made revealed just how much she enjoyed the flavor. Her eyes closed in bliss as she pressed a hand to her cheek and continued chewing with visible delight. Ria and Dito sat together each holding a crepe, when Dito reached out and wiped a smudge of cream from the corner of Ria's mouth, remarking that she had some on her face. Ria looked surprised and bashful at the gesture. Nearby, Tooru stood with his own crepe, watching the two of them chat and laugh with an amused, gentle expression. In front of a shop called Nature's Taiyaki, Dito stood with sparkling eyes, holding an oversized, freshly made taiyaki in both hands as she stared at it in eager anticipation. A short distance behind her, Ria and Tooru were already eating their own taiyaki, with Ria wide-eyed at how good it tasted, while Tooru ate more calmly. At a takoyaki stand, Ria carefully blew on a piping hot ball of takoyaki she had picked up with a toothpick, her cheeks puffed as she cooled it before taking a bite. Dito and Tooru held their own trays, clearly enjoying the freshly cooked food as steam rose into the air. Dito walked through the busy street with Ria and Tooru, watching people of all ages pass by in suits, coats, skirts, and casual outfits. She commented with admiration that there were so many different kinds of clothes, sounding impressed by the variety she was seeing for the first time. As they reached a large crosswalk packed with pedestrians, she exclaimed that everyone looked so stylish, and Ria readily agreed. Tooru turned around in surprise when he heard his name being called. Ria and Dito looked up at him with hopeful expressions. Dito shyly asked whether they could try wearing fashionable clothes as well, while Ria smiled beside her, clearly sharing the same wish. With the day still ahead of them, they went to the shopping mall to buy some new clothes. Later, inside the women's clothing store, Tooru stood awkwardly outside two fitting rooms where Ria and Dito were changing. Several female customers glanced at him with curiosity, clearly wondering why a lone young man was lingering in that section. Under the weight of their stares, Tooru grimaced inwardly, feeling extremely out of place. Then, the fitting room curtains slid open at the same time. Ria and Dito stepped out together, proudly showing off their stylish outfits. Both of them looked at him expectantly, waiting for his reaction. Tooru immediately smiled brightly and praised them both, saying that they looked great. Ria visibly relaxed in relief, while Dito smiled with confidence. Ria and Dito then moved to a clothing rack, completely absorbed in choosing more outfits to try. Excited giggles escaped them as they slid hangers aside, with Dito declaring which outfit she wanted next and Ria eagerly announcing her own choice. They spent a long while trying on a wide variety of clothes, transforming again and again as they experimented with modern fashion. Dito modeled bold and sporty looks as well as an elegant sleeveless dress, while Ria tried cute and girlish outfits, even putting on glasses for a studious appearance. Both of them were clearly having the time of their lives. Tooru watched them happily model outfit after outfit, feeling completely entranced. With a blissful, dazed smile, he thought to himself that this must be heaven and admitted inwardly that he no longer cared about feeling unwelcome in the store at all. From behind one of the curtains, Ria called out to Dito and asked if she would like to try on something Ria had picked out for her. Dito reacted in flustered shock, insisting that such an outfit would never suit her. Ria insisted that the outfit would obviously look good on her. Dito yelped in protest, begging Ria to stop undressing her and insisting she could change on her own. Outside the fitting rooms, Tooru heard the escalating commotion and turned red, sweat beading on his face as he wondered what was happening. Eventually, Ria managed to coax Dito into trying on the outfit. Tooru and Ria both froze in surprise as Dito stepped out wearing a light, summery dress and a wide-brimmed hat. Her long hair flowed down her back as she shyly adjusted the brim, blushing as she softly asked Tooru how it looked. Tooru stared at Dito in stunned silence, his heart skipping a beat at how different and beautiful she looked. Flustered, Dito worried aloud that it might look strange on her. Tooru quickly reassured her, insisting that she looked very pretty, which only made her more embarrassed, though clearly pleased. Ria stepped close and burst out in agreement with Tooru, declaring that Dito looked very cute. Energized, Ria rushed back to the racks and immediately started picking out more clothes, eagerly urging Dito to try yet another outfit. Dito, still flustered and overwhelmed, pleaded for a brief break as Ria continued enthusiastically. With their shopping complete, Ria and Dito left the store smiling brightly, bags of new clothes in hand as they sincerely thanked Tooru. While Tooru smiled at them awkwardly but warmly, telling them that he was happy as long as they were happy and brushing aside any concern about the money. Inwardly, he reasoned that they would be able to earn gold coins once they returned to their original world. The group left the shopping district and walked along a broad, tree-lined path beside a modern building, with elevated monorail tracks running overhead as other pedestrians passed by. Sitting together on a bench beneath a large tree in a quiet city park, Dito looked around at the clean streets and modern buildings and commented that Japan was very developed. Ria added that the country also felt peaceful as she took in the calm atmosphere. Ria then turned to Tooru and asked whether there were any wars currently happening in this country. Tooru explained that Japan had not been involved in a war for about 70 years. Dito reflected on his words and concluded that Japan's long period without war was the reason it had been able to develop so much. She noted that she had not seen any demi-humans or elves and wondered aloud whether Japan was simply a world where such races did not exist. Tooru clarified that this world did not have demi-humans or elves at all. Ria reacted in disbelief and, after a moment of serious thought, concluded that humans must have eliminated them. Tooru disagreed and explained that while humans had certainly fought wars among themselves, he had never heard of any involving elves or similar races. Dito remained suspicious and asked whether he was truly sure. Thinking it over, Tooru added that giants and demi-humans appeared only in myths in this world and were not considered real. Hearing that, Dito accepted his explanation and said she would believe him. Dito suddenly spoke up and apologized to Tooru. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was apologizing for. Dito explained that she was sorry for complaining about wanting a house key. Ria lowered her gaze and added that she was also sorry, since it was Tooru's home. Tooru smiled gently and told them it was fine. He explained that he had wanted them to be able to enter his room freely from the start, and that giving them keys had been his intention anyway. He added cheerfully that he had also wanted an excuse to show them around the city. Dito looked at him with softened eyes and quietly said his name, clearly moved. Ria smiled brightly and thanked him sincerely, addressing him as Tooru-sama. Tooru then turned his thoughts back to their main objective, stating that before anything else, they needed to save Inami-san in the girl's original world. Later, Tooru handed out the duplicated keys to Ria, Dito, and Shizuku. He then took his own key and turned it firmly in the lock. The scene shifted back to the dungeon, where Tooru, now dressed in adventuring gear with a helmet lamp, led Shizuku, Ria, and Dito through a stone corridor. With determined energy, he declared that they would escape the dungeon and reach the surface, while the girls walked beside him in their knight and sorcerer attire. Chapter 22. Deep within the fifth layer of the Yomi labyrinth, Tooru, Ria, and Dito moved forward in silence. Something suddenly darted from the side. A rat-like monster squeaked as it shot past their feet, jolting Tooru into a sharp cry of surprise. Reacting instantly, Ria and Dito surged forward. Ria snapped her shield up as Dito moved in beside her, while Tooru watched from behind them, wide-eyed and caught between awe and panic. Ria lunged forward, swinging her sword in a powerful arc toward the monster. At the same time, Dito poured her magic into a fire spell, unleashing a blast of flames straight into the lone foe. The monster's scorched remains lay utterly destroyed at their feet, clear overkill. Tooru let out a shaky breath as Dito smirked, teasing that they'd overreacted because he was too tense. Still shaken, Tooru muttered that of course he was on edge. Back in Japan, monsters didn't exist. Dito shot back that at his current level, he should handle giant rats easily, yet Tooru still couldn't shake his doubts. Even so, Tooru had only just reached level 10, and he couldn't tell whether his stats were truly strong or still weak. Remembering the character appraisal skill he'd learned, Tooru perked up and wondered if it could reveal someone else's stats. Dito's eyes lit up as she eagerly urged him to try it, and encouraged by her reaction, Tooru answered with new energy and agreed. 2 status windows appeared. Dito Macaron, age 221, a high elf sorcerer at level 48, and Rhea Eldrax, 18 years old, a human knight at level 32. Tooru let out an awed breath, stunned that he could see their stats, and just how high their levels were. Noticing gaps in the display, Tooru muttered that he couldn't see all of their stats. Dito explained that his skill level was still low, and that more details would appear as he raised his level. Understanding dawned, and Tooru nodded in agreement. In his mind, Tooru noted how much Dito's level had grown. Her cap had once been 47, but after kissing him twice, it had gone up to 49. He also recalled that she often spent her free time grinding with the clicker, which must have contributed to her leveling up. As for Rhea, her level was lower than Dito's, but her level cap was much higher. Thinking back, Tooru remembered that he had kissed Rhea once as well. Curious, Tooru asked Rhea if her level cap had increased. She smiled gently and confirmed it had, though she admitted she didn't know why and wondered if Tooru might understand the reason. Tooru was about to explain when Dito suddenly shot him a series of sharp, simmering glares, dragging out his name in a half-angry warning. Shizuku watched the tense exchange from his shoulder. Flustered and angry, Dito blurted out whether Tooru and Rhea had done something together while she and Tooru still hadn't. Sweat forming fast, Tooru stumbled over his words, insisting he could explain as he desperately tried to calm her down. Off to the side, Rhea watched with a puzzled tilt of her head. The party pressed on through the dungeon's dim stone corridors. Rhea led with shield raised and sword ready, her expression focused, while Dito followed close behind. Tooru brought up the rear as they moved deeper into the shadowed passage ahead. They soon entered the dungeon's 4th layer, where thick, gnarled roots crept across the walls and ceiling, plunging onto the floor like grasping limbs of a dead forest. Breathing hard, Tooru asked if they had finally reached the 4th layer. Still catching his breath, he glanced uneasily down the corridor, wondering if this winding route was truly the shortest path. Dito confirmed it was the shortest route and added that they'd arrived fairly quickly. Tooru shot back in exasperation, arguing that fast was ridiculous after 4 straight hours of walking while being constantly attacked by monsters. Rhea calmly remarked that it did feel fast, recalling how she'd once wandered for more than half a day before reaching Tooru's room and succumbing to poison. Dito added proudly that she was used to the route after countless trips to the surface. With a tired sigh, Tooru suggested they take a short rest, noting it would normally be lunchtime by now. Dito eagerly agreed, pointing out a water fountain just ahead and suggesting they push on. When Tooru asked how far it was, she said about an hour, leaving him staring at her in disbelief. Pressing deeper into the dungeon, Rhea led them across the uneven floor, stepping over a massive tree root. Tooru suddenly froze when a human skull caught his eye, his breath coming hard from the long trek and constant obstacles. Beside him, Rhea and Dito looked on calmly, showing no sign of fatigue at all. When they reached the room with the water fountain, Tooru noted how spacious it was and how easy it was to move around despite the roots. Dito confirmed they'd arrived and pointed the fountain out to him. Tooru stared at the water fountain in awe, marveling at the sight before him. His attention then shifted to the corner of the room, where he noticed 3 adventurers resting nearby. Watching the 3 adventurers, Tooru remarked that people from this world truly were strong, and Shizuku quietly agreed. He gently tucked her into his bag, murmuring that as a precious white slime, she should stay hidden from view. Dito reassured him that they were safe, explaining that the Adventurers Guild forbade parties from attacking each other, though provoking them could earn a bounty. She added casually that the adventurers weren't very strong. Stunned, Tooru questioned that claim, and Dito suggested he check for himself, warning him not to appraise the short, red-haired one. When Tooru asked why, Dito explained the man was likely a thief with the perception skill and would notice any appraisal attempt. Agreeing it could cause trouble, Tooru decided to appraise the man with the cross-shaped scar instead. Examining his status window, Tooru saw the name Dan, a 38-year-old human swordsman at level 12. Shock hit him when he realized the man was only 2 levels above himself. With a serious look, Dito noted that Dan was merely average, explaining that surviving to level 10 meant he'd likely been an adventurer for at least 3 years. Tooru asked if that was really how it worked. Dito confirmed that fighting even one monster below level 10 usually meant death, and that killing a giant centipede at that stage was unheard of. With a dry look, she added that Tooru had been leveling safely from his room, just clicking away, prompting his awkward smile as he asked how she could tell the adventurers weren't very strong. Dito replied confidently that she could tell just by looking. Tooru accepted that as something only a veteran adventurer could do, then dropped heavily onto the stone floor in exhaustion. After catching his breath, he suggested they finally stop and have lunch now that they'd made it this far. The three settled onto the dungeon floor to rest, while Shizuku curled up near Ria's knees. Ria glanced at Tooru to confirm he'd prepared the food himself, and he replied modestly that since he couldn't fight, cooking was the least he could do, mentioning he'd brought plenty along. At that, Dito's face lit up with excitement. Rummaging through his bag, Tooru weighed their options. With the water fountain nearby, there was no need to conserve water, so he pulled out a 5-pack of instant ramen labeled Best Miso and decided that would be their meal. Tooru set up a small camping stove and brought water to a boil. He calmly explained each step, adding the noodles, soup powder, and dried vegetables, then asked them to wait just a little longer as Ria and Dito knelt close in eager curiosity. Steam rose from the pot as Tooru stirred with his chopsticks and declared the ramen ready. Ria inhaled the rich aroma with half-closed eyes, praising the smell and asking its name, while Dito marveled at how quickly it was prepared. Setting the steaming pot down, Tooru introduced the dish as Best Miso. Ria smiled in recognition, happily noting she loved Tooru-sama's miso, while he clarified that it was ramen with a miso flavor as he filled their bowls. Dito echoed the unfamiliar word, and when Tooru signaled it was time to eat, Ria clasped her hands and thanked him for the meal. Ria and Dito watched intently as Tooru cooled a mouthful of noodles with a few gentle breaths, then slurped them up, tasting it first. After chewing for a moment, he nodded with a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with the flavor. His eager eating sounds made the two girls glance between his expression and their bowls with growing anticipation. Ria and Dito cautiously copied Tooru, blowing softly over their bowls before lifting the noodles and taking their first careful slurps. As the flavor spread across their tongues, both girls' eyes lit up. Ria hummed happily in approval, while Dito smiled in bliss, her cheeks faintly puffed as she savored the rich taste of the hot miso ramen. Dito and Ria sat on the dungeon floor, happily savoring their bowls as Dito admired the dish's deep, layered flavor despite how quickly it was made. Nearby, Shizuku inched closer to Tooru, gazing up with round, pleading eyes and opening its tiny mouth to beg for a bite. With a pleased grin, Tooru reached a hand toward her. Tooru fed Shizuku a bite of ramen, making the slime jiggle with delight. As he did, he glanced aside and noticed the other adventurers watching them. Realizing the loud slurping and rich aroma had drawn plenty of attention, Tooru asked Dito what adventurers usually ate in dungeons. She explained that on good days it was dried fruit, dried meat, and salt-pickled fish, while on bad days they chewed bread so hard it had to be soaked just to swallow. Tooru winced at the thought, then quietly noted there were 4 adventurers watching them from behind. As Tooru prepared another batch of ramen, Ria politely asked if he still planned to eat. He explained that instead of saving it for himself, he was thinking of sharing some with the nearby adventurers. Dito immediately protested, uneasy about going that far, but Ria quickly agreed and offered to help. With a small smile, Tooru accepted her support. Tooru poured the hot soup and noodles into several cups, preparing portions to share. Still uneasy, Dito urged him not to go, but Tooru stepped forward anyway, asking her to stay behind and watch over Shizuku. Tooru approached the seated adventurers, nervously offering a steaming cup as he greeted them. The scarred, muscular man at the center slowly looked up, fixing Tooru with a hard glare before replying curtly. From their guarded expressions, Tooru could tell they were deeply suspicious. Forcing a nervous smile, he explained they'd made too much soup and wanted to share it. The adventurers exchanged confused looks, and the scarred leader cautiously asked how much it would cost. With a bright smile, Tooru insisted he wanted nothing in return and passed out the cups. When he finished, the adventurers sat in stiff silence, staring down at the bowls in their hands. After a tense pause, one of them finally spoke up, voicing suspicion and asking if the soup was poisoned. Tooru froze at the accusation. One adventurer questioned why he was speaking a monster language, another pointed out the strange artifacts his group carried, and a third muttered that they'd never seen food like this before, only deepening the tension. Panic hit Tooru as he realized Japanese counted as a monster language here. Rushing to explain, he insisted the soup wasn't poisoned and that adventurers wouldn't attack each other. The men remained unconvinced, grimly noting that in a dungeon, the truth dies with the dead. As the adventurers muttered darkly, one of them suddenly recognized Ria and blurted out whether she was the nosy knight known as Arya-san. Startled, Ria confirmed it, and the man added, still uncertain, that she had helped him once before. Dubious, the man added that he'd heard Arya-san was dead. Tooru reflected that on the surface, Ria was still listed as such. In response, Ria beamed, pumping her fists and insisting she was very much alive. Resigned, Tooru realized there was little point arguing when his group looked suspicious from every angle. Forcing a strained smile, he told them they could throw the soup away if they didn't trust it. Disappointed, he turned with slumped shoulders as Ria watched in silence, and the adventurers stood behind, still holding their untouched cups. Suddenly, the bald adventurer muttered that he would eat it after all. Tooru turned back in shock as the others hesitated, but the man was already overwhelmed by the rich aroma and distant slurping, deciding it didn't matter if he died. He lifted the cup and slurped the noodles as the others watched in tense silence. His face stiffened, drawing anxious cries. Then his eyes flew wide as he burst out that it was unbelievably delicious, demanding to know what kind of food this was. Thrilled, Tooru leaned forward with delight. The adventurer broke into a wide grin, loudly praising how amazing the food was. The other adventurers finally gave in and started eating, their eyes widening in disbelief. One demanded to know what the dish was, stunned by the taste, while another pointed in triumph, and soon all of them were slurping eagerly. Mid-meal, one adventurer panicked and shouted for them to stop. The others froze, while Tooru stared in confused surprise. Tooru watched nervously, fearing they still doubted him. Instead, the adventurer had a realization, explaining that soaking their rock-hard bread in the soup would make it taste far better. The adventurers tried it at once, dipping their bread into the broth and biting in. They erupted in praise as the softened bread soaked up the rich flavor, cheering loudly while they ate. As their excited voices rose, Ria and Tooru watched with gentle smiles, relieved to see the once suspicious group completely won over. As Tooru's party prepared to move on, Dito admitted she was surprised they'd eaten the food and remarked that Tooru's ease with others might be a good thing, leaving him unsure if it was praise or criticism. Ria then noticed something in his hand, and Tooru explained the adventurers had given him a flower in thanks. Dito and Shizuku stared at the small bloom in shock as Dito identified it as an ancient tree flower. When Tooru asked if it was really that rare, she explained it was used as an ingredient for mid-tier potions. She went on to explain that the flower was rare and highly sought after, with only a handful of adventurers knowing where to harvest it. She reflected that some people quietly carried valuable knowledge unknown to most. She took the gift as a hint toward a spot on this layer where the flowers bloom, likely along the roots. Tooru concluded with a smile that the flower was simply their reward for serving the best miso. Ria looked pleased, noting that the adventurers truly appreciated the meal. Holding the flower, Tooru listened as Shizuku praised him enthusiastically, while Dito suggested he treat them again if they met once more. With a small, content smile, Tooru gazed at the ancient tree flower in his hand and agreed to do that again if their paths crossed. Chapter 23. The party has finally entered the third layer of the Yomi Labyrinth, emerging into a vast ruined hall shaped like a grand castle. Tooru stared up in disbelief at the idea of a castle hidden underground, while Dito cheerfully confirmed it, asking if he was surprised. Dito explained that the place became famous decades ago when the dungeon was first discovered and the golden castle caused a massive uproar. The halls were once packed with solid gold objects, triggering a full-blown gold rush as adventurers swarmed in chasing riches. As she finished narrating the castle's golden past, clacking skeleton soldiers suddenly advanced with raised blades. Ria stepped forward at once to shield the group, swinging her weapon in a wide arc and shattering the nearest skeletons into splintered bone, while Tooru and the others watched from behind her. After Ria smashed the skeletons apart, Tooru, still struck by how fearsome they looked, wondered if skeleton monsters weren't supposed to be strong. Dito brushed it off, explaining they were actually weak, moving sluggishly without muscles and wielding nothing but old, worn weapons. With an eager smile, Dito pointed out that the weak skeletons were perfect targets for Tooru's training. He reacted in disbelief, unsure he could handle facing them on his own. Dito explained that if Tooru kept relying on clicking alone, his real combat instincts would never improve, no matter how high his level rose. Flustered, Tooru reluctantly admitted she had a point, while Ria offered to carry their luggage so he could use her large shield during training. Tooru lifted Ria's massive shield and reeled at its weight, marveling at how strong she had to be to carry it so easily. Ria stepped close and teased whether he disliked strong women, flustering him into a quick denial, while Dito, mildly exasperated, told them to stop flirting and move on. Tooru planted his feet and raised Ria's shield, steadying himself as he accepted there was no backing out. Behind him, Ria watched with a gentle smile while Dito grinned and wished him luck, just as Tooru charged forward with a nervous battle cry toward the waiting skeletons. Shattered bones littered the floor of the castle hall. Panting, Tooru gripped his pickaxe and shield, sweat pouring down as he caught his breath, realizing that while each skeleton was weak alone, their sheer numbers were the real threat. Exhausted and soaked in sweat, Tooru stumbled over loose rubble and pitched forward with a startled cry. Before he could fall, Ria darted in and caught him, steadying him with a worried look as he flushed in embarrassed relief. Tooru admitted he was already worn out from a full day in the dungeon, forcing a faint smile as he spoke. Still bright and encouraging, Ria told him they were almost at a good camping spot and urged him to hang on just a little longer so they could finally rest. The party reached a rest area within the ruined castle where other adventurers had already set up camp. An armored man pointed out an empty space along the right side, and Dito thanked him before leading Tooru and Ria over to claim it. Tooru froze when he realized their assigned spot was a dim corridor lined with iron-barred prison cells, the thought of camping there making him uneasy. Ria calmly reassured him that monsters rarely reached this area, and Dito added that guild watchers were stationed nearby, making it far safer than the open halls. The party trudged into the cell block, completely drained, as Tooru groaned that he was utterly exhausted after the long day. Ria gently reminded him they still had another day ahead and needed proper rest, while Dito and Shizuku settled beside him with encouraging smiles, ready to turn in for the night. After finishing warm bowls of porridge, which Dito clearly didn't enjoy, they spread out their sleeping gear inside the cell, turning the cold stone floor into a makeshift camp. Tooru quietly wished them good night, and the party finally settled in to rest for the next day's exploration. The next morning, Tooru handed out high-calorie rations as Ria and Dito roused themselves, ready to resume their exploration. Soon after, the party left the prison cell campsite and moved deeper into the ruined castle, passing beneath cracked arches and a shattered chandelier. They climbed a long, winding stone staircase, steadily circling higher along the curved dungeon wall with each step. The party emerged from a round stone tower into the eerie forest of the Yomi Labyrinth's second layer. Surrounded by massive, pale tree trunks, Tooru, Ria, and Dito paused at the tower's crooked doorway, taking in the strange, almost above-ground scene. Tooru remarked that after an underground castle, an underground forest was just another surprise. Noting how bright it was, he wondered if they were really still below ground. Dito explained that light moss thrived in ancient forests, and Tooru added that they didn't even need lamps thanks to the natural glow. The party trekked through the underground forest along a faint path beneath the dense canopy. With Ria in front and Dito close behind him, they swiftly dealt with clusters of strange mushroom creatures. Then Tooru pointed out a spot where they could take a short break. The group stopped in a forest clearing for a meal, and Tooru served hot curry over rice from a portable pot. Ria and Dito ate happily, savoring the rich flavor, until Dito suddenly froze, her expression shifting as she remembered something important. Dito warned that they would soon reach the Yomi Labyrinth's first layer and urged Tooru and Shizuku to be especially careful. She continued to explain that the first layer was like an underground slum, home to those cast out from surface society, where powerful groups and criminal gangs constantly fought for control and violence was an everyday reality. Dito went on to explain the main factions ruling the first layer: a thieves' guild of pickpockets and professional thieves, a merchants' guild dealing in black market goods, and a fast-growing mercenaries guild that handled the muscle-heavy work. Tooru remarked that the first layer sounded extremely dangerous, but Dito downplayed it, saying that as long as they were careful around the mercenaries guild, they should be fine. Tooru pointed out that the thieves' guild sounded like an even bigger problem, since being robbed would cause constant trouble. Ria quickly agreed, insisting the thieves' guild was dangerous as well and not something they could simply ignore. Dito calmly waved off their worries, explaining that the thieves' guild targeted nobles and wealthy merchants, not ordinary adventurers like them. Since they didn't look rich or important, she reasoned, the thieves would have little interest in their party. Ria countered that even the prestigious Katia house had been robbed, implying the thieves' guild's involvement. Dito coolly replied that lavish estates naturally attracted petty theft, suggesting the incidents were more likely the work of random children than an organized guild. Ria shot back that it would at least be better if those children ended up in a proper orphanage. Dito snapped that Ria had no room to complain if she wasn't taking in every street child herself. Sensing the tension, Tooru quickly stepped in and redirected the conversation, asking instead about the Merchants Guild. Dito explained that the Merchants Guild couldn't be neatly labeled as good or evil. When they sold vital supplies like food, weapons, and armor, adventurers welcomed them despite their darker dealings. Still bristling, Ria added that she'd heard the guild was involved in slave trading, gambling, stolen goods, and drugs banned on the surface. Dito concluded that as long as there was demand for forbidden goods and services, the Merchants Guild would remain a necessary evil. Ria then recalled rumors from the guild pub about Dito visiting the Merchants Guild's gambling den, prompting Tooru to mutter uneasily under his breath. Eager to change the subject, Tooru asked about the Mercenaries Guild and how it compared to the others. Dito and Ria answered in perfect unison, bluntly declaring it the worst of them all. From what Dito had heard, the Mercenaries Guild preyed on beginner adventurers, posing as bodyguards before extorting them and seizing all their loot. Ria added that they also controlled a key route to the lower layers, charging anyone who tried to pass through. Tooru remarked that they sounded like the Yakuza, wondering why adventurers would sink into such shady work. Dito replied that it was best to stay completely uninvolved, warning that any conflict with them would end in being badly outnumbered. Still holding his plate of curry, Tooru admitted he felt uneasy about heading into the first layer after hearing how dangerous its factions were. Beside him, Shizuku quietly mirrored her master's unease. Dito assessed the situation, noting that Tooru's unusual outfit would draw attention and make them look like easy targets. She added that Shizuku's rare white slime form only increased the risk of being singled out in the first layer. Tooru paused, taking her warning seriously as he thought it over. Tooru suddenly brightened as an idea struck him, convinced they could avoid trouble by having Shizuku transform into his clothes. Dito and Ria reacted in surprise. Ria warned that Tooru's odd outfit could invite an appraisal and instantly expose Shizuku as his gear. Tooru quickly clarified that he wouldn't wear Japanese clothes, deciding Shizuku should transform into something more ordinary to help him blend in. He asked Shizuku if she remembered what the adventurers on the fourth layer were wearing, and the little slime happily confirmed it. He told her to shape-shift into standard adventurer gear to avoid attention, and Shizuku eagerly agreed, slithering toward his waist in obedience. Her gelatinous body engulfed him before reshaping and hardening into form. When it finished, he stood clad in ordinary adventurer armor, the natural fit completely erasing his once-odd appearance. Tooru proudly showed off his new armor, wondering if he'd blend in now and noting it also kept Shizuku hidden. Ria beamed and said he looked like a veteran adventurer. Shizuku happily agreed, and even Dito grinned, admitting the look was pretty good. Tooru examined the armor and admitted that the disguise fell apart if his only weapon was still a pickaxe. He reasoned that carrying at least an iron sword would complete the look and match his gear. Hearing this, Dito promised that once they reached the first layer, she'd buy Tooru an iron sword. Overjoyed, Tooru lit up, clearly thrilled by the idea. Tooru rallied the group and urged them to move out. Ria led the way toward the upper floors, with the group following along the forest path. The party reached a dark tunnel carved beneath the forest. Moving in quietly, they climbed the long stone staircase, pressing upward toward the brighter exit of the higher floor above. The group emerged into the bustling first layer of the Yomi Labyrinth, a town-like hub carved into the dungeon. Shops and stalls lined the main street ran by adventurers and merchants. Tooru scanned the busy streets and admitted that, despite the rumors, the place felt even sketchier than he'd expected. Ria explained that this district was under the Merchants Guild's control, making it one of the safer parts of town. Tooru reacted in quiet shock at the realization. A group of women suddenly called out to Tooru with cheerful voices, warmly beckoning him over to come play with them. Tooru turned fully toward them, delighted, his thoughts racing at the sight of elf women and their attention. Shizuku dryly noted that all the stares were aimed squarely at her master, while Ria and Dito glared at him from behind, clearly unamused. Flustered, Tooru hurriedly explained that it was his first time seeing elves other than Dito. She snapped back angrily, insisting the women he was gawking at were ordinary elves anyone could find, sharply reminding him that she was a proud high elf and not to be lumped in with them. Chastened, Tooru quickly tore his gaze away and followed Ria and Dito onward. They continued down the first layer's main street with neon-like shop signs flickering around them. Tooru spotted a storefront with crossed swords and excitedly pointed it out as a weapon shop. He reminded Dito about the sword, and she replied she'd buy one only if it was cheap. Tooru brightened at the thought of finally getting proper gear. Inside the weapon shop, Tooru and Dito stood before a long counter piled with blades of every shape and size, while racks of spears, axes, shields, and other weapons lined the walls. Dito sifted through the selection and pointed out a few swords that looked serviceable. Tooru lifted one, impressed by its shine and solid weight, and decided it was a fine blade. The shopkeeper smiled, praising him for his good taste. As they left the shopkeeper sent them off with a polite farewell. Dito gushed that they'd bought Tooru's sword for half the usual price, calling it an unbelievable bargain. Tooru agreed eagerly, while Ria asked to take a closer look at the blade. Ria casually drew the blade, and Tooru proudly asked if it was amazing for the price. After a quick inspection, she flatly said it was nothing more than a plain iron bar, leaving Tooru stunned. Ria ran a finger along the edge, pointing out how ridiculously thick and dull it was, so blunt it couldn't even cut paper. Tooru could only admit sheepishly that she was right. Ria calmly explained that the bargain was just a blunt sword polished to look impressive. Realizing that was exactly why it was so cheap, Tooru wilted in embarrassment and cursed the merchant's guild in his head. Dito only laughed it off, saying it was for show anyway, and at least it was cheap. Suddenly, Tooru noticed the surrounding chatter and looked around with a curious expression. He noticed a long line of adventurers gathered before a single storefront and wondered what kind of shop drew such a crowd. Dito explained that it was an offloading shop. The offloading shop would buy almost anything of value, from surface goods to dungeon loot. It even handled stolen and illegal items, as long as they were worth something, she explained. Tooru watched as a rough-looking man dragged a bound, terrified boy toward the shop. Unease tightened his chest as he wondered if even a child could be treated as merchandise here. She noted that he'd spotted something unpleasant and identified the man as a member of the Mercenaries Guild. Confused, Tooru clarified that he meant to ask about the boy, then asked uneasily if the man dragging him really was a mercenary. She pointed to the man's shoulder, explaining that the sword and shield tattoo there was the unmistakable mark of a Mercenaries Guild member. Dito firmly warned Tooru never to pick a fight with the Mercenaries Guild, yet he couldn't tear his eyes from the child being dragged along. Unbeknownst to him, Ria had already stepped forward and bluntly asked the mercenary if he was trying to sell the boy, catching the man completely off guard. The mercenary casually admitted he was selling the boy and asked what of it. Ria answered without hesitation, declaring she would buy the child herself and demanded the price. Dito shouted for Ria to stop, panic in her voice, while Tooru stared stunned. Ria brushed off Dito's warning and gently reassured the boy that he was safe now. Still trembling, he managed a faint, uncertain reply. Tooru asked what Ria planned to do with the boy. She calmly said she'd take him to her orphanage, and the boy softly echoed the word unsure. The boy suddenly panicked, insisting he couldn't go because his little sister would be left behind in the Thieves' Guild. Ria stiffened in surprise at what he said. He faltered as he explained that the Thieves' Guild had taken him and his sister in and protected them ever since. The man dragging him along laughed as he warned it was dangerous to linger in mercenary territory. Tooru muttered a curse in disgust as Ria snapped that this was exactly why she was buying the children. Dito anxiously pleaded with them to calm down before things got worse. The mercenary sneered and waved Ria off, scoffing at the small sum she offered. He boasted that selling the boy through a certain offloading shop to a male brothel would earn him more than twice that amount. Ria glared and moved to confront him as Tooru tensed beside her. Dito shouted in alarm, insisting they should not pick a fight with the Mercenaries Guild. As she scolded him about provoking the Mercenaries Guild and making future exploration harder, Dito drew Tooru's sword to emphasize her point. In the middle of her warning, she intentionally brought it down in a wide, overhead swing, striking the mercenary behind her on the head. The mercenary clutched his head and snarled, demanding to know if Dito was picking a fight as he hurled insults. Dito stared at the sword in flustered disbelief, blurting out in confusion. Ria praised the overhead swing as perfectly fine, and Tooru even cheered her on. Dito panicked, insisting her hands had slipped and she hadn't meant to hit him. Clutching his head and cursing them, the mercenary swore they'd pay for it, then let out a sharp whistle to call for backup. Several thugs arrived, smirking as they closed in. In an instant, Tooru, Ria, Dito, and the boy found themselves completely surrounded by Mercenaries Guild members pressing in from all sides. Tooru panicked as more mercenaries gathered, crying out that their numbers kept growing. Ria noted the encirclement tightening and asked what they should do, while Dito answered grimly that they were already marked and would have to force their way through. Meanwhile, from a concealed wall, a cloaked figure casually tossed a round object into the heart of the mercenary crowd. It struck the ground and detonated in a massive blast, sending the surrounding thugs reeling with shocked cries. Tooru coughed hard in the thick smoke, stunned by what had happened. Ria hacked beside him as Dito covered her mouth, scanning the haze in alarm. A hand suddenly seized Tooru's wrist from the smoke. An urgent voice told him to move, drawing a startled cry from him in confusion. Eyes stinging, Tooru was yanked forward by the hooded stranger, barely able to see as he was dragged through the smoke, keenly aware that someone had seized him. As he was dragged along, something brushed against Tooru, and he realized his rescuer had a tail. Shocked, he wondered who the cloaked stranger was as the tailed figure pulled him farther from the chaos. Chapter 24. The mercenary guild members staggered through the smoke-filled alley, coughing and shouting in frustration as they realized their prey had slipped away. Their leader bellowed that the targets could not have gone far. As the smoke thinned, an open doorway into a quiet back alley came into view. By the time the mercenaries noticed it, Tooru and his mysterious rescuer were already gone. The hooded, tailed girl sprinted down the narrow alley, gripping Tooru's hand as she pulled him along. They weaved past stacked crates and barrels at full speed, Tooru panting as he struggled to keep up. Still catching his breath, Tooru realized he had no idea who this hooded stranger was, only that she had just saved his life. She guided him into a small storage courtyard crowded with crates and barrels, then stopped and calmly said they should be safe there for now. Standing behind her, Tooru eyed the heavy iron door and felt an odd familiarity, like the entrance to his own apartment. The girl stepped forward, knocked firmly, and announced her name. A voice from behind the door asked for the password. Without hesitation, she replied that they stole from the fat pigs. The iron door opened. She ushered Tooru inside and told him to hide for a while. When he explained that 2 friends and a boy were still outside, she reassured him they had been extracted separately and were safe, leaving Tooru wondering if that was truly so. The hooded rescuer brought Tooru fully inside and ordered the guard to contact headquarters. The subordinate answered respectfully and motioned to leave. They waited in silence as the hooded man departed. Moments later, the door slid shut with a heavy thump, revealing a hidden storage room packed with crates and barrels. Now inside, Tooru finally relaxed. He had suspected it was a warehouse, and the crates confirmed it up close. The girl pulled back her hood, revealing fluffy cat ears, and cheerfully told him to sit anywhere. Still stunned, Tooru blurted out his surprise at her cat ears, staring in disbelief. Her ears twitched as she pouted, clearly annoyed. The cat-eared girl snapped, demanding to know if being saved by a half-beast bothered him. She leaned in sharply with eyes blazing, while Tooru recoiled. Tooru hastily waved his hands, insisting it did not bother him at all, and that he had simply been surprised. He sincerely thanked her for saving him and his friends, then hesitated before asking why she had helped them. She casually explained that their real mission had been to rescue Nick, and that Tooru's group had just happened to be with him. Tooru repeated the boy's name, recalling that Nick had said he and his sister were taken in by the Thieves' Guild. Curious, he asked if she belonged to it. She cheerfully confirmed it, joking that it should have been obvious. Tooru muttered that maybe it was, remembering that the man earlier wore the same hood she had. She explained that the Thieves' Guild couldn't fight openly, and thanked them for drawing the mercenaries' attention at the perfect moment. Laughing, she added that one of his friends knocking a thug clean out took loads off their shoulders. She asked his name, and Tooru nervously introduced himself. She repeated it with interest, and said everyone just called her Cat. Cat smiled and thanked him for saving Nick, offering a reward. Tooru immediately refused, saying their escape had been more than enough. Cat insisted on repaying the favor. When Tooru confirmed he could ask for anything, she urged him to say it. Glancing around the room, Tooru hesitantly asked if he could have the entire space. Cat froze at his request. Seeing her reaction, Tooru hurriedly backpedaled and said he needed nothing. Cat forced a smile, admitting it was quite a request. Tooru observed that the layout resembled the area near his own quarters and quietly wondered if there was a connection. Shrugging it off, he told her it was worth asking. Cat apologized, explaining she could not decide something like that alone. Tooru accepted her answer easily. He changed his request and asked if he could at least look around. Cat repeated his words in surprise and asked what he meant. Leaning in suspiciously, she demanded to know why. Flustered, Tooru stammered an explanation, worried he sounded suspicious. Cat suddenly clapped, excitedly asking if he might be a scholar. She mused that it explained why he spoke the monster language and acted unlike a normal adventurer. Tooru laughed nervously and nodded. Cat allowed him to look around as long as she accompanied him, and he thanked her sincerely. They walked deeper into the storage room together, passing stacks of crates near the iron door. Then Tooru's attention was caught by one particularly unusual pile. Out of nowhere, Cat suddenly asked if he disliked half-beasts. Startled, Tooru turned in confusion as she explained that many humans did. Surprised, Tooru admitted he had not known and added that people in his field of interest actually admired half-beasts. Cat tilted her head, saying that explained his attitude. Curious, Tooru asked if Cat was her real name. She said it was only an alias, making him wonder why she had chosen something so obvious. He considered using character appraisal on her to discover her real name. But what he did backfired and failed completely, shocking him. Kat noticed instantly and accused him of reading her status. He nervously explained that he had only wanted to know her real name, and had only just remembered that thieves could sense such attempts. Annoyed, Kat snapped back that she would read his status in return, boasting about her high appraisal skill, and Tooru reacted in alarm. After appraising him, she laughed at his name, Suzuki Tooru, calling it strange and asking where he was from. As she kept reading, she noted skills like unlimited growth and other unique traits. She added that he also had several unique latent skills she couldn't quite identify. Tooru listened in disbelief, unsure whether to be alarmed or impressed by how absurd it all sounded. Kat read the skill aloud without hesitation. Kiss a girl and raise level cap by 1, up to 3 times per day. Sweat broke out as Tooru complained about the absurdly long name. He suddenly remembered what the skill was for. Before he could react, Kat closed the distance, startling him into a yelp as he lost his balance. She loomed over him with a grin. Now on top of him, she eagerly declared she wanted to test the skill. Ignoring his frantic protests, she moved in without hesitation, leaving Tooru flustered by the unwelcome kiss. Kat cheerfully announced that her level cap had increased. Red-faced and breathless, Tooru begged her to stop and get off him, only for her to excitedly ask to do it again as he protested. As she pulled back from the kiss, she looked briefly dejected and muttered that maybe he didn't like half-beasts after all. Tooru hurriedly denied it, only for Kat to take that as a cue and lean in to kiss him once more. Exhausted and embarrassed, Tooru realized she had kissed him exactly 3 times. Barely able to speak, he asked if she was finally done. Kat blushed, then playfully asked if he felt a bit hot afterward. Tooru could only stare in stunned confusion. She finally introduced herself as Miriam, telling him to call her Miri, as she casually began removing her clothes. Tooru panicked, shouting for her to stop and demanding to know why she was stripping. With a teasing edge, Miri asked if 3 kisses hadn't stirred something more, lifting her clothes as she leaned in. Tooru flushed crimson and shouted that it absolutely hadn't, even as she drew closer and trailed off suggestively. Miri laughed as she noticed his body betraying him as she rubbed against him, enjoying how flustered he'd become. Tooru shouted that she had it all wrong, only making her grin wider as she reveled in his embarrassment. Outside the room, hurried voices echoed as someone angrily demanded confirmation of Tooru's location, warning of dire consequences if anything had happened to him. Ria glared ahead, cold fury radiating as she vowed to crush the Thieves' Guild. Dito urgently tried to calm her, explaining how these people helped them, while a nervous member insisted they were almost there. They reached the warehouse entrance, moving between stacks of crates as the tension hung thick in the air ready to snap. Inside the storage room, Tooru suddenly realized what was happening and jolted in panic. They were already right by the door. Chapter 25. Ria looked furious and Dito deeply concerned as they advanced, while their hooded companion tensed, clutching a lamp. Hearing them draw near, Tooru realized just how bad the situation looked. Tooru gasped, his heart racing as Miri stayed pressed against him. Panicking, he begged her to stop, terrified of how it would look if the others arrived, but she refused, admitting she was too aroused to pull away as she leaned in for another kiss. Outside the room, before the massive metal door, Guy, the Thieves' Guild member, called out for Kat and swiftly recited the password. Still pinned beneath Miri's weight, Tooru desperately whispered that someone outside was already giving the password, and she had to respond. With clear frustration, Miri pulled back, muttering that they were getting to the good part. Annoyed, Miri shouted through the door that they were busy and to come back later, leaving Tooru stunned. Outside, Ria and Dito froze in disbelief, equally shocked by what they had just heard. From beyond the door, Ria and Dito shouted in confusion, demanding to see Tooru at once. Guy nervously called out for Kat, while Miri turned away from the door and whispered for Tooru to ignore them and keep having fun instead. Ria snapped that if they weren't let in, Dito should blow the door open. Dito began readying her magic as Tooru shouted in panic, shocked by their reckless idea. He shoved Miri and urgently told her to move. In the scramble, he brushed against her chest by accident, drawing a startled moan from her. Miri blushed and said he was being rough and thought he was finally in the mood, then pressed his hands against her chest, but Tooru pushed her away, causing her to stumble backward. Tooru lunged forward and slammed his hand against the door mechanism, hastily unlocking the heavy door. The door finally swung open, and Tooru greeted them with a nervous smile, relieved they were safe. The 3 stood in heavy, tense silence, clearly alarmed by what they thought had happened inside. Rushing to Tooru's side, Dito expressed relief that he had escaped, while Ria anxiously asked if he was truly all right after hearing strange noises. Tooru laughed awkwardly and insisted he was completely fine. Dito asked if Kat was all right after hearing she was busy. Tooru hurriedly claimed she'd stayed behind to clean up the warehouse and urged them to go inside and hide for now. Tooru admitted he had been worried about what happened to them and felt relieved that everyone had made it safely. Ria warned that even if they were hidden for the moment, staying where the Mercenaries Guild could find them was dangerous. Dito explained that a Thieves Guild member had gone out to scout and that they should leave once it was confirmed safe. Tooru noted that at least the Thieves Guild was friendly toward them. He suggested there might be routes to the surface or the second dungeon layer within the Thieves Guild territory and asked if anyone knew of one. Both Dito and Ria shook their heads. Tooru turned and called out to Miri, asking if she might know. He glanced toward Miri, who sat stiffly on a crate, clearly unsettled. When she didn't respond, Ria asked if she was all right, and Tooru sheepishly guessed she might have caught a cold. Flustered, Tooru quickly changed the subject and suggested they search for a route to the surface. Behind him, Miri twitched and remained stunned. Then she suddenly bolted upright and demanded to know if Tooru was really planning to go to the surface. Tooru explained that they did not truly live in the first layer. Miri countered that joining the Thieves Guild would grant protection under its non-aggression pact and access to hidden routes. Dito admitted it sounded tempting, but Ria angrily protested, declaring it unthinkable. To her, the guild was full of thieves and criminals who steal for a living, and declared she would escort the boy and his sister to the surface and place them in an orphanage. Dito hesitantly argued that taking children along was dangerous and reminded Ria that the Thieves Guild had helped them escape, suggesting the children remain under their protection. Ria continued criticizing the guild, stating that it trained children to steal and failed to provide proper education. Miri explained that many orphan children sought out the guild on their own, though she admitted it wasn't ideal. Since they were adults, she added, they didn't have to join, until Ria's sharp glare cut her off and left her silent. Miri reluctantly admitted that with the Mercenaries Guild targeting Nick, the surface might indeed be safer for him. Ria firmly declared the matter settled and announced they would head for the surface with Nick and his sister once things settled down. Tooru agreed and asked Miri to help them find a safe route if they were escorting the children to the surface. Miri complained and asked if they could take it easy and rest for at least a day. Tooru apologized, explaining they were in a rush. Miri grumbled about the plan to investigate the room, but Tooru promised they'd return after their business on the surface, earning him a dissatisfied huff. Before she could complain further, a call from outside startled her. It was Guy again, announcing himself and giving the password. Miri brightened instantly and declared the way open, clearly struck by an idea. As Guy reported that the Mercenaries Guild had withdrawn for now, Miri leaned in and whispered instructions to him, and though confused, he nodded in understanding. Watching them, Tooru assumed she had instructed him about escorting Nick's sister. Miri stepped back and spun cheerfully at them, then announced that their boss wished to personally thank them for saving Nick, while urging them to follow her. Tooru hesitated and started to decline, but Dito reacted in shock. As Tooru tried to continue his excuse, Dito lunged forward and clamped both hands over his mouth, cutting him off completely. With her hands still covering his mouth, Dito urgently warned him not to say anything reckless. Tooru struggled in confusion as she accused him of nearly refusing the boss's invitation. Still covering his mouth, Dito warned that people like them valued honor deeply and that offending their boss would be dangerous. She stressed that the guild had 800 members, leaving Tooru visibly shaken, and reminded him they shouldn't make enemies after all the trouble the guild went through to help them. Dito added that staying on the guild's good side was wiser and suggested offering a respectful greeting instead. Tooru immediately changed his stance and agreed to meet the boss, asking Miri to lead the way. The group departed at once. They walked down a busy street lined with stalls and stone buildings, heading straight into the heart of the Thieves Guild territory. As they passed through a shabby alley, Miri gestured around and remarked on how rundown it looked, asking Tooru if it seemed unpleasant. He agreed awkwardly, and she explained that despite having more members than the Merchants Guild, they weren't doing well in trade. Miri asked Tooru how the city appeared from a scholar's perspective. Tooru hesitated, then suggested the area could benefit from urban redevelopment, causing Miri to repeat the unfamiliar term in surprise. Tooru explained that redevelopment meant investing money into deteriorating districts to make them livable, comparing it to remodeling areas into something modern. Miri echoed his idea of making the area more modern, and Tooru clarified that the goal was to improve livability. He added that poor public order was the first layer's biggest problem, a point Miri agreed with immediately. Tooru suggested constructing a large residential building with shops and restaurants, incorporating security to keep out troublemakers and maintain order. Ria said the idea sounded wonderful, noting children would feel safer, while Dito added it might attract surface visitors. Excited, Miri urged Tooru to tell her more. After a few more discussions, Miri considered the plan and summarized it, stating they would cooperate with a surface group to develop the entire district. Dito added that such an alliance might even outperform the Merchants Guild. Miri agreed, saying exclusive trade rights in the first layer could secure the partnership. Miri thanked Tooru warmly and said she felt hopeful about their guild now. Then he cautioned that redevelopment might get difficult, but Miri insisted they should make it work since the idea came from him. Tooru watched Miri and realized she cared deeply not only for children, but also for the guild's management. He wondered if she held a high rank just as she pointed ahead, announcing they had arrived. The party stopped before a fortified stone building, its thick walls and guarded gate setting it apart. Armed figures stood watch, marking it as the Thieves' Guild's headquarters. A woman wearing glasses greeted them and thanked them for coming, then introduced herself as Noella, the chief's secretary. Tooru responded nervously as the three girls stood close behind him. Noella explained that the chief wished to personally thank them and asked them to follow her. Then she instructed Kat and Nick to remain behind, while the three adventurers followed her down the corridor. She opened a door and invited them inside. Tooru paused in surprise as Dito watched curiously from behind. Noella presented the figure reclining behind the curtained bed as their chief, Dorothea II. Dorothea wore a calm, unreadable smile that revealed nothing of her intentions. Chapter 26. In a luxurious room where a four-poster bed lay veiled behind thin curtains, Noella bowed toward the figure beyond and formally presented the chief. As Tooru studied the blurred silhouette, delicate features and a feminine form emerged, freezing him in surprise when he realized their chief was a girl, a shocked Dito silently shared beside him. The adventurers exchanged uncertain glances at the unmoving silhouette until Tooru stepped forward with a nervous smile and offered a polite greeting. Dito followed just as tensely, adding her own respectful words, while Dorothea II remained silent and Noella waited nearby. Noella explained that she acted as an intermediary, relaying all messages to and from the silent chief, and apologized for the indirect and unusual arrangement. As Tooru watched, he assumed the drapes hid her true identity and imagined how difficult such a life must be while being the chief. While he reflected on this, Noella quietly leaned toward the bed, ready to convey her message. Dorothea remained hidden as Noella spoke on her behalf, conveying the chief's sincere gratitude for Nick's rescue. Noella then explained that, as a result, everyone present had been marked as targets by the Mercenaries Guild, leaving Tooru flustered as he acknowledged it. Noella passed along the chief's offer, stating that since they were now targets, Dorothea wished to protect them by welcoming them as honored guests of the Thieves' Guild. The group looked to Tooru, but before he could finish a polite refusal, Ria stepped forward and forcefully rejected the offer. Dito hurriedly scolded Ria for her rudeness, urging her to mind her manners. Ria ignored her and declared with resolve that what mattered most was taking Nick and his sister with them to protect the children personally. Noella spoke her own thoughts and calmly clarified that the Thieves' Guild had never forced the children to join, and that they'd hear the same if they asked the children themselves. Ria acknowledged the explanation but insisted that consent did not change the danger the children lived in, and that they deserved safer conditions. At that moment, Dorothea whispered something, prompting Noella to address the lad in armor Tooru instead, which startled him. Noella asked Tooru if he could truly promise Nick and his younger sister, Mary, a safe and peaceful environment, placing the responsibility squarely on him. Caught off guard, Tooru hesitated, but Ria stepped forward and vowed firmly that they would care for the siblings. Tooru and Noella locked eyes in tense silence, weighing the promise just made. After a moment, Tooru politely asked for time alone, and Noella calmly agreed. Tooru guessed that the orphanage Ria supported must treat its children well, given her passion. Ria affirmed it earnestly, and Tooru quietly accepted her words. Turning to Dito, Tooru admitted this was a heavy request, and asked if he could still rely on her support. Dito agreed with a resigned smile, and Shizuku responded by happily jiggling when Tooru asked her as well. The three of them shared relieved smiles, silently confirming their united decision to take in Nick and Mary together. Then he turned back toward Noella and Dorothea determined and declared that they would keep their promise. Noella nodded and explained that the chief agreed to entrust the children to them, but added one condition. A Thieves' Guild member must escort the children until they reach the orphanage. The condition left the party visibly shocked. Noella reassured them that the escort would make it unlikely for the other guilds to cause them trouble and make things easier for their group to move around in many ways. Tooru listened carefully and agreed to the condition, stating they would depart soon and report back after safely delivering the children. Noella conveyed the chief's gratitude and added that a warm welcome would await them upon their return. After leaving the room, they regrouped in the reception hall, where Noella said she would summon an escort and told them to wait. As Noella departed, Tooru released a long breath and admitted the meeting had been nerve-wracking. Dito sighed and agreed. While waiting, Tooru noticed Miri had already left. A little disappointed, he admitted he wished they could have seen her once more. Later, Nick and Mary arrived at the hall and ran toward Ria, calling her their big sister. She crouched to meet them and assured them they could count on her. From the corner of the room, Miri called out to Tooru. He turned, assuming she was there to see them off, only to be stunned when she declared she was coming with them. Miri leaned in, pressing him about his hesitation as Tooru stammered in response. She explained she wanted a change of scenery on the surface, then cheerfully told him to look after her, and the group accepted her joining. Miri revealed she had the boss's approval to guide them through a secret thieves' guild passage straight to the surface. Dito brightened with delight, and Tooru smiled in relief. With their pack ready, Miri took the lead and signaled them forward. The group began heading toward the surface together. As they walked, Miri asked Tooru what he thought of their boss. He replied that Dorothea seemed kind despite their brief meeting, adding that even her silhouette had left a striking impression that she was beautiful. Miri confidently agreed as she kept pace beside him. Encouraged, Tooru blurted out an inappropriate remark about the chief's figure. Miri instantly grabbed his backside in warning, making him yelp in shocked pain. Still fuming, Miri pinched him repeatedly before finally letting go and storming ahead, leaving Tooru clutching himself in pain and confusion. The group reached a massive gate at the end of the stone corridor. Tooru looked up at it, excitement stirring as he said he couldn't wait to see what awaited them on the surface. Miri stopped at his remark and asked if he rarely went to the surface. He awkwardly admitted that he did not, for several reasons. They continued ascending the long staircase in silence, with Tooru leading and the others following steadily behind. Someone pointed out the light ahead, and daylight spilled down from above. Stepping out, they were greeted by open sky, rolling forests, and distant mountains. Tooru stammered in awe, while Ria explained that the city below was Heraclean, also called Yomi Town. Dito added that it was home to the Adventurers Guild. Ria asked if Tooru liked their world despite its lack of computers or conveniences. Dito interrupted, insisting he could not judge yet because towns also had shops and some convenient items too, leaving Tooru confused about what to say. Tooru fell silent, and the pause stretched on awkwardly for Ria and Dito. Tooru turned to Shizuku for her thoughts. She declared the world wonderful, praising the air, sun, and scenery, and Tooru happily agreed. Hearing this, relief washed over Dito and Ria's faces. Looking over the town, Dito scolded Ria for jumping to conclusions, prompting a quick apology, then suggested showing Tooru around. After all the hardships, he finally stood on the brink of experiencing life in this world's city for the first time. Chapter 27. Passing beneath the looming portcullis with his companions, Tooru finally stepped into the town on the surface, wondering what awaited him there. Beyond the gate, Tooru walked through busy streets with the group, surrounded by carts, townsfolk, and tall buildings. Taking in the unfamiliar sights, he realized this bustling place was Heraclean and quietly reaffirmed that he had truly arrived in another world's town. Tooru clenched his fist and openly admitted that he was getting completely fired up with excitement. He let out a spirited cheer, then declared that first things first, they should head to the guild and revoke the request for Inami-san's subjugation. Dito looked visibly displeased, complaining that they were rushing straight to the Adventurers Guild. With a wistful sigh, she suggested resting at an inn first instead. Tooru insisted they had to go to the guild right away, warning it would be game over if someone actually subjugated Inami-san. He said he wanted it settled fast so he could finally enjoy the world, and Dito glanced at the children hesitating. Dito gently urged Tooru to look at the children sleeping against Ria's shoulder, noting how exhausting the journey had been even for them. Tooru admitted she was right, especially after walking all the way from the dungeon. Relenting, Tooru agreed to change plans and decided they should head to an inn first. After arriving at the inn, Tooru was in awe as he took in the simple wooden room, impressed by its rustic atmosphere. He noted that it made him feel like a real adventurer. Behind him, Ria laid Mary down, and Nick rubbed his sleepy eyes. Clutching her cloak, Dito bluntly admitted that Tooru's sleeping bags were more comfortable than real beds and said she planned to sleep until dinner. Just then, Miri noticed Tooru holding something out and leaned forward with curious interest. Curled up in one of Tooru's sleeping bags, Dito grumbled that Tooru and Miri were too noisy and told them to keep it down. Tooru offered his sleeping bag to Miri, and she stared at it with wide eyes, excitedly asking if he really meant it. Wrapped snugly in the sleeping bag, Miri murmured blissfully about how warm it was before trailing off in deep sleep. Tooru and Ria stood quietly, exchanging glances as they watched everyone fall asleep so quickly. Tooru realized there was only one bed left. Ria quickly offered to sleep on the floor with his sleeping bag, but Tooru flustered and insisted she shouldn't, his words trailing off until Ria shyly finished the thought for him. Blushing furiously, Tooru panicked and decided he absolutely could not say something so embarrassing as sleeping together. Instead, he awkwardly suggested they walk around town, and Ria admitted she was not sleepy and had hoped he would show her around. Later, walking through town, Ria smiled and said she was glad to guide Tooru, explaining it was the least she could do for him. Walking beside her, Tooru bashfully protested that he had not done much for her. Ria cheerfully announced they should visit the shrine next, catching Tooru off guard. He admitted he wasn't very religious, inwardly lamenting that his imagined otherworld date with a female knight hadn't included being converted to a religion. Ria clarified the misunderstanding and said the shrine would allow him to learn lingua franca. Tooru realized it must be the skill that lets people convey words through telepathy, explaining that was how he understood Ria and Dito's speech. Tooru considered that Japanese was treated as a monster language here, letting adventurers understand him only partially. He wondered if lingua franca would finally let him speak with Nick and Mary, and Ria assured him it would. They walked side by side along a stone-paved street toward a large bridge, mingling with townsfolk. Beyond it stood a massive shrine-like cathedral with towering arches and a great rose window, which Ria confirmed was their destination. Inside the shrine's entrance hall, they stepped through enormous doors and Tooru quietly remarked on the vast interior. Ria explained that the shrine employed priests and priestesses capable of healing. Tooru wondered if some adventurers served as priests as well. Ria admitted she'd never heard of priest adventurers, though they might exist somewhere. Tooru mused that healing magic would be invaluable in a party, but Ria explained that those with holy magic rarely took dangerous quests, since they had safer work elsewhere. Ria explains that anyone who can use holy magic is guaranteed employment at the shrine, pointing toward the rows of priests at work. Hearing this, Tooru watches a robed priest calmly heal an injured man and responds with a quiet, thoughtful acknowledgement of how valuable such abilities are in this place. Afterward, the two of them continue walking toward the tall doorway. Near a large statue, Ria leads Tooru to a priest standing before the altar and respectfully explains that the boy comes from a remote region, requesting that he be granted the lingua franca skill. After acknowledging the request with a calm expression of understanding, the priest adds that they must provide 2 gold coins as an offering to the shrine. Tooru complies by dropping the coins into the waiting pouch with a metallic clink while the priest stretches out his arms and solemnly prays, calling on Goddess Maria to bestow her blessing upon the young man. After the ritual ends, Tooru flexes his hand and remarks that the process should be finished, yet he cannot feel any particular change. He quietly calculates that the offering equals about 20,000 Japanese yen and wonders if they were swindled, causing the priest to snap back that he can now fully understand the boy's words and to demand an explanation for the term Japanese yen. Tooru bows his head repeatedly to the priest, apologizing over and over, while Ria watches with a wry smile as he tries to make up for his earlier outburst. After the ritual, Tooru and Ria step back out through the great doors of the shrine. Outside the shrine, Tooru marvels that the lingua franca skill is incredible, cheerfully adding that with this skill, even people living in the most remote depths of the Amazon would be able to understand him. Smiling proudly, Ria remarks that although Tooru's world is certainly filled with convenient things, their own world is also a rather amazing place in its own right. Tooru enthusiastically agrees, then turns to ask what they should do next as Ria hesitates with a small, uncertain sound. Ria fidgets nervously, confessing that there is a particular place she would like to visit together with Tooru. When he asks where, she admits it is a smaller shrine. Tooru questions if she means another shrine while listening to her hesitant explanation, to which she replies in embarrassment that it is indeed a smaller one. Ria suddenly flusters, insisting that they should forget what she just said because she does not think Tooru would enjoy that place after all. Tooru, surprised, quickly answers that he would like to go and urges her to lead the way, cheerfully beckoning her forward while she continues to stammer in hesitation. The two walk together down a narrow cobblestone street lined with houses and flower boxes when Tooru suddenly pauses, having heard music in the distance. Curious, he wonders what is happening as the sound grows clearer, and they follow it toward a gathering crowd near another building where Ria brightens in relief, exclaiming that the event she hoped for is being held today. Hearing the lively atmosphere ahead, Ria suddenly grabs Tooru's hand and urges him to follow her, pulling him into a dash before he can do more than yelp in surprise. They push through the cheering crowd, and as people celebrate around them, Tooru looks toward the front and quietly wonders what kind of event everyone has come to watch. Pushing through the crowd, the two finally reach a spot where they can see the front, finding a bride and groom standing beneath a flower-decorated arch. As the veiled bride takes the groom's arm, one of the onlookers near Tooru softly guesses that it must be a wedding, and Ria happily confirms it with an enthusiastic affirmation. As the ceremony continues at the shrine's front steps, a priest announces that the bride and groom will now seal their vows in the presence of the goddess Maria. The couple slowly lean toward each other to draw closer for their kiss while Tooru and the others watch from the gathered crowd spread out below the grand entrance. Watching from the crowd, Ria clasps her hands tightly against her chest with a soft and entranced expression, while Tooru looks over at her in surprise as falling petals drift around them. As the ceremony comes to an end, the shrine's bell tolls high above the roof, its clear notes ringing out into the open sky, while flower petals drift slowly on the breeze around the steeple. On their way back to the inn, Tooru comments that the bride and groom looked absolutely dazzling during the ceremony. Ria softly agrees with a quiet hum of approval. Tooru asks if she comes to watch weddings like that often. Ria shyly admits that she does, explaining in a small voice that she attends them every time she is free while blushing and keeping her hands lightly clasped at her chest. As they continue down the busy street, Tooru walks a few steps ahead before hearing Ria call out to him with a hesitant vocalization. He turns as she stops in place, nervously clutching her hands and addressing him with respect. Then, gathering her courage, she begins to ask if it would be all right for her to make a request before she trails off. The two fall silent in the flow of passers-by. Tooru breaks into a small smile and gives an affirmative response to Ria's unfinished question, suggesting that they could return to this place together someday to watch another wedding. Ria's face lights up with pure relief and happiness, and she answers with a bright, earnest agreement, clutching her hands to her chest as she savors the promise they have just made. Ria walks toward Tooru with determined steps, the distance between them shrinking as she moves through the glow of her own resolve. In her heart, she quietly vows that someday she will be the one standing at the altar, side by side with Tooru. As the day winds down, Tooru and Ria walk side by side, blending into the gentle flow of townsfolk heading home. While they move toward the inn, her secret wish to someday stand at the altar with him remains unspoken, kept quietly in her heart for now. Chapter 28. The next morning, beneath a clear sky, Tooru and Dito stepped into the inn's front square and stretched as Tooru recalled the meals he had enjoyed there. He remarked that while dinner had been delicious, the breakfast had been on an entirely different level as well. Tooru turned to Dito to confirm if she felt the same, but Dito responded only with a tight-lipped scowl, prompting Tooru to react nervously. Unsettled by her cold attitude, Tooru asked her to ease up and asked her to cheer up. Dito huffed haughtily, clearly affected that Ria had shown him around town the previous day and implying they must have been flirting the entire time. Tooru denied it at once, but Dito sulked, saying he had known for sure she wanted to show him around too. He explained that was why she'd be giving him a personal tour of the Adventurers Guild today. Dito had actually caused a scene the previous night, so he decided to head out with only her this time. Still pouting, Dito turned her head away and closed her eyes, refusing even to look at him. Tooru could only let out a troubled groan, unsure how to handle her mood. Dito led him to a large, sturdy building marked with an emblem above its double doors, prompting Tooru to ask in awe if this was the Adventurers Guild. Without breaking her composure, she confirmed it and pushed the heavy door open, while Tooru hurried after her. Still annoyed, Dito told Tooru that since he already had lingua franca, he should handle the information desk himself and negotiate alone. With a weary sigh, she said she would wait in the guild pub and waved him off. Tooru surveyed the bustling interior and quickly identified the sections. The area filled with tables and bottles was clearly the guild pub, while the opposite counter lined with adventurers had to be the information desk. Approaching the desk nervously, Tooru cleared his throat and explained he had a work-related request. The receptionist asked for his name, and he introduced himself as Tooru. Addressing him formally, the receptionist asked what kind of request he wished to file. After a brief pause, Tooru said he wanted to request the capture of a dungeon monster and asked if that was possible. The receptionist smiled and assured him it was possible, explaining the guild had holding cells for captured monsters. She added he could be notified once the capture was complete, and Tooru specified that his targets were 2 orcs traveling together from the 5th layer of the Yomi labyrinth. The receptionist probed for distinguishing features. Tooru explained the orcs were not hostile towards adventurers, adding that the light-skinned one spoke monster language using strange words like television and cable subscription, which she carefully recorded. He emphasized that he wanted them captured unharmed. She explained that since orcs were powerful, the job would be ranked C with a reward of 20 gold coins, plus a 4 gold commission and an initial 6 gold deposit. Tooru saw it as a small price for Inami's life and noted they could recover the 26 gold if they captured him. The receptionist added the holding fees, and as the costs mounted, Tooru mentioned there was already a subjugation request, surprising her. Remembering something, the receptionist checked the request board and pulled down a notice, asking if it was the one he meant. She remarked that the reward was absurdly low, just 2 gold for an orc subjugation, making it a harsh request no other adventurers would bother with. She explained that double bookings happened often and told him not to worry. Tooru insisted he did mind, stating he could not allow the targets to be killed and asked for the request to be withdrawn. The receptionist noted the client was named Lucia. Tooru asked if Lucia was in the guild now, hoping to speak directly. The receptionist checked and replied that she was not there that day. Since Lucia was absent, the receptionist promised to ask her next time about withdrawing the request. Tooru accepted and thanked her. Back in the guild pub, Dito sat with a drink in hand, her hat shadowing her face. Tooru returned and apologized for making her wait. Already tipsy, Dito glared and demanded to know what took so long, complaining that he had left her drinking alone despite this being his chance to make things up to her. Tooru hurriedly apologized and leaned beside her, offering to drink together. He asked what drinks she recommended as she continued to pout drunkenly. As they sat, a cloaked man approached and politely asked for their attention. Dito remained seated, cheeks flushed. The man confirmed if she was Dito and asked if she would join his party. Nearby adventurers murmured in surprise that Team Dominic was the first to approach her. Dito lazily refused, apologizing as she said she was already partied with the man beside her. Startled, Tooru stammered before nodding, leaving the recruiters devastated. Dominic's group withdrew, and onlookers murmured in surprise. They thought she would accept if it were Dominic who asked. With Dito's looks, she was bound to be recruited eventually. Adventurers nearby gossiped, questioning who Tooru was as they had never seen him before, and doubting Dito's claim since he was only level 10. Tooru only listened quietly. Dito leaned close and snapped at him for not listening. Startled, Tooru jerked upright and insisted he was paying attention. Drunk and flushed, Dito grabbed his cheek and scolded him. As he winced, another adventurer politely asked if she was Dito Dano. 2 elves introduced themselves as Egmont and Elmer, smiling courteously. Egmont explained they rarely partied with humans and invited Dito to join them. She waved it off, saying she was a high elf and did not care about race anyway. Dito pressed herself against Tooru and declared she was already at a party with the human beside her. The elves retreated dejectedly. Still clinging to him, Tooru asked if she felt better now, and Dito snapped that she wasn't because of him. Before long, more adventurers gathered, shouting party invitations at her until the pub echoed with noise. From across the room, men muttered that Dito was getting more invites than usual, noting she looked cuter without her usual murderous aura. Party offers kept flying her way, fueled by doubts that such a boring-looking dude could really be in her party. Hearing talk of her fearsome aura, Tooru reflected deeply. Then another nervous adventurer approached them. A female adventurer politely invited them to join her party. Dito gently declined, gesturing to Tooru and saying she was already part of one. The girl hastily clarified she wasn't inviting the famous Dito at all, but Tooru instead, leaving him stunned as he blurted out in disbelief. Tooru felt dazed and secretly thrilled, never imagining he'd be invited to a party. Dito's expression twisted with fury, her aura flaring so sharply it made him cry out. Tooru immediately regretted his words as he felt firsthand Dito's "I'll kill you if you talk to me" aura. Later, the group gathered by covered wagons. Ria suggested taking a carriage to Sevillda, where the orphanage was located. As the carriage departed, Ria explained the distance and why walking even for half a day would be too hard for the children, and others agreed. The journey passed hills, viaducts, mountain roads, and open grasslands, until a settlement appeared. From the carriage, they spotted a small town. Ria pointed ahead, saying they were almost there. After disembarking, Dito leaned against a wall, pale and nauseous, and clearly unwell. Tooru remarked it was no surprise after how much she'd drunk. Marie asked if she was all right, and Dito cheerfully insisted she was. When Tooru offered to carry her on his back, Dito flushed in embarrassment and waved it off. Tooru insisted the orphanage was still a long way off. Too sick to argue, Dito finally climbed onto his back. As the group walked, Dito's dizziness began to ease, and she quietly thanked him. She admitted she struggled to express herself and that her behavior at the guild pub stemmed from that. Tooru said he understood. They arrived before the orphanage, a simple 3-story building, and paused. The children playing outside immediately noticed them, recognized Ria, and shouted excitedly. They rushed over, welcoming Ria back warmly. As Ria greeted them, a large looming figure approached from behind, causing Tooru to flinch. He turned to face a scarred woman with a wooden axe resting on her shoulder, demanding to know who they were. Ria respectfully greeted Director Laika and announced that she had returned. Director Laika's imposing presence filled the space, leaving Tooru staring in disbelief as he thought she looked more like a hardened soldier than an orphanage director. Chapter 29. Tooru stood frozen, staring at Director Laika in disbelief, struggling to accept that this intimidating woman was truly the orphanage director. The director turned to Ria, visible relief washing over her face as she confirmed Ria's safety. Ria beamed back politely, assuring her that she was alive and well. Watching the axe resting casually on Laika's shoulder, Tooru could not help but think she looked more like a Yakuza enforcer than an orphanage director. Curious and uneasy, Tooru secretly activated character appraisal and checked Laika's status. She was human, 28 years old, with the combat class, Brigand, level 29 out of 41. The word Brigand made him recoil internally, thinking it meant mountain bandit. Laika smiled and casually explained that the money used to establish the orphanage came from her work long ago. Tooru jolted when she found out he had just used character appraisal on her. She calmly explained that Brigand was a specialized rogue-type class, and that she herself possessed the perception skill. Bluntly, she added that his suspicion about her being a mountain bandit was written all over his face, leaving him flustered as he denied it. Tooru silently noted that anyone with perception was dangerous and resolved to be more careful. At the same time, he realized that her allowing him to see her status meant she genuinely trusted Ria, the one who had brought them here. He reflected that he needed to stop using character appraisal on powerful people, recalling the first time he had been caught doing so. Standing in the doorway, Laika noted that they must be exhausted from the journey and urged them to come inside. Seated in the living room, Laika listened carefully to their explanation and nodded in understanding. She repeated that they had all been dragged into the turf war on the first layer and confirmed if they were asking her to take in Nick and Mary. Ria added softly that they hoped she would help them. Laika smiled as she assured them that Nick and Mary were more than welcome. The house was already full of children and that the two would quickly make friends. Ria's face brightened instantly, joined by Marie's and Nick's, all visibly relieved. Turning to Ria, Laika suggested she guide Nick and Mary around the orphanage and then let them play with the other children. She then advised Dito to lie down and rest until she felt better. Dito readily agreed, and Ria smiled as she led Dito and the children away. Once they were gone, Laika calmly confirmed her understanding if Tooru was the party leader, and Miri served as the Thieves' Guild representative. Tooru shyly acknowledged that this was more or less accurate. Laika said they should speak while the children were absent and reluctantly admitted that the orphanage was facing serious financial trouble. The orphanage once operated with backing from the local feudal lord, but after that support ended, they had relied on Ria instead. Now, they barely survived on donated crops and Ria's income as an adventurer. Laika added that if Ria learned the full extent of the situation, she would push herself even harder. She wanted Ria to live freely, without such a burden, but under their current circumstances, taking in Nick and Mary would be difficult. She then expressed her intention to ask the Thieves' Guild for financial support. Drawing on her past in shady business, she explained that she understood how much money flowed through the black market and believed guild backing could greatly improve the children's lives. Miri answered honestly, explaining that the guild's businesses were struggling as well due to old-fashioned methods. She warned that providing financial support would be a stretch for them. Laika admitted her suspicions had been right, mentioning rumors that the guild was losing ground to rivals in the dungeon. She acknowledged how hard it was to support the children, understanding why they brought them to her. Miri suddenly brightened and insisted that everything would work out. She confidently turned to Tooru, saying he had plenty of good business ideas. Startled, Tooru asked if she meant him. Miri nodded and reminded him enthusiastically that he was the one who mentioned the redevelopment idea. If it succeeded, the guild would surely turn a profit. Put on the spot, Tooru admitted he had said it, but clarified that it was only a thought with no guarantees. Laika frowned with concern and said that without a sponsor, they would be forced to keep relying on Ria. She admitted that constant adventuring put Ria in danger and that there was a real chance she could lose her life. Tooru reflected silently that it might finally be time to use his knowledge from Japan. Thinking of Ria and the children, he steeled himself and promised that he would do everything he could to help. Outside the orphanage, the children lined up at the doorway with the director behind them, waving as they said goodbye. Ria raised her hand cheerfully, while the group looked back and smiled. As their carriage rolled across the open plains, Ria wondered why they were in such a hurry. Tooru explained that if they returned on foot, they would not reach the dungeon again within the day. Ria looked uneasy and asked if they were really heading straight back without stopping to the dungeon. Tooru casually confirmed it. Dito complained irritably that it was nearly nighttime and did not want to camp inside the dungeon. Miri suggested they stay the night at her place on the first layer instead. Dito asked if that was okay, but Miri assured her it would be fine as long as only the four of them stayed. Tooru corrected them, explaining that this was not what he meant. Instead, he said they could go straight to his apartment room. Ria doubted they could reach the fifth layer that quickly, while Dito warned that rushing was dangerous. Miri repeated the word apartment in confusion, admitting she did not understand. Smiling, Tooru confidently began explaining that before they met on the first layer, he had been exploring the room where he was waiting. Ria asked why that mattered, while Dito suddenly realized what he meant pertaining to the room with the iron door and reacted in shock. Growing excited, Dito asked if it really had a door to his apartment. Tooru replied that it probably did, while Miri watched in puzzled silence. As the carriage approached the dungeon wall, Miri threw her head back and shouted in frustration that she did not understand anything at all. Back in the dungeon, the party descended the same long stone stairway. Now inside the first layer chamber, they arrived before a wall hidden by stacked crates. Miri impatiently demanded to know what was special about the room, complaining that she was tired and may need them to resume what they were doing tomorrow. Tooru continued, pointed at the crates, and asked Ria to move them. She acknowledged him and lifted one aside with ease. With the crates gone, an iron door was revealed. Ria exclaimed in amazement, while Tooru celebrated internally. Dito reacted happily, delighted at the thought of finally using a bathtub. Miri stared at the spot in disbelief, insisting it was just an ordinary wall and demanding an explanation. As Tooru gripped the handle and opened the door, Ria asked nervously if it was really okay to show this to Miri. Tooru opened it anyway, reasoning that the room existed in their territory whether they liked it or not. Trusting Miri, he decided it was fine. Ria and Dito stepped forward and passed straight through the stone wall, as if it were air. Miri cried out in shock as they disappeared before her eyes. Tooru cheerfully pulled Miri forward and invited her in before she could protest. Closing her eyes, she slipped through the illusory wall as well and was now inside the apartment. Miri stared wide-eyed at the clean tiles and modern fixtures and demanded to know what this place was. Ignoring her confusion, Tooru stepped inside and declared he was home. Dito immediately asked for cola. Ria said she'd prepare the bath, and Miri stood frozen as they all moved about like it was normal. Seated at the dining table with glasses of cola, Tooru stated plainly that he was a human from another world and could travel between worlds through this apartment connected to the dungeon. Miri listened carefully and remarked that everything finally made sense. She admitted she had always thought he was odd, but now understood why. Dito warned her never to tell anyone about the apartment, calling it her special resting spot. Miri promised, adding that no one would believe her anyway. Tooru made another request, asking to borrow the connected dungeon room on the first layer and restrict access to the four of them. Miri listened thoughtfully. Then she agreed to ask the guild boss without revealing the apartment. Tooru insisted that he handle the negotiations, explaining that he already planned this after being told to report back. Miri stuttered in agreement. Now at the guild headquarters, the party stood before the curtained bed of the guild chief. Noella conveyed Dorothea II's gratitude for escorting the children safely to the orphanage. Tooru stated that he also had a request, explaining he needed guild backing to keep Nick and Mary safe. He asked to borrow the iron-doored room, prompting Noella's surprise. He clarified that he was not asking for it for free and said he had something to offer in return. Noella urged him to continue. Wanting to discuss the matter privately with the chief, Tooru asked everyone to step outside for a moment. The sudden request caught them all by surprise. Noella initially refused on the chief's behalf, but after a soft murmur from behind the curtain, Noella bowed deeply and announced that his request was granted. That they speak privately, though she clarified that the chief would not take part in the conversation and asked if that was acceptable. Tooru confirmed it was fine. Noella and the others then exited the room, telling him to call for them once they were finished. Once alone, Tooru let out a quiet sigh and told the chief to drop the act. Stepping closer to the bed, he calmly said he already knew who she was. Without hesitation, he pulled back the curtain, startling Dorothea with the sudden intrusion. Panicking atop the bed was Miri, clutching 2 melons on her chest, as she asked how he knew. Tooru laid out his suspicions, her convenient absences whenever they appeared before the chief, her presence at the orphanage talking with the director, her interest in redevelopment, and the chief never speaking at all. Miri admitted his deductions were right. He added that he'd baited her with his comments about the chief being attractive, and that his crude remark about her bust had given her away. With a resigned sigh, Miri removed her headdress, revealing her cat ears, and introduced herself as Dorothea II. Miri explained her mother's legacy as the Great Thief, revealing she had become pregnant by a half-beast. Even so, her mother continued living as a chivalrous thief, hiding her many lovers and her child's identity. Born in secrecy, Miri was raised as an ordinary member of the guild. But her mother died young, leaving the Thieves' Guild without its guiding star and throwing it into chaos. To honor the Great Thief's final wish, Noella secretly arranged for Miri to assume the role of the mysterious successor, a choice that kept the guild from collapsing. Holding up a melon as a comparison, Tooru remarked that it must have helped maintain the illusion. Miri flushed deeply and snapped back that her mother truly had a voluptuous figure in her youth. Tooru stifled a laugh, making her face redden even further. Flustered, Miri waved the topic aside and asked what they planned to do about the iron-doored room. Tooru replied that he would be the one using it and promised to support the redevelopment of the Thieves' Guild in return. For her, simple development support was not enough, since there was no guarantee the plans would succeed. When Tooru asked what more she wanted, she looked at him earnestly and said she wanted him to treat her the same way he treated Dito and Ria. Tooru assumed she meant free access to his apartment room and readily agreed, as long as she kept it secret. Her eyes lit up at his answer, and when he confirmed it was truly fine, she leaned in aggressively, leaving him flustered. Clinging to him with a teasing smile, Miri declared herself his lover and added that she must bear the guild's successor. Tooru shouted in protest, insisting that wasn't the kind of relationship he had with Dito and Ria, yet a horrifying thought crossed his mind about his future child becoming the guild's heir. Hearing Tooru shout, Ria and the others burst into the room, flinging the door open. They froze on the spot when they saw Tooru and Miri pressed together on the bed, Miri completely naked. Blushing furiously, Tooru scrambled to explain it wasn't what it looked like. Miri, unfazed, cheerfully greeted everyone and declared she would be Tooru's wife from that day on, telling them to get along and assuring Noella there was no longer any need to worry about a successor. Ria, Dito, and Noella screamed in stunned disbelief, all three rattled and flustered, while Tooru stood frozen in shock. Thus, Tooru's circumstances had changed completely. Now faced with restoring the Thieves' Guild's economy alongside a powerful new ally, or letting the future end in uncertain separation. Chapter 30. Tooru was back in modern Japan, shuffling down a city street while yawning and rubbing his eyes. He complained aloud about how sleepy and exhausted he was. With dark circles hanging under his eyes, he admitted that staying awake for 3 straight days to grind levels before work had been a terrible mistake. As he walked, Dito, Ria, and Miri drifted through his thoughts. Dito was gathering information on dungeon monsters, Ria was earning money for the orphanage, and Miri was handling her duties as the Thieves' Guild chief. Meanwhile, Tooru had been left behind with nothing else to do. He reflected that he'd gotten carried away, wanting to surprise everyone with how much stronger he'd become. Glancing at his notebook of recorded stats, he let out a weak laugh, satisfied that the auto-clicker had pushed him all the way to level 16. His steps wobbled as exhaustion caught up with him. Shizuku, disguised as his clothes, asked worriedly if he was all right. Tooru forced a small smile and replied that he was probably fine, and told Shizuku to watch over him in case he fell asleep while walking. Shizuku responded energetically, promising that he could leave it to her. He finally staggered into the cafe and pushed open the staff room door. The manager started to greet him, then froze mid-sentence, shocked at Tooru's worn-out face. Tooru, in turn, dragged out a sluggish good morning. The other staff stared in concern, and the manager blurted out that Tooru's eyes looked terrible, confirming if he was really okay. Tooru forced a weak smile and insisted it was fine despite appearances. Trying to sound energetic, Tooru walked down the hallway and announced he was ready to work. His stiff smile only drew whispers from the co-workers. The manager muttered anxiously, while Hizano washed with sweat on her brow, whispering that it had to be that room again. In the busy kitchen, cooks worked calmly at their stations. Wearing his chef's jacket, Tooru clenched his fist and put on a determined smile, declaring he was ready to get started. At some point, Tooru fell asleep on the job. He suddenly jolted awake, gasped sharply, then squeezed one eye shut as sweat rolled down his cheek. By the end of the day, the manager cheerfully praised everyone's work. Hisano smiled and added that Tooru had done well too. Still dazed, Tooru realized with shock that his shift had already ended and his clothes had somehow been changed. Concerned, Hisano remarked that he had been acting strange all day. She pointed out that his movements in the kitchen were slumped and unnatural. Tooru sweated nervously and fumbled for an explanation. He shook his brain for an answer until realization struck him. Tooru remembered that Shizuku had been moving his body mechanically while he slept. A blissful smile spread across his face as he muttered about how cute Shizuku was. Hisano watched anxiously and told the manager that Suzuki-kun was talking to himself again. The manager sighed, blaming the cursed room, while Tatishi observed. Hisano leaned in and quietly asked Tatishi for help, and Tatishi agreed, saying she'd head home to prepare. As the door locked behind her, Hisano turned back to Tooru, making him jump. She suggested walking Tooru home, her tone firm yet gentle. Tooru tried to brush it off, realizing she was far more worried than he expected, and assured her he was fine. Before he could protest, Hisano grabbed his wrist and insisted they leave together. The manager calmly said he was counting on her, which she acknowledged. As they walked, Hisano maintained her grip on his hand as Tooru asked nervously where they were going. With a serious expression, Hisano said they were heading to a shrine. Tooru repeated the word in confusion, unsure why that was necessary. Her concern deepened as she warned that his apartment was haunted and that he might be cursed. Tooru weakly denied any ghosts, though slimes and orcs flashed through his mind. Hisano ordered him to follow her. Then they would purify him and possibly perform an exorcism. Her voice left no room for argument. Tooru panicked and asked if an exorcism was even real and whether it would cost money. Hisano calmly replied that it would be free, since Ayam-chan would handle it. Confused, Tooru repeated the name before realizing she meant Tatishi. He questioned whether a normal high school girl could perform an exorcism. Hisano answered firmly that Ayam had been born in a temple. They arrived at a quiet shrine, with its wooden gate and tiled roof standing against the evening sky. Walking through the grounds, Tooru realized she meant a real temple birth, not a casual claim. Hisano added that Tatishi's supernatural senses were remarkable. Further in, they spotted Tatishi beside a well, holding a bucket. Hisano called out to her and announced their arrival. Kneeling in white robes, Tatishi poured cold water over herself, her expression unreadable as the water splashed across the stone. Tooru stared in shock, realizing how serious she was. Tatishi stood and warned him that if things continued, it would become dangerous. She pointed toward the inner grounds and beckoned them to come. Inside the temple, Tatishi sat before Tooru and Hisano. Tooru apologized awkwardly, insisting this was all a misunderstanding. He explained that things were only dangerous because he had stayed up all night for multiple days. Tatishi objected flatly that it was caused by ghosts. Hisano asked why she believed that. Tatishi recalled that some time ago, a masked man with sunglasses had ordered and called for Suzuki by his name to thank the chef. She asked if Tooru remembered that. Tooru admitted it had happened, forcing a hesitant smile as the memory surfaced. Tatishi stated firmly that such a person should not have existed in this world, shocking both of them. Hisano asked if that was really true. Tooru protested internally because the man had been him and the chef was Shizuku, but Tatishi was certain it was a ghost. Resigned, Tooru decided Tatishi simply lacked real supernatural sense. Then she suddenly stood and declared she would purify his apartment, making him blurt out in protest. Calmly, she told him not to worry. She knew what she was doing. After all, she'd been born in a temple. Soon after, the three stood before Tooru's apartment. Tatishi observed the building quietly, thinking this must be the rumored haunted room. Chapter 31. Tooru stood beside them, worried, thinking his apartment wasn't haunted at all. Tatishi, eyes fixed ahead, stated with firm resolve that she could clearly feel an ominous spirit lingering inside. With a calm, resolute look, Tatishi turned and declared they should begin the exorcism. Flustered and sweating, Tooru threw up his hands and cried out for them to wait. Blushing and sweating with a strained smile, Tooru tried to stall, insisting he should clean his room first, mortified at the thought of them seeing it as it was. Hisano giggled behind her hand, teasing that he was a young man living alone, while Tatishi simply relented. Tooru unlocked the door and stepped inside, announcing he was home, certain no one else should be there. As he looked in, his eyes widened when he noticed the lights were on, wondering if he'd forgotten to turn them off. Peeking nervously into the lit room, Tooru froze as his gaze landed on an unexpected figure lying motionless on his bed. Sprawled across the mattress, Dito slept on her stomach in just a t-shirt and shorts, snack bags and empty cans scattered around. Half awake and adorably disheveled, she cracked one eye open and lazily greeted him, welcoming him home. Still frozen by the doorway, Tooru demanded in a panicked voice why Dito was there at all. Sitting up and rubbing one sleepy eye, Dito looked unbothered as she casually asked whether she was not supposed to be there. Tooru reflected that the key let his room connect freely from the hallway to multiple dungeon layers. As Dito casually mentioned it linked straight to the first layer, Tooru sweated and snapped that he already knew, demanding why she'd been sleeping on his bed after drinking. Dito suddenly closed the distance, looping her arms around his neck and pressing against him, cheeks faintly flushed as she gazed up with a bold, drunken smile. She teased that she'd come to see him and that he must have been lonely, and Tooru grimaced at the smell of alcohol, just as the doorbell rang again and again. Outside, Hisano called out, asking if Suzuki-kun was still not finished. Tateshi calmly remarked that she could hear a voice inside and wondered if it was the ghost. Inside, Tooru stiffened in shock as Dito whispered in confusion, asking who they were. Flustered and desperate, Tooru backed toward the door and urgently told Dito to hide in the closet. She eyed it suspiciously and asked why, and he rushed out that his co-workers were outside. Taking him at his word, Dito said she'd just greet them and headed for the door. Panicking, Tooru rushed after her and shoved her back, blurting that he'd told her elves didn't exist in Japan as she protested. Half shoved into the closet, Dito turned to say she wasn't the only one there, that Ria was home too. But Tooru cut her off, rushed her inside, and slammed the door shut. Tateshi's worried voice echoed through the apartment, asking if he needed help. Tooru hurried to the entrance, replying that he was fine and was on his way. Moments later, he sat stiffly in the dining area before them, nerves tight as Hisano sipped her tea and commented that it felt like an ordinary apartment, while Tateshi silently surveyed the room. Leaning forward, Hisano asked how Tooru felt about the room. He awkwardly said he'd been living there just fine, while Tateshi grew serious and firmly stated she could sense lingering malice. Hisano echoed the word in surprise as Tateshi pointed toward a side door and asked what room it was. Tooru nervously said it was a Japanese-style room, and Tateshi abruptly stood, her chair scraping back, declaring the malice was coming from there and insisting they check it at once. Tooru frantically waved his hands, begging them to stop as panic surged, because Dito was inside. Standing before the sliding doors, Tateshi asked why he wouldn't let them through, insisting they were there to help. Tooru protested and pleaded with them to stop. Tateshi insisted the malicious presence was coming from the closet itself. Internally, Tooru could only curse her enthusiasm under his breath. With grim resolve, Tateshi announced she would push past Tooru and called for Hisano's help. Hisano stepped in without hesitation, leaving Tooru completely trapped. At Tateshi's count, both women shoved forward, bracing against Tooru's back as he desperately resisted. Soon they were panting, stunned that he would not budge, while Tooru privately marveled at his newfound strength. Still bracing himself, Tooru thought he could hold them off back to the entrance, until the bathroom door clicked open. Ria stepped out, relaxed and faintly steaming from her bath, cheerfully remarking how nice it was and suggesting Dito take one next. She froze when she noticed everyone crowded together, all of them stiffening as she appeared. Tooru shouted Ria's name in disbelief, not realizing she was home too. Hisano gasped. Tateshi declared the ghost was a girl, and Tooru's panic spiked instantly. His shock deepened as Dito crawled out of the closet, lazily complaining that he should have listened to her. Hisano stared in stunned disbelief at yet another beautiful ghost, while Tooru silently prayed for this nightmare to end. After the brief chaos, Tooru found himself sitting drenched in cold sweat at the head of the table, while the four girls sat across from each other in tense silence. He introduced Tateshi and Hisano as his co-workers, both women sitting stiffly as they watched Ria and Dito. He then introduced Ria and Dito, stumbling as Ria offered a timid greeting and Dito remained quiet. Suspicious, Hisano peppered them with questions. Who they were, why they wore bloomers, and what their relationship with Tooru was, even hinting at something indecent. Tooru panicked and denied everything at once. Desperate, Tooru blurted that they were from Romania on a homestay, fascinated by Japanese culture. He rambled about bloomers being part of that culture, sounding unconvincing even to himself. Tateshi calmly accepted the explanation, while Hisano stayed skeptical and Tooru silently panicked that it had worked. Ria then timidly asked why they had come to the apartment at all. Tateshi explained they had come to exorcise a spirit haunting the room. Ria reacted in shock. Dito let out a tired sigh, and Hisano clarified that they meant ghosts. Tateshi declared she could still sense a powerful evil nearby, and Hisano agreed. Panicking, Tooru shouted for them to stop, terrified they might open something. His forbidden grimoires. As they moved for the closet, Hisano demanded an explanation. Tooru blocked them, admitting there was an evil inside, but insisting it was a necessary evil. Ria muttered that the closet held Tooru-sama's forbidden grimoires. Dido let out a weary sigh and stood up, clearly fed up. She strode past everyone and slammed the closet door open, startling Tatishi and Hisano. After a tense beat, she stepped back holding a single book as the room fell into stunned silence. She revealed the forbidden grimoire was just an erotic doujin, declaring there were no ghosts at all. Hisano dryly said the lewd book was the real source of the aura. Ayam blushed, and Tooru froze in alarm. Mortified, Tooru rushed them out, insisting there were no ghosts and begging them to accept what they'd seen. Outside, he clutched the key, vowing never to let the door connect to the dungeon this time. Exhausted, Tooru locked the door and sighed as Ria called his name from behind. Ria stood before him clutching the forbidden grimoire as dark intent filled the air. With innocent curiosity, she asked him to explain it, and Tooru could only think that his already rough day was far from over. Chapter 32. The next day at Tooru's workplace, the manager praised everyone for their efforts before turning to him with a relieved smile, saying he was glad Suzuki-kun was finally back to normal. Tooru scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, apologizing for making the manager worry, but the man only laughed and said that even when Tooru had looked like a zombie, his work had been flawless. Hearing that, Tooru quietly thought he really could count on Shizuku. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Tooru turned to Hisano and apologized for forcing everyone out of his apartment that night. Hisano waved it off, saying they were the ones who should apologize for barging in so suddenly. Stepping closer, Hisano whispered that it was a shame there had been no ghosts after all, but she could understand why he had not slept well with those ladies staying over. Tooru could only let out an awkward laugh. With a sigh, Hisano remarked that now Ayam-chan had two beautiful rivals. She certainly had her work cut out for her. Confused, Tooru asked where Tatishi-sen was, mentioning he thought she had a shift, and Hisano explained that Tatishi had taken the day off due to a cold. Tooru recalled Tatishi dumping a cold bucket of water over herself the other day and realized it was no surprise she had gotten sick. Hisano nodded. Clearly worried, Tooru said he hoped Tatishi would recover soon, and at that moment Hisano's eyes lit up with an idea. She suggested that if he was truly concerned, he should give Tatishi a call. Tooru hesitated before agreeing, and Hisano smiled as she beckoned him over and offered him her number. As Tooru walked away, Hisano reminded him to make sure he actually talked to her, waving as he answered that he would. Later that night, Tooru returned home and called out that he was back, only to realize someone had been waiting outside for him. Transformed as Ria, Shizuku greeted him brightly and welcomed her master home. Only then did Tooru realize the real Ria wasn't there, and when he mentioned he'd bought takoyaki for everyone, Shizuku blinked in surprise. Shizuku reverted to her slime form and asked how he had known, and Tooru smiled as he explained that even if she looked the same, the way she acted gave her away. He then asked why she had transformed into Ria at all. She explained that Ria and Dido had returned to the other world that morning and that she worried Tooru might feel lonely without them. Sitting at the dining table, Tooru listened as Shizuku worried if she should have transformed into Dido instead. She hopped onto his palms, and he gently told her that Ria was Ria, just as Dido and Miri were themselves. Smiling, Tooru reassured her that as long as Shizuku was with him, he wasn't lonely at all. Her cheeks flushed a deep red. Eager to help, Shizuku asked if she could be useful with her transformation ability and wondered if there was anything he wanted her to become. Tooru paused and thought. He suggested she try becoming Kodon Miru, and Shizuku asked if he meant the one he often watched on his computer. Tooru explained she was a Vocaloid character, then hesitated, wondering if the request might be too difficult. Shizuku smiled confidently and told him to leave it to her, explaining she'd seen Kodon Miru through his figurines and doujinshi. Tooru panicked as he realized she'd done serious research, remembering she'd even transformed into a figurine when they first met. Hopping down, she announced she would begin and started reshaping her slime body. Moments later, she transformed into Kodon Miru and asked what he thought. Tooru broke into a wide smile, praising how perfect she looked and saying she put even famous cosplayers to shame, making her chuckle. Remembering the takoyaki, Shizuku asked about it and began rummaging through the box, telling him to wait a moment as Tooru watched in confusion. She speared a takoyaki with a toothpick, cooled it with a soft breath, then, in her Kodon Miru form, asked him to open his mouth so she could feed him. Startled, Tooru hesitated, but she explained she wanted to return the favor since he always fed her. Giving in, he opened his mouth. As he chewed, Tooru thanked her and said it was delicious. Shizuku smiled, noting how easy things were in human form. She then noticed sauce on his lips and immediately wiped it away with her fingertip, leaving him frozen. She licked the sauce away and cheerfully announced it was all clean. At that moment, Tooru thought she was unbearably cute, understanding why white slimes were so often exploited. He offered her a takoyaki, and she eagerly opened her mouth. Shizuku savored the flavor, cupping her cheeks in delight. Before long, they finished all the takoyaki together. Shizuku said it was delicious, and Tooru nodded before looking up and announcing that it was time for a bath. She stood and asked to join him again. Tooru agreed, then hesitated about her still looking like Kodon Miru, but she replied she'd just transform and remove the clothes. Face burning, Tooru protested as his imagination ran wild, while Shizuku replied innocently that she would be naked. She added that she was basically always naked anyway, which only flustered him more. Tooru hurriedly argued that her slime form was different, insisting that bathing with a human-shaped Kodon Miru would be a crime, before mentioning something important. Tooru explained that he loved her transformations just as much as her cute slime form. Tapping his nose awkwardly, Tooru suggested she only transform when truly needed. Shizuka nodded, clearly moved that he loved her just the way she was. She returned to her slime form, and Tooru, evidently relieved, announced it was bath time. She happily joined in. Soon, they soaked together in the tub. Tooru let out a contented sigh, saying it felt wonderfully relaxing. Later, Tooru sat at his computer checking his status and muttering his expectation that leveling up would slow, while Shizuku perched on his shoulder, holding a towel. She reminded him to dry his hair so he wouldn't catch a cold, gently rubbing it dry as he quietly appreciated the care. That made him wonder if Tateshi-san was doing all right. When Shizuku asked what he meant, he explained that she'd caught a cold after visiting earlier. She suggested he contact her, and Tooru admitted he'd just gotten her number. He sent a quick message apologizing for driving her out, then set his phone down. Worried, Tooru wondered if she'd reply, mentioning her intimidating aura. When Shizuku asked, he explained last night was an exception and they hardly ever talked. Shizuka mentioned she'd spoken with Tateshi quite a bit, catching him off guard. Before she could explain, a message alert chimed. Checking his phone, Tooru saw Tateshi's reply apologizing for barging in and asking if they'd been a bother. He quickly typed back, reassuring her it wasn't that at all. She replied with relief and even an emoji, which surprised Tooru. She then asked how long the Romanian girls would be staying, and when he said they'd left that morning, Tateshi enthusiastically replied that she'd come over right away, leaving him completely confused. He reminded her to dress warmly, and she replied with another cheerful emoji. Uneasy, Tooru wondered if she meant she was heading to the hospital or a drugstore instead. Turning to Shizuku, he asked about her conversation with Tateshi, recalling she had transformed into him at work. Shizuku said it was mostly about work. Then she remembered they'd even done love consultations. This shocked him as he repeated her words, disbelief written all over his face. At that instant, the doorbell rang. Still dazed, Tooru rose in reflex and opened the door. Outside was Tateshi, neatly dressed with a bow in her hair, holding up her phone. On the screen was her message. I'm here, leaving Tooru stunned, certain this was the result of a conversation he didn't remember at all. Chapter 33. Tooru's face showed clear confusion as he wondered why Tateshi was there, despite supposedly being sick with a cold. A new text from her popped up saying she felt fine, complete with a happy emoji, making him silently accept that she really did seem better. Acting as if it were natural, Tateshi stepped inside, while a still stunned Tooru gave a vague response and told her to go ahead. Tateshi sat at the dining table while Tooru stood nearby, holding 2 glasses. He asked if she was fine with morning tea, and she calmly nodded. He sat across from her and asked if she felt warm, carefully checking her condition. Tateshi answered yes once again. Seeing it was already 10 p.m., Tooru asked why she had come so late, but Tateshi only said yes. When he asked if her parents were worried, she calmly gave the same answer again. Tooru fell silent, unable to read her mood, as Tateshi stared at him without blinking across the table. Breaking the silence, Tooru muttered that her parents must be worried, but Tateshi flatly said no. Mildly exasperated, he asked if she was really sure, only for her to answer yes without hesitation as the silence returned. Tooru felt like he was talking to a Dragon Quest protagonist and could not understand when their exchanges had grown so stiff after being natural just the day before. It did not even feel like she was listening anymore. Shizuka leaned against Tooru's back and whispered that Tateshi might be nervous, suggesting he try reaching out through line. After a brief thought, Tooru decided it was worth trying. Tooru sent a message asking if she was nervous, and moments later Tatishi replied that she had expected this situation, admitting that being alone with him made her feel shy. He messaged back asking what was different from yesterday, and Tatishi replied that Hisano had been there then, so it felt different. When he suggested they keep talking through Lime, she replied energetically and gratefully, as if a different side of her had surfaced. He thanked her for helping with the exorcism, but Tatishi replied in flustered humility that she had only caused trouble due to a misunderstanding. He told her it was nothing and not to worry, though deep down he wondered why she was going so far for him, and whether it came from duty tied to her family's long temple traditions. Finally, Tooru asked what had made her come over today. Tatishi replied that the Romanian girls were not there, so she wanted to see him again, leaving Tooru staring at the screen in quiet confusion. She added that if he was letting girls into his house, he should at least tell her, since she had never been given that chance. Tooru could only murmur in response. He was unsure why he needed to explain the homestay to Tatishi at all. Then, deciding something, he stood and asked her to wait a moment as he left the kitchen. In the privacy of his computer room, Tooru spoke quietly to Shizuku, reminding her about the love consultation with Tatishi and asking if she still remembered the details. Shizuku calmly replied that she did. He asked her to explain everything so he could understand the misunderstanding. Shizuku confidently told him to leave it to her, and as she began, Tooru realized she was recreating the scene using her shifting powers. In Shizuku's recollection at the restaurant, someone told Tooru to take a break, and he sank into a seat with his head wobbling from exhaustion. Seeing this, Shizuku thought her master was worn out and decided she needed to act in his place while he slept. At that moment, Tatishi sat down beside him, making Shizuku, in Tooru's body, stiffen in alarm. Shizuku thought Tatishi was also taking a break, but it was clear something was on her mind. She gently asked Tatishi what was wrong. Tatishi looked at him as Shizuku pressed her to speak, and after falling quiet, Tatishi confessed she had once had a crush, leaving Shizuku wondering what she meant. She explained that the person she liked would never look her way and that she was not attractive, speaking in a small, self-deprecating voice. Shizuku firmly denied it, insisting Tatishi was beautiful and diligent, in many ways everything a man could hope for, making Tooru in the present mentally note how smooth Shizuku sounded. Blushing, Tatishi asked if Suzuki could ever fall in love with her, her words trembling. Watching, Tooru felt his heart jolt at the indirect confession, as Shizuku, still in his guise, calmly answered yes, leaving Tooru in the present protesting in shock. In that memory, Tatishi looked up at the figure she believed was Suzuki-san and called out to him with quiet endearment. Watching the reenactment, Tooru desperately thought this had to stop, as Tatishi was baring her heart to what was essentially a zombie version of him, eyes half open and staring into nowhere. Tooru finally understood the problem. Tatishi believed the two of them were hitting it off. Shizuku apologized guiltily, but Tooru smiled and said she had only been doing her best in his place, and he did not blame her. He stood up, determined to clear the misunderstanding at once, but stopped short when he returned to the dining room and saw Tatishi asleep at the table. Her cheeks were burning. Her eyes were closed as she slept, clutching her phone, her face flushed red with fever. Tooru placed a hand on her forehead and felt the intense heat, muttering that he knew her cold was not completely gone. Though Tatishi insisted she was fine, her ragged breathing said otherwise, and deciding he had to act, Tooru lifted her into his arms, making her tense in surprise as he said he would carry her to the bed. As he carried her, Tatishi sent a teasing message asking if they were already going to bed together and calling him bold, her face turning even redder. Flustered, Tooru said out loud that this was not the time. He laid her down gently, but Tatishi sent another message saying it was her first time and that he should be gentle, all while she kept panting. Embarrassed and exasperated, Tooru told her that was enough and ordered her to lie still and rest. Watching her, Tooru wondered if rest alone was enough or if she needed medicine. He searched his cabinet, and as he rummaged, he suddenly remembered something. He took out a strange flower from the dungeon's fourth layer, recalling it was a gift from the other world and an ingredient used in potions and medicines. In the kitchen, Tooru set a pot of water to boil, deciding it would draw out the flower's medicinal properties. Soon after, he declared it ready and poured the liquid into a small bowl. Returning to the bedroom with the bowl, Tooru told Tatishi to drink it, explaining it should help her recover. She replied through line that she was tired and wanted him to feed it to her, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tatishi sent another message asking him to call her Ayam from now on. Panicking, Tooru agreed, used her name, helped her sit up, brought the bowl to her lips, and gently told her she would feel better soon. As she drank, they both noticed the medicine worked quickly. Tooru checked her forehead, felt the heat fading, and said she would be fine, calling her Tatishi-san. But she insisted he call her I am since they were dating, making his expression cloud as he realized the misunderstanding had grown far more serious. Sitting beside her, Tooru explained everything from the beginning as Tatishi listened in silence, her fists clenched. At last, he told her plainly that he had never meant to go out with her. With a pained expression, Tatishi quietly said yes, then stood and said she was going home. Tooru reacted in shock and insisted it was late and that he should go with her, but she refused. She insisted she would be fine on her own and walked away, leaving Tooru bewildered. Tooru watched in worry, muttering that he had truly messed things up, when a sharp scream suddenly echoed from beyond the door. Realizing the door would open straight into the dungeon without the key, Tooru panicked and rushed for it, shouting Tatishi's name. He reached the doorway and saw Tatishi inside the dungeon, cornered by a massive rat monster squeaking menacingly. Tooru warned her to get down and lunged forward to grab her. He pulled Tatishi into his arms as claws tore through the space she had been standing in, then snarled and swung his pickaxe in a powerful blow, smashing the monster down. Breathing hard and still holding her close, Tooru confirmed it was dead, then hurried her back inside and shut the dungeon door firmly behind them. Tatishi trembled with tears in her eyes as Tooru gently apologized, telling her it must have been terrifying, but that she was safe now. Visibly shaken, Tatishi asked about his injury, fixating on the blood she had seen. Tooru brushed it off as a scratch, but when he checked his back, he realized in alarm the wound was serious and his strength was fading. Tatishi cried his name as Tooru wobbled and collapsed to the floor with a heavy thud. As his vision faded, Tooru muttered that his defense did not increase with his level. Tatishi pleaded for him to stay, calling his name repeatedly, until Shizuka burst in as a white slime at high speed, shouting for her master and making Tatishi recoil in shock. With a weak voice, Tooru reassured Tatishi that Shizuku was friendly. Shizuku told her to help move him to the bed, and she agreed at once. With Tooru's arm over her shoulders, Tatishi helped him stagger toward the bedroom as Shizuku led the way. Tooru collapsed onto the bed, barely conscious, as Shizuku told Tatishi there was medicine left in the kitchen and instructed her to treat his wounds. Flustered but determined, Tatishi understood and rushed out. Tatishi returned with a towel and a bowl of medicine, dabbing it onto Tooru's wounds as he groaned, but she did not hesitate. Shizuku then moved over the wound, declaring she would cover it and stop the bleeding. Tatishi asked, tight with worry, if that would be enough to save him, and Shizuku answered that it should be. Still shaken, Tatishi grabbed Tooru's hand and called his name, her voice trembling. She leaned closer and whispered a desperate plea as her hands began to glow, making Shizuka stare in shock. Shizuku urged her to keep going and hold his hands tightly, and Tatishi nodded in agreement. Tatishi refused to let go as time passed in heavy silence. At last, Tooru's eyes slowly opened. Tooru weakly lifted his head and smiled when he saw them, making Tatishi and Shizuku freeze in shocked relief. Without warning, Tatishi threw herself at him and hugged him tightly, and Tooru, startled but touched, called her name in surprise. With her head against his chest, Tatishi admitted through tears she was grateful he was safe. Tooru gently held her shoulders and thanked her, assuring her he was fine. Still shaken, Tatishi asked him to explain what was really going on. Tooru told her everything about the dungeon, Shizuku, and the other world, laying it all bare. When he finished, Tatishi quietly said she understood. Coldly, she asked if it had been Shizuku she spoke to at work instead of Tooru. Shizuku looked worried, and Tooru admitted it was true and apologized. Shizuku began blaming herself, but Tooru cut her off and said it was his fault for staying up late and falling asleep at work. With a sad look, Tatishi stood and said she was going home. Tooru called out and forced himself to stand despite the pain, warning her she might end up in the dungeon again if she went alone. Tatishi stopped and waited, and after he told her to be careful, she softly said she would before leaving, as Tooru watched in silence. Closing the door, Tooru said heavily that Tatishi probably hated him now, and there was nothing he could do about it. When Shizuku asked if that was really so, he replied that, from her perspective, they had deceived her. He suggested they call it a night, and told Shizuku to come to bed so they could rest, and Shizuku obeyed. By the time Tooru opened his eyes again, it was morning, and the doorbell rang repeatedly. Groaning, he wondered who could be visiting so early as he dragged himself up, still sore and drowsy. Shizuku watched with worry as he shuffled to the door, and Tooru froze when he found Tatishi standing in the doorway. Tatishi announced she was coming in and walked past him without hesitation. Stunned, Tooru could only stare and stammer, wondering if she was still angry or if she had returned because she forgot something. Tatishi raised her phone and sent a message saying she had been angry that she had confessed to Shizuku instead of him. Blushing, she added that the one who treated her cold and risked his life to save her had been Tooru, gazing at him shyly over her phone. Still processing, Tooru asked why she had come so early. Tatishi messaged that she was there to nurse him back to health, insisting his injury was her fault, and when she asked if his otherworld friends would visit again, Tooru admitted they would. With a serious, determined look, she sent one more message, saying that was all the more reason she needed to stay. She insisted she had to keep up and asked him to let her join his adventures in the other world as well. Chapter 34. Inside the dungeon, Tooru stood before a reinforced metal door and carefully poured cat food onto the stone floor as bait. He sighed that he needed far more experience points, since he was not leveling up at all, and even reaching level 17 still did not tell him how strong he really was. After scattering the cat food, Tooru stepped back into his apartment and called out to Tatishi that he was done scattering the bait. Looking up from his computer, Tatishi sent a line message welcoming him back, then quietly kept clicking the mouse as he watched her in silence. Another message said she had leveled up again, and Tooru replied dryly, while noticing she was now using his first name very casually. He recalled she had healed his injury back then, and an appraisal revealed her class as priestess, perhaps connected to how her healing magic had erased the scar and pain from his back without a trace. Even so, Tooru could not understand why she kept hanging around, until Tatishi sent another message calling his name. She moved closer, held up her phone, and asked if, now that her level had risen so much, she could go to the other world with Tooru. Startled by her closeness, he stammered, remembering how she had overheard his plan to visit the Adventurers Guild and insisted on following him, while Tatishi simply stared and waited, leaving him to answer with a helpless groan. Under her steady gaze, Tooru finally gave in and said he would bring her along, and Tatishi immediately replied with a message radiating her joy. At the connecting door, Tooru gripped the handle and asked if she was ready as they prepared to go in. He opened the door into the Thieves' Guild's storage room, peeked between the crates, and casually greeted the startled guild member. The guild member said he must be Tooru, having heard about him from Noella, and Tooru confirmed it while giving the Thieves' Guild password. Still shaken, the man admitted Tooru had scared him and asked where he came from, but remembered Noella's warning and dropped it. Relieved, Tooru thought he would have to thank her later. The guild member asked about the girl with him, but when Tatishi stayed silent, Tooru said she was his friend. Not asking further, the man opened the iron door, asked if Tooru was meeting Noella-san, and received his confirmation. He handed Tatishi a hooded cloak, warning that an unarmed girl should not wander around, and she obediently pulled it on as Tooru watched with relief. After being led outside, Tooru waved goodbye, and he and Tatishi walked together through the alleyway. Tooru explained they would visit the Thieves' Guild first, then head into town, but Tatishi stayed silent. Noting she had not said a word, he asked if she was okay or if the place was too scary, yet she still did not answer. Instead, she pulled out her phone, typed a message, and showed it to him, shocking Tooru. When he read the complaint that her hood stinks, Tooru told her to endure it, realizing there was no reception there, so she could not rely online to speak as usual. They finally arrived at the Thieves' Guild headquarters. At reception, Noella casually mentioned that the policy under discussion was also being adopted in Japan, tying it to their redevelopment talks. She said she wanted to choose a suitable redevelopment site with that in mind and promised a detailed map next time, adding she would welcome Tooru's advice. Tooru smiled and said he would gladly help. Tatishi stepped closer and held up her phone, showing a message praising him as a capable man and catching Tooru off guard, making him blush. Tooru asked about Miri, and Noella said she was out inspecting redevelopment sites, which he understood. Tatishi showed another message calling him cool, but Tooru ignored it, told Noella they were heading out, and asked her to pass his regards to Miri before he and Tatishi left together. They reached the dungeon exit and stepped into town, and Tatishi lowered her hood to better take in her surroundings. Filled with awe, Tatishi typed on her phone that the town was lovely, then added that the people looked exactly as she imagined and that sightseeing with him was fun. Tooru answered that he felt the same. Tooru noticed her phone screen had gone dark and pointed out the battery had died. Tatishi could only mutter yes and stare sadly at her useless phone. For Tooru, the timing was perfect, since they were heading somewhere next. They stood in a shrine where Tooru got his lingua franca ability. Curious, Tatishi asked what it was all about. Tooru explained that the ability turned language into telepathy, letting her speak and understand naturally, but Tatishi replied in mild dismay that she would not be able to use emoticons anymore. Tooru asked if she liked them that much, noting how well she communicated, and Tatishi said that without them people might find her unfriendly and hard to approach. Without hesitation, he told her he did not think that at all and knew she was kind-hearted, making Tatishi's eyes widen as her heart thumped. They stood quietly side by side until Tatishi managed a small, resigned smile and said it was fine. As they arrived at the Adventurers Guild, they were met by a bustling hall where adventurers ate, drank, and talked loudly at long wooden tables. Crossing her arms, Tatishi frowned and accused Tooru of bringing a high school girl to a tavern, but he hurriedly corrected her, insisting with a shaky voice that this was the Adventurers Guild, not a bar. Tatishi sat at the table as Tooru said he would be quick and asked her to wait, then ordered food and a drink for her. Soon, the meal arrived. She eyed the mug suspiciously and accused him of trying to get her drunk anyway, but she still took a sip, then indignantly declared it was just pure water. Tooru turned to leave, warning her not to do anything rash while he was gone, then spoke with the receptionist only to be informed that they still had not captured Inami. As he reasoned that Inami was not being hunted and was probably safe for the moment, Tooru noticed a crowd forming around Tatishi and heard excited chatter. He hurried back and was asked if he was her friend, which he confirmed. Excited adventurers exclaimed she was a rare priest paired with a skilled level 17 adventurer, drawing more eager attention. One said his squad planned to hunt a demon and wanted Tatishi to join. Another argued she should choose their party instead, and a third told her to ignore them and come along. Panicking, Tooru tried to speak up, just as another adventurer placed a hand on Tatishi's shoulder and asked what she thought. Tatishi said nothing and shot him a cold glare, making the adventurers recoil, apologize shakily, and insist it was fine if she did not want to. Depressed, they slunk away, and Tooru wryly thought Tatishi's aura rivaled even Dito's "I'll kill you if you talk to me" vibe. Unbothered, Tatishi asked if he was done, and Tooru said that for now, he was. Off to the side, a girl pleaded with an adventurer and Tooru recognized her as the one who had invited him before. She begged him to take her quest. He said the reward was not worth the risk, refusing to fight a death grizzly for that money and telling her to ask someone else. Disappointed, she left, and as Tooru thought the creature sounded dangerous, the girl suddenly noticed him. She approached and recognized him as the one who had been with Dito before, begging him to save her village. Shocked, Tooru let out a long gasp. Tooru learned her name was Manon, and she explained that her farming village, built after clearing part of a forest, often faced monsters, with the dreaded death grizzly appearing more frequently lately. Manon said she had filed a subjugation request, but no one had accepted it, so she had been asking adventurers directly. Tooru refused, though it made him wonder if the monster really was that powerful. Manon begged him again, and Tooru admitted that if Dito were there, one spell would probably be enough to kill it. With Dito absent, Manon insisted Tooru could handle it, but he protested that Dito was strong and he was not. She pointed out he had risen from level 10 to 17, proof of many hard fights, while Tooru thought all he had done was click his mouse. Smiling brightly, Manon said she believed he could beat it, then corrected herself to defeat it, her confidence wavering into definitely, probably, hopefully, leaving Tooru unsure which it was. Tooru tried to refuse, but Tatishi suddenly cut him off and said they should go to Manon's village at once, leaving him staring in shock. Overjoyed, Manon asked if she was serious, and Tatishi eagerly said yes, putting confidence in Tooru to handle it with ease, while he panicked and demanded what she meant. Determined, Tatishi reminded him he had saved her before and defeated a monster in one strike, making Manon's eyes light up. Tooru admitted she was not wrong, but rats were nothing like bears, and their peaceful trip had suddenly turned dangerous. They arrived at a vast forest stretching toward distant hills, bordered by a fortified wall, before entering a clearing of rustic log houses. Tooru and Tatishi, with Manon, looked around as they finally reached her village. He noticed a house with part of its walls smashed in and asked if that was what he thought it was, and Manon confirmed the death grizzly had done it, making Tooru gulp at the damage. Manon ran ahead and proudly announced that she had brought adventurers. Villagers greeted them with relieved smiles, and as Manon turned to introduce them as the ones who accepted the subjugation quest, she suddenly fell silent and gasped. As Manon began to warn him, Tooru froze, realizing something massive was behind him. It was the huge, menacing death grizzly towering overhead. The death grizzly let out a deafening roar, shaking the air as Tooru, Tatishi, and the villagers shuddered. Turning to face it, Tooru stood sweating and wide-eyed, then screamed. A massive slashing sound rang out, and in the next instant, the bear's head was wreathed in crackling fire. The villagers turned the slain bear into a feast, grilling heaps of meat as they celebrated, while the death grizzly's severed head rested on a table, its jaws frozen in a final snarl. Manon handed Tooru a plate piled with skewers and urged him to eat, and he thanked her while staring in disbelief at the death grisly meat from hours earlier. When he took a bite and found it delicious, Manon excitedly praised him for defeating it in a single strike. Tooru admitted he was surprised himself, since he had taken it down in one hit, and as he replayed the fight, he realized he could predict its attacks and that his agility had risen sharply. In his mind, he had been focused only on protecting Tatishi from the giant rat, too distracted to notice how much he had changed. Now he realized he was far stronger than before. Clenching his fist with a small, confident smile, Tooru realized this overwhelming power must have come from leveling up. As Tatishi ate, she said she needed to level up too, and when Tooru asked in surprise if she planned to fight monsters, she simply answered no. What she meant was staying by Tooru's side as his healer, supporting him instead of fighting, and his tense expression softened in understanding. With that, Tooru decided that once they got home, they would start power leveling again, already picturing the grind ahead. Chapter 35. In Tooru's apartment, he spread a city map across the table and studied it carefully, pointing to a large shaded block, asking if it marked the exact area scheduled for renovation. Across from him, Miri cheerfully confirmed it, explaining that the entire redevelopment project was being carried out based on the advice Tooru had given earlier. With everyone together, they held a briefing on recent events and the Thieves Guild's redevelopment plans. Tooru noted the old barracks and shops had been cleared, and Miri explained that patrols were now handling security and cleanup, greatly improving safety and hygiene. Dito smiled and said the proposals sounded wonderful, and Ria agreed eagerly. After a brief pause, Miri looked flustered and admitted it was not exactly as they described. Miri explained that while the area was safer and cleaner, the real problem was attracting customers, since none of it would matter without foot traffic. Dito suggested building a large department store on the vacant land, like Tachikawa's, but Miri said they lacked the funds, and Dito agreed such a project would need a massive investment. Tooru said he had asked Noella to negotiate funding with companies in the surface town. Ria reacted eagerly, and Shizuku said it could have been the key, but Tooru admitted the talks had failed, making Ria's shoulders slump. He added that Forblum had not rejected them outright, but saw no value in a place without foot traffic. Dito noted they said currently, suggesting funding could come once customers appeared, and Tooru agreed that might work. Ria still worried that they needed customers to build the store, but needed the store to attract customers, trapping them in a loop. Miri suggested selling Japanese goods to get rich fast, but Tooru rejected it, warning it would raise suspicion and invite investigations to his room. Dito wondered if there was another way. Tooru hummed thoughtfully, searching for an idea, when Ria's stomach suddenly growled loudly, echoing through the room. Blushing, Ria laughed awkwardly and suggested a break. Smiling, Tooru offered to grab hamburgers for everyone. Tooru stepped outside and closed the door behind him. Noticing the unusual bustle, he remarked that there were a lot of people out that day. A woman in a patterned yukata passed by, and Tooru instantly realized what it meant. Remembering the date, he threw the door open and called out to the others in excitement. Grinning, Tooru had an idea and suggested they all go outside. Under the evening sky, festival lanterns stretched from the shrine gate, bathing the path in warm light. Food and game stalls lined the walkway as people in yukata filled the lively avenue. Ria marveled at the crowd as Dito wondered if this was what a Japanese festival felt like. Tooru explained it was enichi, and Miri looked around with visible delight. Miri's eyes sparkled when she spotted delicious food everywhere. Tooru agreed that an enichi was nothing without them. Dito compared the stalls to a department store. Although they were just small tents, the number of people rivaled a massive building. Ria added that the place felt lively and full of color. The three girls looked around in awe, and Tooru suggested they walk around and try whatever caught their interest. All three answered with excited cheers. Dito immediately dove into the food, biting into a chocolate banana while juggling cotton candy, shaved ice, sausage skewers, and more, as Tooru and the others followed behind with amused smiles. At a game stall, Miri leaned over a goldfish tank and, after a focused try, realized she had caught one. She beamed proudly, holding up the water-filled bag with unmistakable joy. At another stall, rows of candy apples glistened under the lights, and when Tooru led Ria over, her eyes widened with desire. She soon stood shyly to the side, touching her cheek endearingly as she held the apple on her hand. They strolled on together, Tooru in the center, Ria with her apple, Miri cradling her goldfish, and Dito enjoying her cotton candy. The next day, they were back at the Thieves Guild headquarters. Noella looked at a photo of the festival on Tooru's phone and marveled at what one from his world looked like. She said she understood his idea now, noting that stalls like those were essentially just tents. Tooru nodded and added that the goods were not rare, saying they could substitute them with products from their own world. Noella said the district was clean but lacked businesses, though this kind of approach could draw crowds. And Miri excitedly declared that once people came, Forblem's funding would follow. Taking notes, Tooru wondered which stalls to set up. Ria eagerly chose candy apples, Dido suggested crepes, and Tooru smiled and agreed to both. He listed stall ideas: candy apples, crepes, carriage, chocolate bananas, takoyaki, yakisoba, okonomiyaki, buttered potatoes, and sausages, when Miri urged him to add goldfish scooping. Ria wondered if goldfish existed outside Japan, and Dido noted pets were rare there in their world. Miri insisted scooping was fun and could make pets popular. Optimistic people would come just for that. Concerned, he pointed they could not do that without goldfish and asked if their world had any glittering fish. Miri said there were rainbow-colored ones, and he asked further. She explained the fish ate anything, had high vitality, and were beautiful, suggesting they use those instead. Tooru asked where they could be found, and Miri admitted she did not know, prompting him to react in disbelief. Dido calmly said she knew, explaining the rainbow fish lived on the dungeon's 7th layer. Miri stared in shock and asked if that was true. Tooru was alarmed it was on the 7th layer, deeper and more dangerous than the 5th, and Dido confirmed it was. Miri clasped her hands worried and whimpered Tooru's name, and he groaned before asking if it would still be dangerous with all 4 of them. Dido didn't realize they were seriously going for it. Smiling, Tooru said he knew the risks but wanted a stall everyone could enjoy. Dido agreed they would likely be fine if careful, and Miri's face lit up. Raising her fist, Miri declared it was time to dive into the 7th layer for the rainbow fish, and with excited cries, the 4 of them headed into the dungeon depths. Chapter 36. Deep within the dungeon, on the Yomi Labyrinth's 5th layer, a long, empty corridor stretched away from the door, its block-lined walls and high ceiling fading into shadow, as 3 small mushroom-shaped monsters shuffled forward through the dim passage. Miri sprang forward, ears snapping upright, and with a swift swing of her short sword, cut through the mushroom monsters in one clean motion. Beaming as they passed beneath the stone archway, she cheerfully remarked that it felt nice to start right from the 5th layer. As they moved, Tooru asked Dido to confirm whether the 7th layer was filled with lakes and islands, and Dido replied that it was. The entire layer was an underground lake scattered with small islands, and that one of those islets was where the prismatic fish lived. Tooru acknowledged it and asked about the 6th layer, and Dido grew serious, saying it required even more caution than the 7th. Startled, Tooru reacted as Dido explained the 6th layer was home to intelligent, organized monsters like goblins, kobolds, and orcs that attacked in groups. Ria recalled goblins with unease and tightened her grip on her sword, while hearing about orcs made Tooru wonder where Anami had been all this time. Dido said their priority on the 6th layer was to avoid contact, and if they ran into enemies, they had to disengage at once to avoid endless reinforcements. Uneasy, Tooru asked if they would really be all right. Dido said the monsters stayed within their own territories, so as long as they avoided provoking them, they should pass through safely. They soon reached the stairs to the 6th layer, and Dido reminded them that any fights there had to be short. She laid out the plan. Miri would scout with her detection skills, and Miri confidently said to leave it to her. If combat was unavoidable, Ria would finish it quickly, answering with a calm smile. Dido added that if any enemy slipped away, they had to run at once, telling Tooru not to hesitate to abandon his pack, and after he stammered his agreement, she led them down the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th layer, Dido quietly explained that they were now in orc territory and that this was the safest route through the layer. Confused, Tooru noted that orcs were the strongest and asked if goblin territory would not be safer. Dido faintly smiled and explained that orcs had small populations and usually appeared in pairs, making them less likely to encounter. At that instant, Miri's ears twitched. When Tooru asked, she reported a hostile group of 10 approaching straight toward them. Tooru thought orcs did not move in groups like that, and Miri clarified the enemies were tiny, most likely goblins. Judging their numbers, Dido decided they would hide, pointing to a dark room and wait for the goblins to pass. The group slipped quickly into the nearby dark chamber, then moved cautiously until Ria pressed her back flat against the corner wall, sword drawn and tense, while Miri, Dido, and Tooru lined up tightly behind her. Tooru switched off his helmet light, plunging them into shadow, as Dido hid her glowing pendant against her chest. Down the corridor, goblins marched in formation, their soft footsteps echoing against the stone. The emaciated goblins marched onward, unaware Tooru's party was hiding nearby. Sweat beaded on Tooru's cheek as he wondered why goblins were in orc territory, when someone suddenly pressed against his side, trapping his arm between soft flesh as she clung to him in silence. Tooru flushed as he wondered what the soft sensation was, and whether it belonged to Ria, Miri, or perhaps Dido, judging by its size. He figured even a seasoned adventurer would be terrified, and as her warm breath brushed his ear while she clung to him, his heart began to race despite the danger. At last, the goblins passed completely, their footsteps fading away. Someone whispered if they were clear, and Miri confirmed that the enemies were gone. Dido retrieved her pendant and said goblins would have been hard to defeat before reinforcements arrived. Miri admitted she had not known goblins could enter orc territory, and Ria replied that normally they would not, since they did not get along. Still catching his breath, Tooru admitted he had lost himself for a moment, then realized something was wrong when the others' voices sounded distant. Turning pale, he asked why they were over there and looked to see who was beside him. He froze in terror when he saw her, a female orc standing calmly at his side. A scream tore from his throat. Ria quickly rushed forward to protect him, shouting for Tooru to stay back. But the orc woman did not flinch and calmly asked, in clear words, if he was Japanese, leaving Tooru's party staring in stunned disbelief. Miri said they had to kill her before she called for help, and Ria raised her sword in warning. Before they could strike, Tooru rushed between them and begged them to wait, nearly making Ria lose her balance. Ria demanded to know why he stopped them, and Tooru replied that the orc might know something about Inami-san. Ria reacted in surprise. Unbeknownst to them, the goblins who had passed earlier turned back at the noise, one of them pointing in their direction. Miri cursed as she sensed them returning. Dido stated flatly that they had been found, and Ria said the only option left was to fight. The orc woman pressed a button on the wall and urged them to hurry, and Tooru watched in shock as a hidden door slid open in the stone. He immediately told the others to move. Dido hesitated, questioning whether they could trust her, but Miri said they had no choice. They rushed through the hidden entrance just as the goblins stormed into the room they were hiding in. The goblins looked around in confusion, finding nothing. Convinced they had been mistaken, they eventually moved on. Inside the concealed room, Miri sighed in relief and Tooru thanked the orc woman, asking why she had helped them. The orc said Tooru felt the same as Inami, and shocked, he asked if she truly knew him. Dido warned that meant nothing about his safety, while Ria added he could be imprisoned, or worse dead. Offended, the orc declared they would never do such a thing, leaving the party momentarily speechless. Ignoring their reaction, Tooru questioned where Inami-sen was. The orc asked if he wanted to see him, then turned and said she would lead them to him. Dido asked if he truly meant to follow her, and Tooru said he had to help Inami-san. Ria questioned whether they could trust her. With firm conviction, Tooru said he believed they could, leaving the three women staring at him in surprise. Without hesitation, Ria said that if Tooru was going, it was her duty to go and protect him. Dido protested at being left behind, and Miri quickly added that she was coming too. Guided by the orc woman, they followed cautiously and moved deeper through hidden passages. Soon, they reached a wider chamber, and the orc asked them to wait. Tooru stared in disbelief at rows of crude stone and cloth huts, orcs carrying bundles, and children clinging to their side. Seeing the settlement carved into the dungeon, he murmured if this was actually the orc village. Then he spotted a familiar human face and cried out Inami-san's name. Inami stood calmly beside the orc woman, smiling gently as she clung to his arm and greeting Tooru as if nothing were unusual. Chapter 37. Tooru smiled in relief and said he was glad Inami was safe. Inami greeted him warmly, speaking as casually as if they had just met again after a short absence. Inami smirked and teasingly asked if Tooru had finally bought a TV and entered a broadcast receiving contract. Shocked, Tooru waved it off in a panic, reminding him they were in another world and that he had come there to save him. Laughing, Inami brushed it off, saying it was obvious they were no longer in Japan. His expression turned serious as he asked what Tooru meant by saving him, prompting Tooru to explain they were in an orc village and to ask if Inami had been captured. Inami calmly insisted the orcs were friendly and would never do such a thing. Dido objected that orcs were known to be dangerous, but Inami pointed out there were no reports of orcs attacking humans in this dungeon, leaving her briefly at a loss. Dido turned to Ria and Miri, insisting her suspicion was only natural. Ria admitted that while forest orcs often harmed humans, she had never heard of attacks coming from this dungeon. Miri added that even while living on the first layer, she had never heard of such incidents either. Dido questioned why a subjugation quest for Inami existed if the orcs were truly peaceful. Tooru explained that adventurers had likely mistaken Inami for an orc when he tried to get them to sign a contract, and that no one had actually been assaulted. Ria noted that adventurers were warned to limit fighting to a minimum, so it was no surprise no one realized he was human. Inami smiled, agreeing with their account. Inami explained that the orcs in this dungeon were vegetarians and had no reason to attack humans. Tooru was taken aback as Inami added that, under the evil god Ruin's teachings, they were forbidden from eating meat, making it clear they were deeply religious. Inami added that being completely unharmed spoke for itself. Tooru agreed, then asked why Inami was living in the village and whether he wanted to return to Japan. Inami replied that he had no intention of going back, leaving Tooru confused as he asked why. With a happy grin, Inami scratched the back of his head and announced that he was getting married. Tooru froze and repeated the word in shock. Inami turned to the female orc beside him and revealed she was his future wife, the one who had guided them there. The orc woman nodded and introduced herself as Francoise. Tooru's entire party stared in awkward silence. He said he understood and that they were happy for Inami, while privately realizing they had nearly killed his fiancée just moments earlier. Turning away, Inami told them to follow him and said he would lead them to the village elder, who wished to meet them. He instructed his fiancée, Francoise, to return home and prepare some treats, and she agreed. Dido whispered her doubts about following him, but Tooru whispered back that an orc had saved them and Inami was clearly unharmed, making a trap unlikely. Inami then called out that it was time to go. Inami led Tooru's party through the orc village, with the group following closely behind him. Tooru asked if they had arrived at the elder's home, but Inami explained they were passing the orcs' sumo wrestling grounds and pointed out the elder's house farther away. Eyeing the structure beside them, Tooru questioned whether the orcs truly held sumo bouts there, and Inami confirmed it, adding they would visit the ring later. After a short walk, Inami announced that they had arrived. Tooru noted that the house looked no different from the others. Inside, Inami explained that the orcs valued equality, so even their leader lived modestly. The elder stood beside a towering god statue as Inami asked that Tooru's group hear him out. The elder turned and said he had been expecting the humans. Tooru's party sat on the floor while Inami and the elder remained standing. The elder guessed they were Inami's friends, and Tooru awkwardly replied that he supposed they were. The elder stated that the orcs did not attack humans and asked that humans refrain from attacking them in return. Tooru readily agreed, saying they would never intend to. The elder added that he especially wanted to address the hearsay surrounding the orcs, trailing off as if weighing his words. Tooru prompted him to continue, asking what he meant. The elder insisted that they did not commit the acts people accused them of, such as violating female knights or assaulting humans. Tooru admitted that such images were what most people typically associated with orcs. Tooru reassured the elder that they understood, and the elder asked him to spread that understanding to other humans as well. Tooru asked him to wait, explaining that human society was vast and complex, making it impossible to inform everyone directly. The elder nodded, saying Inami had already told him and lamenting that it was unfortunate. Even so, Tooru said they would still try to spread the word and let others know that the orcs in this dungeon were safe. The elder thanked him and told them to have a good time and rest. Inami and Tooru's party stepped back outside, and as they walked, Inami said he would lead them to his house next. When they arrived, Inami announced he was home. Inside, 4 female orcs lined up and greeted him together, calling him darling. Stunned, Tooru hesitantly asked who they were. Inami introduced them one by one, naming Catherine, Rolla, Jacqueline, and his future wife, Francoise. Beaming, Inami happily explained that they were all his wives. Caught completely off guard, Tooru privately thought they all looked the same, while Inami added that orc society accepted polygyny and teased him about being jealous, leaving Tooru flustered as he admitted he was, at least a little. Inami turned to his wives and introduced Tooru as Suzuki-san. Tooru politely introduced himself in return. The orc women leaned in close to examine Tooru's face, commenting one after another that he looked exactly like Inami. Tooru began sweating nervously. Ria, Dido, and Miri quickly moved in and clung to Tooru from both sides. Ria insisted he looked much cooler. Dido added that he was also much cuter, and Miri quickly agreed. Laughing, Inami said he was considered very handsome in orc eyes and half-jokingly invited Tooru to stay and live with them. Tooru awkwardly said he would have to pass. Still smiling, Inami said it was unfortunate, but that he understood. Inami then invited them to stay the night and announced he would make hot pot for everyone. One wife cheered excitedly, while another praised Inami's hot pot as wonderful. But Inami added that his house was too small for everyone and suggested they move to the training hall instead. As they walked, Inami and his wives carried a large crate of supplies effortlessly, while Tooru's party followed alongside them. As they walked, Tooru asked whether being vegetarians meant the hot pot would only contain vegetables. Inami reassured him that while they could not eat animal meat, eating fish was allowed. Tooru remarked that it sounded surprisingly lax, and that fish hot pot sounded good. He then asked how they obtained fish and vegetables in the dungeon, and Inami explained that the layer below was filled with lakes and islands. Tooru replied that he had heard something like that before. Inami continued, saying they farmed crops and fished there, and that the dungeon's strong flow of magic made it possible. Curious, Tooru asked what was inside the crate they were carrying. Inami said it contained the fish for the hot pot, explaining that although they were small, they made for good broth. By then, the group arrived at the sumo wrestling arena. Inside, Tooru stared at the raised ring in shock, exclaiming that it really was a wrestling ring just like the ones in Japan. Inami said he had been just as surprised and explained that since he was a former sumo wrestler, he had quickly bonded with the orcs over the sport. They moved into a room inside the arena that served as a kitchen. Inami announced it was time to prepare the hot pot. He and his wives began working together, swiftly preparing the ingredients. Tooru asked if they would only season it with salt. Inami confirmed they would, saying the fish created such a rich broth that salt alone was enough. Miri sniffed the air happily, saying something smelled good. Tooru noticed the fish's unique color, and Inami agreed. Suddenly, Miri's eyes widened, and she let out a startled cry. Stammering, Miri tried to explain what was wrong as Tooru asked what happened. Inami smiled, and said that although the fish were small and rainbow-colored, he could guarantee their taste. With that, Inami poured the fish into the hot pot. Miri cried out that the fish were the ones they had been searching for all this time. Shocked, Tooru asked if they were really the prismatic fish. Heartbroken, Miri lamented that her precious fish were being sacrificed as the pot began to steam. Laughing cheerfully, Inami said that if they were prismatic fish, they could always catch more another day, and urged them to enjoy the meal. Soon, steaming soup was ladled into wooden bowls, with colorful fish and vegetables floating on the surface. Tooru eyed the dish nervously and wondered if prismatic fish were actually edible. Smiling confidently, Inami urged him to try it and take a sip. Hesitant, Tooru agreed. Tooru leaned over his bowl and took a careful sip. His eyes widened in surprise because it was delicious. Grinning, Inami said he knew Tooru would feel that way. Tooru remarked that the seafood brought out an excellent flavor, and the others agreed, nodding and quietly admitting it was delicious. One of Inami's wives mentioned they also had steamed potatoes. Unsure he heard correctly, Tooru looked to Inami, who nodded and explained they grew potatoes on an island on the 7th layer. He took a bite, noting the potatoes were soft and fluffy. Inami agreed, comparing them to sweet potatoes back home, and Tooru added they paired perfectly with the salted hot pot, prompting Inami to say he understood him well. Smiling, Dito said the meal would be even better with alcohol. Inami stood, produced a bottle, and said they had shochu made from those very potatoes. Eyes shining, Dito asked if that was true. Then she downed a glass of shochu and said she could get used to this liquor. Laughing, Inami told her to help herself. Inami's wives brought more potatoes to Ria as Dito and Miri continued drinking together. The wives watched happily as their guests enjoyed themselves. The atmosphere was warm and lively as the group chatted, ate, and drank. Tooru smiled to himself, thinking he had never expected to have this much fun inside a dungeon. From the doorway, Inami waved and called out, drawing Tooru's attention as he walked over. Now outside the sumo arena, Inami asked what Tooru thought of the orcs. Tooru replied that they were all very kind people, and Inami agreed. Hesitating, Tooru noted there were far fewer male orcs than women and children in the village. Inami's expression darkened as he explained they were fighting a war against the goblins on the 6th layer. This meant they were losing many of their male warriors in battle. Tooru reacted with dismay, saying it did not sound good at all. Inami explained that the orcs had once been equal to goblins, but things changed when the goblins began using poison darts that were difficult to counter. Tooru remarked that it explained the goblins they had seen in orc territory earlier. Inami added that the situation worried the elder enough to seek peace even with humans, prompting an alarmed Tooru to suggest Inami flee and return to their original world for safety. With a serious look, Inami asked if Tooru would abandon his loved ones just to protect himself. Caught off guard, Tooru called Inami's name, and Inami scratched his cheek, admitting he might have tried too hard to sound cool. But his expression remained firm as he said he intended to live out his life there. Tooru understood and smiled softly in response. Tooru remembered and asked Inami about the brown grains he had eaten on the 5th layer before. Inami confirmed it, explaining there had been leftover seeds where they met and that they tasted good. Sheepishly, Tooru revealed that they had not been seeds at all, but pet food made from meat. Inami froze in horror, asking if Tooru was serious. Worried, Inami groaned about how he could ever apologize to Ruin now, which made Tooru burst out laughing. The next morning, an empty shochu bottle lay on the floor as Dido swayed dizzily, clutching her head and complaining of sickness. Beside her, Miri groaned, admitting she had drunk far too much the night before. Ria sighed and rubbed Dido's back, wondering how they could keep exploring in that condition after the orcs had kindly told them where to find the prismatic fish. Dido apologized weakly, and Tooru smiled and said it was fine, suggesting they return home after resting, which surprised Ria. Dido stared at Tooru in shock, asking if they were really going home after coming so far. Ria, confused, wondered if they no longer needed the prismatic fish, but Tooru confirmed they did and explained that he first needed to speak with the elder again. At that moment, Inami and the elder entered the arena and greeted them. Tooru returned the greeting and said their timing was perfect, as he had wanted to talk. The elder asked what Tooru wished to discuss. Tooru confirmed that the elder wished to get along with humans, and the elder nodded, knowing it would take time. Tooru then said he might have found a way to make it happen, prompting the elder to ask if he was serious. Smiling, Tooru suggested they establish a trade. When the elder asked what that meant, Tooru suggested the Orc Village and the Thieves Guild barter with each other. Still unsure, the elder and Miri stared in confusion. Tooru explained that the war with the goblins would eventually leave the orcs short on materials, and the elder confirmed it was true. Miri then wondered what the Thieves Guild would need from the orcs. Tooru reminded her of the prismatic fish, alcohol, and potatoes, making Miri's face light up. He added that repeatedly traveling to the 7th layer for the fish would be inefficient, which Dido agreed with as Ria smiled quietly. Tooru acknowledged that easing misunderstandings between humans and orcs would be difficult, but believed that once people saw the profits of cooperation, exchanges would grow and relations between the two races would gradually improve. The elder was fully on board, and Miri agreed they should do it. Tooru thought that both the Thieves Guild and the Orc Village had their own troubles, which was exactly why supporting each other through trade made sense. Inami admitted he probably should not say this after all the trouble he caused, but thanked Tooru and expressed his hope for humans and orcs to live peacefully together. Tooru smiled back and said he hoped so too. Chapter 38. At Tooru's workplace, Tatishi slammed her hands on the table and leaned forward, glaring ahead as she demanded to know why he had not brought her along. In the restaurant kitchen, Tooru awkwardly tried to justify himself, nervously explaining that the deeper dungeon layers were too dangerous for someone at her low level. Recalling their time in the dungeon, Tooru remembered how they said their goodbyes at the Orc Village, left the dungeon, and returned home. Later, while gathering prismatic fish, they split up to prepare for the Inichi event in the redevelopment area. After hearing his justification, she suggested that visiting him that night would be good for leveling up. Tooru reacted with visible discomfort at her words. He assumed everyone was in the other world preparing the venue in the redevelopment area, so he wryly agreed. Tatishi clenched her fist with determination and promised to be there that evening. After his shift ended, Tooru returned home and called out that he was back. Dido suddenly peeked out and cheerfully welcomed him. Startled, Tooru asked if she had stayed behind. Slightly offended, Dido asked if he did not want her there. Tooru hurriedly corrected himself, explaining he had assumed she would be helping in the dungeon, then asked if Shizuku was with her. Dido replied that Shizuku was away, leaving him confused. Dido hesitated before admitting it was because she had won at rock, paper, scissors. Taken aback, Tooru repeated what she said. Dido quickly corrected herself, explaining that Shizuku was helping Ria prepare the Inichi venue. Realizing it would be just the two of them, Tooru asked what she wanted for dinner and suggested hamburgers or crepes, leaving Dido flustered as she tried to say there was something else. She stood in the modern kitchen wearing a cat-patterned apron, ingredients neatly arranged on the counter, as she faced him with visible nervous excitement. Realizing her intention, Tooru asked if she was planning to cook dinner. Dido huffed and asked if he had a problem with that. Tooru stammered that he did not. Smiling, Dido turned away and said she would cook for both of them, telling him to rest until it was ready. As she began cooking, Dido hummed softly to herself. Watching her, Tooru felt surprised and uneasy, admitting inwardly that he was a little worried. Tooru retreated to his room, wondering if Dido could really cook. His eyes then fell on his computer screen, paused on a cooking video, and he murmured in sudden realization. When Dido finished, she set a steaming plate of eggplant and meat on the table with bowls of soup and rice, then told him it was ready. Smiling, Dido urged him to eat. After hesitating briefly, Tooru decided everything looked normal and began his meal. Tooru's face brightened as soon as he tasted the food because it was good. Eyes wide, Dito asked if he truly meant it, and whether he was not just faking it, and Tooru assured her it was genuinely delicious. As he kept eating, Tooru thought it was impressive that someone from another world had managed to cook a proper meal using Japanese ingredients and utensils, even if she had followed a recipe video. Smiling warmly, Tooru praised her and said she was amazing. Clearly pleased, Dito laughed shyly and told him to praise her more. They continued eating together in a calm, comfortable silence. After dinner, Tooru washed the dishes and thanked Dito again, saying the meal had been delicious. He then said it was time for him to take a bath. Before he could leave, Dito grabbed his arm and told him to wait. Startled, Tooru asked if she wanted to go first, but she said she did not. When Tooru said he would go instead, Dito cut him off. Flustered and blushing, she insisted he could not go in alone and suggested they bathe together, her face turning even redder. A little while later, Tooru sat in the bathtub as hot water lapped around him. Dito pointed out that he had already bathed together with Shizuku before. She was right. Yet even now the thought made Tooru's heart pound as he wondered if going in together like this was really allowed. He snapped out of his thoughts as Dito's silhouette appeared behind the frosted bathroom door, and she called out that she was coming in. Tooru's face flushed as his body tensed, and he managed a shaky reply. His throat went dry as he swallowed nervously and watched her enter. Dito stepped inside wearing a one-piece school swimsuit that clung to her figure. On the verge of tears, Tooru recognized it at once and wailed inwardly, while Dito blushed and asked why he was crying. Tooru thought it felt like believing he had hit the jackpot only to realize it was a third prize win. Panicking, he claimed his tears were from happiness, and Dito accepted the explanation. Still red-faced, Tooru realized the situation was actually far worse, since unlike Dito, he was not wearing a swimsuit at all. Fortunately, the cloudy bathwater seemed to hide it as Dito began rinsing herself. Surprisingly, Dito climbed into the tub and settled across from him. She admitted it was still awkward to bathe together like this, even with swimsuits on. Tooru agreed, realizing she must have assumed he was wearing one as well. An uncomfortable silence followed until Dito asked what he usually did with Shizuku in the bath. Stumbling over his words, Tooru explained that Shizuku washed him and then they soaked together, as Dito said she understood. Hearing that, Dito decided she wanted to hold him too. Before he could protest, she pulled his head against her chest, pressing him gently as both of their faces burned red. She murmured that she rarely got time alone with him and that no one could complain if she did this, softly patting his head. Unsure what she meant, Tooru decided to simply enjoy the moment. Then Dito suddenly froze, sensing something unfamiliar pressing against her thighs and rubbing against them beneath the water. Her face turned bright red as she trembled, desperately convincing herself it could not be what she was thinking, before suddenly letting out a loud scream. Now fully dressed, Dito stood there with her face still burning as she confronted Tooru about why he was not wearing a swimsuit. Flustered, Tooru thought it best to just apologize. Dito turned away and asked whether he always bathed naked. Tooru answered honestly that he did, leaving her speechless. Turning slightly toward him, Dito suggested they take another bath again. But this time, there should be no swimsuits at all. Tooru could only say her name in stunned disbelief. Just then, the doorbell rang, making them both flinch as Dito sharply asked who it was. Tooru's phone buzzed with a message. When he checked it, he saw Tatishi's text saying she had arrived and remembered she was scheduled to come that day. A chill ran down Tooru's spine as he felt a menacing gaze behind him. Turning around, he saw Dito staring with dark, murderous eyes. Tooru felt her cold stare pierce straight into his soul. In a low, furious voice, Dito declared that all thick-headed men should be destroyed, and it was not until the next day that they finally spoke normally again. Chapter 39. After work that afternoon, the manager praised Tooru for doing a good job. As he walked along the street, he thought about how well things had gone with Dito the day before and felt it was a shame that Tatishi's visit had ruined the mood. Today, he made sure to tell Tatishi not to come so he could make things up to Dito. Now at his apartment, Tooru called out to Dito to announce he was home, but it was Ria who appeared instead and warmly welcomed him back. Tooru was surprised she was there today. Smiling, Ria said it was her turn, leaving him repeating the words in confusion. He recalled Dito mentioning rock, paper, scissors the previous day and wondered if that was why he and Dito had been alone together. When he asked if Dito had gone to the other world, Ria confirmed it and added that Shizuku was with her. Tooru concluded that they must have been deciding whose turn it was by playing rock, paper, scissors and guessed it had probably been Shizuku's idea. Accepting the situation, Tooru said it would be just the two of them and asked what they should do for dinner. Excited, Ria told him to leave it to her, prompting Tooru to ask, a bit uncertainly, if she planned to make it herself. His expression darkened as he remembered Ria's past cooking attempts, clearly unenthused by the idea. Instead, Tooru suggested they eat out together. Ria hesitated, but when he pointed out they had never gone out alone before and said it was the perfect chance, she agreed after a moment of thought. Ria suddenly remembered something and went into Tooru's room, asking him to give her a moment so she could change. She stepped out with a bright smile and announced she was ready. Tooru froze when he saw she was wearing the same cute outfit he had bought for her before, which she proudly confirmed. Ria asked how she looked. Tooru's heart pounded as he told her it suited her perfectly, and she smiled in relief as he suggested they head out. Walking along the busy street, Ria remarked on how many people there were in Japan. Tooru agreed with her observation. When he asked what she wanted to eat, Ria admitted she did not know much about Japanese food and said she would choose what looked good. Spotting one place, she pointed and said it seemed popular. Tooru glanced at the sign of a Jiuden shop. When he asked if she was sure, Ria happily insisted, pointing at the picture and saying it looked tasty. They entered the restaurant, and the manager greeted them as they took seats side by side at the counter. 3 customers glanced over. One grumbled that it was not a dating spot and demanded to know what the kid thought he was doing there, leaving Tooru embarrassed while Ria stared in confusion. Soon their order arrived. The manager set their bowls down and announced the Jiuden was ready. Ria ate happily, holding her cheeks as she savored each bite while making pleased sounds. The customers' expressions softened as they watched her enjoy the meal. Tooru smiled to himself, thinking even hardened men could be disarmed by a sight like that. When they finished eating, the manager thanked them. Ria cheerfully said the food was delicious, and Tooru smiled and agreed. Ria then asked what they would do next. Tooru replied that in his world there was something very useful for sightseeing, which immediately caught her interest. A monorail gliding along elevated tracks came into view, and Tooru pointed at it. Ria looked up and asked what it was. Tooru explained that it was called a monorail and that people rode on it. Ria repeated the word in wonder, still amazed that people actually boarded such a thing. After a short walk, they reached the station and boarded. Sitting side by side, Ria gazed out the window, eyes shining, and quietly said it was amazing. Tooru remarked that they were lucky to have front seats, as it gave them a clear view of the city at that time. Ria pointed to a large building in the distance and asked what it was. Tooru explained it was IKEA, a furniture retailer, and she marveled at its sheer size. She then asked about an area packed with parked cars, and Tooru told her it was Lulu Port. Ria said it was beautiful and added that she could even see the starry sky here in Japan. After the ride, they stepped off the monorail. Tooru noted that it had grown chilly and asked if she felt cold. Ria admitted she did, but said she would be fine if she clung tightly to his arm, her cheeks flushing as Tooru reacted in surprise. Smiling, Ria asked if he felt warm now. Tooru answered that he did, and after that romantic moment, he suggested they head home, with the city lights making it feel even more intimate. As they arrived at Tooru's apartment, they realized they were still holding hands. Ria hesitantly called his name as Tooru gasped in shock, quickly letting go and jumping back. Ria awkwardly tried to talk, while Tooru hastily tried to change the subject, asking if she had enjoyed the monorail ride. Smiling, Ria said she had enjoyed it very much and asked how he felt, then suddenly stopped mid-sentence, leaving Tooru confused. Looking downcast, Ria remembered that he had spent the entire previous day with Dito and quietly wondered if he had more fun with Dito than with her. Though it was not obvious, she could tell he had feelings for Dito, adding that Dito was beautiful compared to someone like her. Tooru stepped forward, grasped Ria by the shoulders, and pressed close as he insisted that was not how he felt, freezing her in place. He started to tell her the truth, but someone cut him off. The apartment door suddenly flew open as Miri burst in, excitedly calling out that she needed to ask him something. She stopped short when she noticed how close they were standing. Utterly surprised, Tooru exclaimed Miri's name, but she took in the scene and calmly said she understood. Miri jokingly teased that they were raising Ria's level cap with a kiss and insisted on joining. She leaned toward Tooru as if to kiss him, and he panicked, denying they were doing anything like that. From the side, Ria repeated what she heard, her voice edged with disbelief and anger. Tooru stiffened as Ria stared at him with a cold, menacing look and demanded to know what he was talking about. After he finished explaining, Tooru and Miri sat on the floor while Ria stood before them. Ria repeated in disbelief that he had a skill allowing him to raise a girl's level cap with a kiss, up to 3 times a day. She couldn't believe it. Tooru admitted he had thought so too, until Miri had appraised him. Miri explained that it was a unique latent skill she had only discovered thanks to her high-level appraisal ability. Ria realized this was why her own level cap had risen before. Pouting, she accused him of going around kissing every girl he met. Tooru hurriedly said it was not everyone, only that it was hard to ignore someone stuck at their cap. Miri waved it off, adding that even she had waited until reaching her own cap and that she had only been teasing earlier. Ria asked if he had already done it with Miri and Dito. Cornered, Tooru admitted that he had. Overwhelmed, Ria suddenly burst into tears, making Tooru reach out to her in alarm. Tooru apologized for keeping it a secret, and Miri, who had only just arrived, apologized as well. Still sobbing, Ria said that was not the reason. She admitted she was upset because being far from her level cap meant it would be a long time before she could kiss him, and she cried harder. Miri gently suggested Tooru kiss her once so she would not feel left out, and through her tears, Ria asked if he would hate it, leaving Tooru flustered as he insisted he would not, even mentioning he can do it as many times as she wanted. Miri teasingly pushed Ria toward him and urged them to hurry up and kiss. Ria squeaked in embarrassment as her face turned bright red, while Tooru stood there blushing just as hard. Ria turned to Miri and begged her to wait. Playing dumb, Miri asked if she was against it, but Ria admitted she just could not do it with Miri watching. Miri smirked and told her not to worry, adding they could even take it back to home base. Flustered, Ria demanded to know what home base meant and asked why Miri was there at all. Miri paused, remembered, and admitted she had come to ask Tooru about setting up the stalls. Still red-faced, Ria told Miri to hurry up and finish so that she and Tooru could relax after Miri left. Pouting, Miri called her mean. After Miri finished her business and left, Tooru and Ria finally shared a kiss. Blushing as she touched her lips, Ria admitted that being limited to 3 times a day felt too little and made her uneasy. Tooru said they could kiss more than that, but Ria hesitated, saying she would feel bad for Miri, and Tooru agreed. As they talked, Tooru asked if Ria still hated the Thieves' Guild. Smiling, she said she had, but traveling with them had shown her they were not bad after all. Tooru said they did not steal because they wanted to, and that if the project succeeded, they might not need to risk themselves with dangerous crimes anymore. He added that he wanted to use his knowledge to help make the project work, and that once it did, they could help rebuild the orphanage she supported. Ria wondered if it was meant for someone else, but Tooru confirmed it was for Nick and Mary. He then said that, above all, it was for Ria's sake as well. Her face lit up as she spoke his name with happiness. Later in the evening, Ria asked if she could have one more kiss. Then the two went to sleep together. Morning came, and sunlight flooded through their windows, prompting Tooru to wake up to the sound of Ria calling his name. He opened his eyes groggily as she greeted him with a cheerful good morning, which he returned. As Tooru stood up, he said it reminded him of the day she had first come to his room. Ria gently tugged at his sleeve, and as he looked back, she blushed and quietly tried to confirm whether his skill could only be used 3 times a day. She placed her hand against his chest and leaned closer, asking if he could use all 3 kisses on her that day. At that exact moment, a rattling sound echoed from inside the cabinet. Suddenly, Dito tumbled out, with Shizuku right on top of her, desperately covering Dito's mouth. Tooru and Ria stared at them in shock. Shizuku apologized, saying she had tried to stop Dito, but Dito could not hold herself back after seeing them enjoying themselves. Once free, Dito loudly protested that it was unfair and demanded that Tooru do the same for her as well. Tooru and Ria exchanged glances then burst into laughter. On the verge of tears, Dito demanded to know what they were laughing about. Chapter 40. Inside Tooru's apartment, Tatishi held a sheet of paper with both hands, looking slightly surprised yet satisfied as she announced she was finished. She held up a sketch of Noella in a cute pose with a small heart floating beside her head. Flustered, Noella stared at it and asked if that was really supposed to be her. Quietly, Noella wondered if that was how others saw her. Tooru praised the drawing for bringing out her charm, and Shizuku added that it looked cute. Preparations in the redevelopment district were nearing their final stage, so Ria, Dito, and Miri had returned there to help, while the rest stayed behind making leaflets to attract publicity. Shyly, Noella said she hoped the leaflets would work. Tooru reassured her that he was sure they would. Holding the drawing, Tooru said they could scan it together with Noella's leaflet and the district map. Sitting at his computer, he quickly combined the 3 into a single page. The printer began working, and leaflets started coming out as Tatishi declared they were finished. Watching the printer, Noella smiled and remarked that the tools in this world were amazing. Pleased, Tooru said he would print more, just as Ria, Miri, and Dito returned from the dungeon and announced they were back. The 3 stepped inside, with Dito reporting their side was nearly finished. Tooru praised their hard work as Miri laughed, holding leaflets and saying Noella's drawing was cute, making Noella blush while Dito admired the art and Ria said it would surely draw a crowd. Watching the dungeon monitor, Shizuku announced that Inami and his wife had arrived. Tooru went to the door and greeted him, and Inami casually returned the greeting. Inami showed them he had brought a gift, a pot filled with swimming prismatic fish, saying there were plenty and that their size made them perfect for scooping. Tooru replied that this time they would provide the supplies and presented cola bottles that could cure poison, making them effective against goblin blowguns. Surprised and relieved, Inami said it would be a great help. They also prepared ingredients and seasonings for the orcs. Inami examined the box and smiled as he found soy sauce, pepper, and mayonnaise inside. Tooru commented that receiving proper supplies from the Thieves Guild would be ideal, but they were busy at the moment. Inami said it was fine and thanked him for letting him enjoy Japanese flavors again. After a while, Inami and his wife headed back to the dungeon with boxes of supplies. From the doorway, Tooru asked him to pass along his thanks to the village, and Inami agreed, wishing him good luck in return. Dito said that now the printing was finished, it was time to move on to the next step. Tooru agreed. He assigned the tasks, telling Ria and Dito to hand out leaflets in the surface town and at the Adventurers Guild. Ria and Dito agreed at once. Tooru then instructed Miri and Noella to handle the first layer. Miri answered happily that she would mobilize all her members, while Noella smiled quietly. Soon, Miri, Ria, and Dito each carried bundles of leaflets with Noella accompanying them. From the doorway, Tooru waved and saw them off. Left behind were Tatishi, Shizuku, and Tooru. With everything done, Tooru said the only thing left now was to wait for the Enichi. At last, the day of the Enichi arrived, and Tooru announced it was time to go. In the redevelopment area of the dungeon, Tooru and Tatishi arrived at a bustling, festival-like street filled with lanterns, food stalls, and laughing townspeople stretching far into the distance. They were amazed by how crowded it had become. Tatishi called the sight stunning, and Noella agreed as she said it was thanks to everyone's efforts. Noella suggested they take a look around, and the group moved forward into the crowd. At one of the festival stalls, Ria cheerfully worked as a vendor, handing a shiny candy apple from a neatly arranged row to a smiling boy, as Tooru and the others watched her with warm expressions. Ria greeted them brightly. Behind her, Director Laika carried a crate of apples while Nick and Marie helped at the stand. Tooru and Tatishi bought candy apples and walked away as the children waved enthusiastically. Farther along, Dito ran a lively food stall, working a hot plate while handing out freshly made crepes wrapped in paper. The group approached and was impressed by how appetizing everything looked. Dito cheered as two stylish women walked away laughing, each holding a cream-filled crepe and enjoying their food. Dito then pointed in another direction. Hearing chatter, Tooru turned and saw a crowd gathered around Miri's stall, surprised by how energetic it was. Miri perched on the edge of a large water tank, holding a scooping net as she excitedly demonstrated the game to her customers. Adventurers and townspeople crowded around, each trying their luck with the fish. Spotting Tooru, Noella, and Tatishi, Miri waved enthusiastically toward them. The three watched as more people gathered for the scooping game. Ria, Dito, and Miri each happily worked their own stalls, sharing the festival's joy with everyone who passed by. After the festival wound down, the party returned to Tooru's apartment. Holding a glass of cola, Tooru said that even though it had just started, they should celebrate the success of the redevelopment plan. Tooru, Noella, Tatishi, Miri, Dito, and Ria raised their glasses together and called out a toast. Tooru admitted he had not expected the fish scooping stall to become so popular. Looking pleased, Miri declared that she had known it would be number one. Smiling, Ria told Dito she wanted to try some crepes from her stall sometime. Dito replied confidently that hers would be even better than the ones from Don Quixote. With a gloomy look, Tatishi muttered that the room seemed to attract girls, or might even be cursed. From the table, Shizuku called out to her master, saying she was glad everything had worked out. Tooru agreed, but added they were not out of the woods yet, and still had things to deal with. He thought they would surely face more problems in the future. Excited, Shizuku said anything was possible with him and that everyone, including herself, would help. Tooru gently patted her head and thanked her, making Shizuku visibly happy. He thought that as long as they stayed together, they could overcome anything. Noella then approached Tooru and said the Thieves Guild had been contacted by a staff member from Forblom, who had noticed the successful redevelopment and wanted to discuss funding. Tooru's face lit up as he asked if that was true. Noella confirmed it and asked for his time to visit their company in a few days, and Tooru stood up eagerly and agreed. Just then, a tipsy Dito stumbled over with a can in hand, latched onto his arm, and accused him of flirting with Noella, leaving Tooru stunned. Dito pressed closer and reminded him not to forget his goal of becoming a dungeon master. Ria grabbed his other arm and protested that Dido was too close, prompting Tooru to react to her jealousy. Miri stepped in demanding to be included as well, while Tatishi called out to Tooru with clear displeasure. Surrounded by Dido, Tatishi, Miri, Ria, and Noella, with Shizuku watching from the table, Tooru felt completely overwhelmed. He thought that before anything else, they would need to find a way out of this predicament. A low-rent apartment stood in Tachikawa, Tokyo, and contrary to rumor, it was not a ghost living there, but a slime and a knight. As Tooru opened the door and announced he was home, Shizuku and Ria greeted him in response. Dido sat at the table amid empty beer cans and complained that Tooru was late, reminding him he had promised to go to the dungeon together. Scratching his head, Tooru apologized and said work had held him up. Suddenly, Miri stepped out of the shower naked and greeted Tooru cheerfully. Tooru and Ria froze, faces burning red, as Ria ordered her to put some clothes on. This chaos was apparently caused by two more residents, an elven mage and a cat-eared thief. After finishing his preparations and packing what he needed, Tooru smiled and apologized for making everyone wait. Shizuku, Dido, Ria, and Miri stood ready for him. Gripping the doorknob, Tooru asked if everyone was ready. Just like that, the dungeon became a rest stop for otherworldly beings who treated each day as another adventure with him.